SCP-6881 Project Serapis Document ALFA Welcome, Editor. You're reviewing Draft 4 of 4. The click of a person's tape recorder being turned off. Come in. The door opens. There are footsteps on carpet. Good evening, Agent Galio. I'm a researcher. I'm not an agent anymore. As of 40 minutes ago, that is no longer true. I'm being reactivated? I am empowered to speak on behalf of the O5 Council. They have been very appreciative of your sterling work here as a researcher, and wish to utilize both those skills and your experience in the field. You're already familiar with the case of SCP-6881. Did anything strike you as unusual about it? Other than the obvious, of course. Yeah, the background. The Foundation became interested in Shivetz Vale and the lake because of anomalous activity in the area. But there's nothing in the mission records about what these anomalies were. Kinda strange given that anomalies are what we do. Very perceptive, Agent Galio. The O5 Council would like those blanks filled in too. The data we have suggests Shivetz Vale has a long history of very strange things, but the details appear to have been lost to a computing error. Before we can fully contain SCP-6881, the Foundation needs the whole picture. Your assignment is to report back to the O5 Council on all anomalous events associated with Shivetz Vale. Go back as far as you can. Am I answering to O5 on this? You will be reporting to either me, or to another individual empowered to speak on behalf of the O5 Council. I guess that's as close as anyone gets. The data you find will be Level 5 classified, and collated under the codename Project Serapis. Access to other Foundation sites and personnel will be granted to you if the O5 Council deems it necessary. You may have to deal with interests outside the Foundation. Discretion is expected. I get it. Do it alone, do it quiet, leave no trace, just like old times. The world has changed since you were last out there, but some things will always be the same. Strange things will happen, the Foundation will contain them, and the people who owe us everything will never know. And men like me don't get a choice in the part we play. The Council will be waiting on your results. Sleep tight. Footsteps as the individual leaves. Aren't you going to wish me good luck? If you're relying on luck, Agent, you're in the wrong job. SCP-6881 Provisional Item Number SCP-6881 Provisional Object Class Keter Level 5/Serapis Classified. This is a pre-containment report into the anomaly hereafter referred to as SCP-6881, in anticipation of subsequent containment or neutralization efforts to be informed by this report. Should an effort to contain SCP-6881 ensue, the containment area required will be 200 by 15 by 12 meters, and constructed of steel-reinforced concrete. Any additional containment procedures depend on further observation of SCP-6881. It may be preferable to contain it on-site and build a containment vessel around it, rather than attempt to bring SCP-6881 to an existing facility. The investigation into SCP-6881 was precipitated by a report on anomalous events in an area of southern Montana known as Shivetz Vale. This forested area is to the south of the Morning Cloak mountain range and includes the Whitetail River, which feeds into and drains from Lake Apisawa. The location has seen some previous use, including a campground and a skiing resort, but is currently uninhabited. These anomalies were believed to emanate from Lake Apisawa. Mobile Task Force Iota-28, Screaming Seabees, was dispatched to perform field engineering duties under the cover story of a geological survey team looking for natural gas fields. The members of Iota-28 were accompanied by 12 C-Class personnel, several pieces of earth-moving equipment, and a small cache of explosives. A channel was dug connecting points of the Whitetail River upstream and downstream of the lake. This caused the lake to be bypassed and gradually drain. MTF Iota-28 remained on station during this process, to monitor any further anomalous activity, but reported none. The remains of a 6-berth boat was noted when the lake was around 70% drained, along with a wrecked pickup truck and large amounts of cut logs from the region's past logging activities. 19 days after the draining began, an opening was spotted just above the surface, leading to a cave system under the ground eastward of the lake. 3 days later, the water level was low enough to permit entry into the cave system. They were I-28 Alpha, Urbanek, Ranking Officer, I-28 Beta, Lynch, I-28 Delta, Abbott, and I-28 Gamma, Weiss. They were accompanied by a C-Class, Lopez, who was trained in caving safety. The data transmitted from Iota-28 Delta's field recording device was recovered. Being transmitted from underground, this data was partial and had to be reconstructed, and no other team members' recordings could be recovered. Portions of the transcript in bold are narrated by Dr. Gallio. The ambient sound of a cave. Water drips somewhere in the back. Okay, this is I-28 Delta, Abbott. Testing. Testing. Good. Levels are green. We all good? Recording. Doubt we'll get a signal out, though. Weiss? Sure, the recording's on. Hope Control gets off 2 hours of footsteps. Don't start. We haven't even gotten our feet wet. Lopez, how's it looking? I'd rather have the gear to rig up lights if we go. Put in some permanent guidelines. We don't have the time. We're here to find whatever's down here, not map the place out. The rock looks good, but if the system goes much lower it'll be underwater. No way are we equipped for that. Then we'll turn back. Until then, we are a go. I want weapons stowed and safeties on. Down here you're more likely to kill one of us with a ricochet than hit anything. I thought we were looking for something spooky, and if we have to shoot it, then I'll give the order. Until then, fingers off triggers. Jesus Christ. Remind me why we even bring you. Because I'm the explosives guy, and you couldn't tell plastique from Play-Doh. We looking good, Abbott? We're negative for radiation and toxins. Good to go. You think we're going to run into radiation down here? We assume we're going to run into everything. Move out. Stick close. Lopez, lead the way. The team moves into the cave system. I-28 Delta's recording system was both audio and visual, but no video data could be reconstructed. The team moved slowly and with difficulty, with C-Class Lopez directing them through narrow and partially flooded passageways. They encountered several dead ends. Signal triangulation puts them approximately 300 meters east of Lake Apisawa, and 15 to 30 meters underground. The cave system descends gradually, prompting concerns the way ahead will be flooded. A lot of tree roots down here. Is that normal? Through solid rock? No. Oh great. We're gonna cut our way through. Not enough we're underground. We have to be in a bloody jungle too. Lynch, you're the muscle. Get this crap out of our way. I-28 Beta presumably pulls out a machete and, from audio, standard issue containment handsaw and begins to cut through the tree roots. I should just blast a sodding path for us. And bring the whole place down on our heads? Looks solid enough to me. Then the pressure wave will kill us instead. That's progress. We're through. Shit. My arm's all cut to hell though. What is this stuff? Hey, it opens up just ahead, see? It's a cavern. Got stalactites and stuff. Stalagmites. Which is which again? Hey, he's right. This is one beautiful gallery. We got plants down here. That's not right. You get animals, bugs, and bats, but not plants. There's no sun. So it's weird. It's weird. Stalagmites come down from the ceiling. Stalactites are on the ground. Didn't you go to school? Nah, I think it's the other way around. Lynch, which is it? Lynch? Guys, I ain't doing so great. Various medical sounds. Muscle tearing. Bone cracking. There is the sound of creaking wood. I-28 Beta cries out. Lynch! Lynch, what's wrong? Something inside me. In my chest. Under the ribs. Abbott, get the med stuff out. Oh Jesus, I can see it moving. You gotta cut it out, it's growing! Do it, Abbott. Okay, keep as still as you can. I-28 Delta takes the containment handsaw, and presumably begins emergency field surgery techniques. I-28 Beta cries out again. Get it out! Get it out! It's like a fibrous growth, real tough. It's tangled around the ribs. Bloody hell, it's got my arm! A biological ripping sound, as I-28 Gamma rips the fibrous growth. I-28 Beta cries out a third time. The lungs are full of it. Lynch! Lynch, you still with us? I-28 Beta produces ragged breathing. That's not survivable. Stand down, Abbott. We can't just… We can, and we will. We got a biological threat, and I got standing orders not to mess with that kind of shit. Leave Lynch and keep going. Ah, hell. The roots are blocking the way back. It would take a bulldozer to open it up. We gotta keep going deeper. Then that's what we do. Lopez. The cave goes further in. Can't tell its full extent. I guess we keep inside of each other and don't get separated. Then move out. Abbott, pack up your gear. Bye, Lynch. The team continues moving through the large gallery. Lopez finds an opening behind, further westwards, and the team are again navigating narrow and partially flooded passageways. We gonna talk about that? About what? We just left someone behind. Urbanek was right. It didn't look survivable. But Lynch might still be alive. Not for long. You saw it too, right? Half the chest cavity was full of that stuff. Wood or roots or whatever. I thought you guys were soldiers. Never leave one behind, all that stuff. That's regular military. Most of us train that way, but when you get assigned to an MTF, you learn fast how the rules change. The kind of things the Foundation sends us against. Sometimes it's better not to be saved. Plus, if we bring a critically wounded soldier or a body back with us, God knows what it might be infected with. Not saying you gotta like it, but that's the way it is. We got priorities more important than lives, even our own people's. I'm glad I'm a C-Class. Hate to break it to you, but you're kind of in the same situation as the rest of us down here. Would you leave me behind? I'd watch you die for a piece of chicken. Screw you. What the hell, Weiss? Gallows humor, buddy. We all gotta deal somehow. What about those roots, or whatever they are? You seen that before? Nope. But that's what we work with, right? Stuff no one's seen before? Hold up. We got more of those plants up ahead. The ones with the fruit or the seed pods. Lopez, you got any ideas what they are? Never seen anything like that growing underground. You get a few mushrooms and fungi, nothing like these. Gonna grab one as a sample. I-28 Alpha attempts to remove a seed pod from one of the plants, but it bursts and emits a cloud of spores. I-28 Alpha breathes in these spores before getting clear. Oh shit! The sound of I-28 Alpha coughing through a protective mask. The recording becomes distorted, and audio data cannot be reconstructed for the next portion of the mission. I-28 Delta's location is estimated at 500 meters west of Lake Apisawa, and between 30 and 40 meters underground. The next recoverable audio occurs 27 minutes later. There is the sound of a large animal growling, wetly, and of wood creaking. They get fainter and fainter, until they are no longer audible. It didn't see us. What the hell is it? I think it used to be Urbanek. He breathed in the spores. Did you see what it did to Weiss? God, the whole face was gone. Hey, you haven't been here before, but I have. You think too much about what you just saw and you'll freeze up. Put it aside and keep going. You can lose your shit over it later, once we're out. We're underground, man. There's no magic rule that says there even is a way out. Doesn't matter. We keep moving until we find an exit or we die. Cause the other option is to curl up and wait for whatever that thing is to find us, and I'm not about that. I don't know if I can do this. Just follow me. Here, take my sidearm. The soft clack of a handgun being pulled out and handed over. What am I supposed to do with this? Shoot the bad guy. Okay, we move. Try not to breathe in the spores. Try not to breathe. Great. The remaining two members of the underground team move through the passageways, attempted to do so quietly. The sound of something large moving and breathing in the distance can occasionally be heard. Voice stress and breathing pattern analysis indicate distress, exhaustion, and shock. Wait, this passage is flooded. We gotta go back. I don't think there is a back anymore. Well, it's either that or grow gills. Looks wide enough to swim through. No way. No way. Even with a full diving team, I'd think twice. I think it turns upwards again. Can't tell how far. 20 meters maybe? You can't judge anything underwater. I know guys who died thinking they could. Nearby shuffling sounds and growling, likely from the urban-neck creature. Oh man, you're shitting me. Rock breaking as the urban-neck creature crashes into the chamber. I'm not dying here! I am not dying here! 3 gunshots. The urban-neck creature roars. C-Class Lopez screams. There is the sound of teeth crunching into flesh. Ugh! What the hell? A splash. Rushing water from beneath. Abbott groans as he attempts to hold his breath. There is a moment of silence. A splash. Abbott gasps and sputters. Holy shit, Lopez? Lopez? I-28 Delta continues walking for the next 31 minutes. Okay, this is I-28 Delta, Abbott. I don't know how long I have to go before I find a way out, and I don't even know if there is one. Urbanek, Weiss, and Lynch are gone, and I guess Lopez too. If anyone's receiving this, I'm turning off recording to save the battery. If I find anything, I'll transmit again. If not, I'm dead. Sayonara, guys. No further data is received for approximately 19 hours. The C-Class engineering support crew carried out a preliminary investigation of the cave entrance, but were under orders not to enter the cave without MTF support. They found evidence the MTF have entered the cave, but none that anyone had exited. After this period of silence, Iota-28 Delta begins transmitting again. This is Iota-28 Delta Abbott. I'm down to the lowest light mode on my flashlight, and I have 1 flare left. I haven't found an exit, obviously. I think I'm a lot lower than I started out, but other than that, I got no idea where I am. Caver wisdom is probably to stay put, but I know you're not going to send anyone to find me, even if someone does hear this. We weren't the first people down here. I found a skeleton a ways back. It looked like it's been down here for decades. It was in dark green fatigues, looked military. There was a name label on the chest that reads Stenfirth. I don't think it's a good omen. Maybe they got lost down here too. I kinda hope so. Is that weird? I'd rather starve here than run into whatever else might have killed the guy. There's a big cave ahead. I don't know how deep it goes. There are plants everywhere. The ones with the seed pods, and others like huge ferns. Bugs like maggots the size of my forearm. And these beetles in all bright colors. It's humid and close. Way too warm. If there's anything toxic, like those spores from before, then I've already got lungfuls of it. And there's a pulse, like something huge breathing. I can't hear it. It's more a feeling, in my head. Well, here goes. A flare lights. The audio distorts. It's… oh my god. It's a worm. It's the size of the goddamn Red October. It has so many eyes. So many eyes. There is a deep rumbling. Just the beginning of a large organism moving. Its mouth is opening. The rumble intensifies. Who the hell are you? The audio distorts. The transmission is cut off, and does not resume. Galio. After 48 hours without further communication from the team, the C-Class support personnel sealed the cave entrance with concrete, and filled in the channel they had dug, refilling the lake. The site was quarantined. Foundation personnel blocked all access to Lake Apisawa, under the cover story of an amoebic meningitis outbreak. These measures are to remain in place until a more permanent containment for SCP-6881 can be put in place. The name Stenfirth does not come up while cross-referencing other Foundation files. There is no record of a military operation to the caves, though there was a military base near the lake in the 1950s. If another organization investigated the Shibbet's Vale anomaly, there is no evidence of it, except for the skeleton found by Iota-28 Delta. A description of SCP-6881 cannot be given to any degree of accuracy, because only a single verbal account of it exists. Going by the final transmission from Iota-28 Delta, SCP-6881 at least partially resembles a worm of enormous size. The last words of Iota-28 Delta, however, imply the presence of another entity, or the transformation of the existing one. This is Agent Hector Gallio. The following is classified Level 5 under Project Serapis, O5 Eyes Only. The discovery of an anomaly, SCP-6881, in the area of Shibbet's Vale, Montana, and the loss of the Mobile Task Force sent to investigate it, prompted the O5 Council to seek information on the area's history and any intelligence on the nature of the anomaly. Going by my initial research, there is no shortage of unexplained events around Shibbet's Vale. The region is currently unpopulated and unused, and has been since 1997, when a ski resort on the lower slopes of the Morning Cloak Mountains was abandoned shortly before it was due to open for its first season. I was working a hunch when I looked into the resort. I've learned to pay attention to them over the years. I might not be running around with a gun and a badge anymore, but I still know how to trust the hairs on the back of my neck sticking up and my mouth going dry. It saved my life more than once. It might do again. On the surface, the Whitetail Lodge resort was just an investment gamble that didn't pay off. The Morning Cloak Mountains had decent slopes, beautiful scenery, and potential for off-season hiking and hunting. It also had almost zero infrastructure, except for the handful of cabins from its use as a summer camp years before. Looked like another failed attempt to create a tourist market where one hadn't existed before, but like I said, I had that hunch, and I believed in being thorough. My days as a field agent have given me a few connections I can still call on. One of them now works in the office of the Assistant Director at the FBI's Unusual Incidents Unit. I tapped him up for a search on Shibbet's Vale, and he dredged up an old deployment from 1997, just before the Whitetail Lodge closed down. He got copies of them to me through some old Foundation liaison channels, with a note that said I definitely owe him one for this. Fortunately, the two agents sent to the resort were diligent in their record-keeping. I'd had transcripts of their interviews, notes, photographs, debriefings, the whole thing. It started with a body. Of course it did. Secret. UIU Eyes Only. Federal Bureau of Investigation. Unusual Incidents Unit. November 30th, 1997. Whitetail Lodge Resort. Shibbet's Vale, Montana, USA. Personnel: Special Agent Picton, female, Unusual Incidents Unit. Special Agent Dabrowski, male, Unusual Incidents Unit. Materials: Field, Interview, and Investigation Transcripts. Interview Log 1-5. Pine needles and fresh snow crumpled between two sets of footballs. Mr. Bolton? That's me. I'm Special Agent Dabrowski. There's a Special Agent Picton. Good afternoon, although I guess it isn't so good. Mr. Bolton, you're the manager here? Sure, until the season starts. I'm just getting the place ready to open up to the tourists. So you're in charge. Kinda, as much as anyone is. The police have been here already? Of course. They're the first people we called. They came on over from Scarslow, a ways down the road. They took one look and called you guys. One of them was a recruit. He looked pretty green around the gills. I gave him a shot of brandy in the Grand Lodge. Probably regulations against that, but, you know. Have you seen the body yourself? Jesus, no. What I heard was bad enough. Can you take us there? Sure, it's in one of the chalets. We're keeping a lot of the temporary workers there while we're getting everything set up. Most of them are two to a chalet, but he was in this one on his own. He, the victim? Yeah, Mikey Sanchez. He was a construction, maintenance, odd jobs kind of guy. But there hasn't been an official identification? I did a head count at the lodge, so if it ain't him, I don't know who the hell it is. Who found the body? Maria. Poor girl. You go easy on her now. I know you gotta ask questions, but she was kinda sensitive already. After seeing all that, she's fit to fall apart. We'll be as sensitive as we can. Has anyone else been in the chalet? No way, except the cops maybe. I got Walter there keeping watch. He's one of the housekeeping staff. Has keys for all the chalets. He'll let you in. Then let's go. Investigation Log 1-2. Quiet interior. Jangling keys slide into a keyway as the lock mechanism screeches. The door squeals open. What a mess. Now I see why they called us. Time to earn that paycheck. Walter? Walter from outside. Yeah? Stick around. We might need to ask you about the chalets. Okay. Do I have to come inside? No, stay there. Sure thing. The door shuts. First impressions? Chaotic, but deliberate. Premeditated. Definitely one for the UIU. What do you think? No forced entry. No struggle. Windows are closed. Blinds are down. We're far enough away from any buildings that even a good scream might never be heard. Better get it all down for the record. The cops will have their own write-up, but from what the manager said, it might be spotty. The click of a tape recorder being switched on. The scene is a double-occupancy chalet, comprising a combined living area and kitchen, separate bedroom and bathroom. There is one door in, 4 windows. At first glance, none of them have signs of being forced open. The living area has a 2-seater sofa, an upholstered chair, TV, coffee table, bookcase with a few paperbacks. The back wall is a kitchen, oven, range, sink, refrigerator and freezer, cabinets and cupboards. Tasteful abstract art on the walls. Finish on the walls and ceiling is bare wood. There is a wood-burning fireplace. Radiators, too, in case you don't feel like making your alpine experience quite that authentic. The body is against the east wall of the living area. Hispanic male in his 20s or early 30s, in decent shape, wearing only a pair of jeans. It is in a seated position with the back against the wall and both arms outstretched to the sides. Nails through both hands and elbows. Kind of a half-assed crucifixion. Maybe the killer couldn't get the bick all the way up, so he just left him sitting there. The primary wounds are to the chest. Stab wounds with a double-edged knife. Something large and very sharp, like a hunting knife. Full examination of the body will confirm. Some bruising around the upper arms and shoulders, deep enough to show finger marks. The killer held him down to put the knife in. Whoever did it walked into this room with the intention of killing this man. This was no struggle getting out of hand. Paramortem wound to the throat, at or just after the time of death to let the blood. Very neat, which is how we know it wasn't inflicted while the victim was able to struggle. A white ceramic bowl was used to collect the blood. The bowl is on the floor by the fireplace, still partly full. Dabrowski, you want to take the finger painting? Sure. 6 symbols are painted on the walls in the victim's blood. 2 on the pieces of framed art, 1 on the doors of the bedroom, 2 on the kitchen cabinets, and 1 on the refrigerator door. They were done quickly but not in a panic. Killer either had them memorized or brought reference. You know them? The bedroom door is the sigil of Baal Bereth, Great Duke of Hell, from the Ars Goetia. Cabinets are the alchemical symbols for copper and iron. Refrigerator is the symbol of a demon called Morax. The ones on the pictures, I don't know off the top of my head. The click of a tape recorder being switched off. There was a time you'd reel off half the Key of Solomon. You're getting rusty. Or the killer's a lousy artist. We'll have to take pictures, do an inventory, cross-reference with what the cops have, make sure we didn't miss anything. Sound like they're way out of their depth. Still, gotta be thorough. Gotta be thorough. This place isn't open yet, right? That's what the manager said. You think the kitchens are running? I could do with lunch. Interview Log 2-5. Expansive interior. In the distance, utensils dent against cookware. Are you recording this? No, we'll just take notes. I thought you recorded everything, like on the TV. That's the police interviewing witnesses at the station. We're not the police, and this isn't the station. It's nice. The Grand Lodge? It's okay. Supposed to be for all the tourists to come and eat and drink after they come back from skiing. You know, all cozy, like they're all friends. You need anything before we get started? Coffee? Water? I got your cook to run us some pastrami sandwiches earlier. I could probably twist his arm again. No, I'm good. Can you confirm your name and your role here? Maria Barris. I'm with housekeeping. Why don't you tell us what happened this morning, from the beginning? I was collecting linen from the chalets we're using for the staff. Mikey's was the third I came to. I had my little cart with me. I rang the buzzer, but he didn't come to the door, so I guessed he was out fixing something. Always something needs fixing, you know. The place hasn't opened yet, and it's falling down, it seems like. So I opened the door and, well, I saw it. The things they drew in the blood, and then him. Did you know Mikey? Sure. Everyone knows everyone, pretty much. Did you like him? Like him? Yeah, was he a nice guy? I know we're not supposed to speak ill of the dead, but if he wasn't a nice guy, it's okay for you to tell us. We need to know. Anything unusual about this morning? People around you haven't seen before? Any change from routine? No, nothing. And what about before this morning? What do you mean? Anything strange? Things you couldn't explain? Maybe something you didn't tell anyone else, because they wouldn't have believed you? Oh no, nothing like that. We won't judge you, Maria. We won't laugh at you or say you're crazy. I don't think you're someone who would lie. We will believe you. There was one thing. A month ago, after I started here, I saw it on a mountain, maybe 100 yards from me, near where the trees start. It was night, but the moon was out. It was a bear. I know there are bears out here. Holly gave us a talk warning us about them, but this one had 6 legs. 6 legs. Definitely. I saw it walk away, and lots of eyes, more than 2, like a spider's eyes, all over its face. Please don't tell anyone I saw it. They'll want to lock me away. Don't worry. We're not interested in getting anyone in trouble, except for the killer, and we know that's not you. You said you opened the door? What? When you went to Mikey's chalet, you opened the door when you didn't answer the buzzer. Was the door locked? Yes. Then how did you open it? I have a master key. Housekeeping all do. Most of the staff, I think. I see. We might have to ask you more. We're requesting that no one leave the resort until we're done. That's okay. I don't have anywhere else to go. Interview log 3-5. Murmurs of hushed conversation fill a large space. Mr. Tancredi? You're the cook here? Yeah, head chef. It's just me right now. They'll get more in the kitchen when the place opens. If it opens. You'd think it won't? Nothing else out here. They say the snow is good in season, but it's gonna have to be like frickin' Kitzbühel hell if it's gonna pull in the tourists. You know a lot about it. I've been around, working on a bunch of places. Did you know the victim? Mikey? Yeah, damn shame. He was okay. Just okay? You know, Sound. One of the guys. And you didn't hear this from me, but he had the hookup. He supplied drugs? Just weed. Must have gotten it from someone in Scarslow. Nothing else coming through here. We don't even have any good, honest meth heads. So it was either this middle-of-the-road stuff Mikey got a hold of, or raid the liquor cabinets. He ever have trouble with anyone? Maybe he owed money to a supplier, something like that? What, you think someone nailed him to the wall over $100 worth of weed? We didn't say anyone got nailed to anything. Come on, everyone knows. The cops were talking about it while I was serving them coffee. Nailed to the wall. Blood pentagrams everywhere. Mikey was as small time as it got. Wasn't a dealer that did that. Mikey wasn't worth the trouble. So, who do you think did it? Kids. Kids? You know, black trench coats, eyeliner, hate their dads, kids. Watched too many horror movies and thought they were the first people to light black candles and hail Satan. They keep one-upping each other. First it's, do this spell, then it's sacrifice this pet, then it's kill an actual person. It happens, right? Not very often. But it does happen. Anything else about this place? Anything weird? Not really. So, there was something. Nothing. Nothing really, just the lights. The northern lights, aurora whatever. Sometimes they make shapes, like there are things flying around up there, leaving a trail behind them, and noises at night from the woods on the lower slopes. Noises like what? Talking, whispering, and laughing, sounding like children. I figured it was just me hearing things in the wind, but one time I heard them singing. The children? Yeah, little girls singing. And one time I found a nest of gray box cubs. I guess the mom had died. They were deformed. One had 2 heads. It was like two of them had been cut in half, and the front half stitched together. Another had this transparent skin, like clear gel. The others had 5 or 6 legs. I think they were dead. I didn't hang around to check. I couldn't find them again. Guess a bobcat or something got them. Thank you, Mr. Tancredi. We may have more questions for you later. Don't go anywhere. Interview Log 4/5. Large silent space. Hi again, Walter. You don't look as shook up as I expected. Way I heard it, the place had interior decorating by Jeffrey Dahmer. What did you hear? Blood and guts everywhere. Mikey cut into pieces. Pentagrams and skulls on the walls. What's your role here, just for the record? Busboy, dog's body, fetching and carrying, taking bags if there are ever any tourists to bring them? Sounds like the kind of guy who knows everyone. Sorta. That's not difficult right now, though. We're a skeleton crew until we open. Not everyone thinks this place will open. I'll admit it's not a dead cert. No one's ever heard this place. No history of skiing, even if the slopes are supposed to be good for it. Plus, when word gets out someone held a black mass in Chalet 4, we ain't gonna be at the top of anyone's bucket list. Did you know the deceased? Mikey? Sure, nice guy, kinda funny. He was Mr. Fix-It around here. Liked playing music real loud while he worked. Southern rock stuff. A few of us liked to hang out around back smoking, like we were the bad kids at school. He told stories about bumming around Texas. Don't know how he ended up here. Did Mikey Sanchez ever sell you drugs? Whoa, do I gotta take the fifth here or something? We're the FBI, Walter. We're not the badged up mall cops they have around here. We don't care about a few baggies of weed. The only thing we care about is why Mikey Sanchez died and who killed him. Sorry, still a little jumpy. Not every day a coworker gets turned into meatloaf. Sure, Mikey dealt a little. I didn't buy anything myself, but he brought stuff in pretty regular. Nothing hard, not that I heard. Anything else going on here? Anything criminal? Anything unusual? That depends on what would be unusual. People you don't know, seeing strange things, unexplained events, anything that might stand out? I might have seen something in the lake. Lake Apisawa? Yeah. You know what the name Apisawa means? It's crow. They're the people who used to live around here. It's from their word for death rattle. The sound you make when you die. Anyway, I was out there taking a breather. It's calm out there, really pretty at night, and there was something in the water. You mean, like a body? No, something way out in the middle of the lake. Something really big. It moved under the water, just beneath the surface, making it kind of bulge up as it moved. It was huge. It's stupid, but the first thing I thought was, it's a submarine. Obviously it couldn't have been. Either it was some weird wave, like those weird perfect storm kind of things, or it was the Loch Ness Monster. I see. Could you estimate its size? Not really, just real big. Kinda expected you to laugh at me, to be honest, talking about sea monsters. We've heard stranger. I bet. We might have to talk to you again later. Sure. Not like I have plans to cancel. Interview Log 5/5. Profuse water sprays from a showerhead inside a small, reverberating room. Mr. Hawley? The manager said we'd find you in here. The nozzle shuts off. Water continues dripping. Yeah, I'm Hawley. You hear about the murder? That's right. You, want to put something on, sir? You're the one who walked into the locker room. You don't like what you see? That's your problem. Can you confirm your name and role here? Franklin Hawley. I'm the ski instructor. Doing much of that right now? I'm marking out the slopes, scouting the trails around here. I got plenty to do before the tourists show up. Did you know the victim, Mikey Sanchez? Not really. Word is he dealt drugs. Really? I don't put that crap in my body. Is that why someone killed him? Maybe. But not why someone painted that stuff on the walls. What do you know about that? Just what's been going around. Someone killed Sanchez and painted occult stuff on the walls of his chalet. You don't seem too shaken by it. Don't get me wrong, it sounds pretty damn sick what happened to him, but whoever did it is stone cold crazy. But like I said, I didn't know him except to say hi to. You didn't see anything unusual this morning? No, I was up on the mountain. First I knew of it was when I came back to the lodge and saw the police cars. And before today? One of the housekeeping girls says that she saw a little girl in the woods. I haven't seen anything weird myself. Sorry, agents. I wish I could tell you Bigfoot did it. I see. We done? For now. We've asked Mr. Fulton to make sure no one leaves the premises, and staff are not to go anywhere alone. We'll have more questions later. Hope you find the guy. He's too screwed up to not do it again. Now excuse me, I gotta towel off. A door swishes inwards. Footsteps shuffle out and it slides shut. Quiet. Did you get a look at it? I was trying not to. The tattoo. The footprints on his ass? 2 green footprints tattooed on the buttocks. It's called the Jolly Green. Is that a kink thing? He's an Air Force pararescueman. The tattoo is a reference to the helicopter they used in Vietnam. They nicknamed it the Jolly Green Giant. When it landed, it left impressions in the fields and rice paddies. The Jolly Green footprint. Our ski instructor was an Air Force special operator. So what's he doing teaching tourists to ski way out here? An able-bodied Special Forces guy can walk into any security job they want and earn twice as much as the next guy, assuming the butt tattoo is legit. We've got a few suspects to work on. I think we know which one to start with. Investigation Log 2/2. Silent Corridor. You sure he won't find out? We won't tell him if you don't, because I'm guessing he could kick my ass for the practice. Here we go. Room 24. A key shunts into a door lock. Thanks, Walter. Stick around. Much more of this and Quantico will have to put me on the payroll. You sure this is legal? We're the FBI. We can do whatever we want. Don't worry, Walter. We're almost certain he didn't kill Sanchez. Almost certain? Like 99%? More like 80. The door creaks open. Holly keeps his place neat. Military habits stick around. Cupboards, doors, and drawers open and shut. Closet's clear. Desk drawer too. Nothing hidden in either. Nothing under the bed. Guess he's not that stupid. Lots of books on skiing. Checks out, I suppose. There was something taped under his chair. Weapon? Maybe. Hey Walter, these rooms are all the same, right? Yeah, this one's the same with mine. You keep anything hidden in yours? Drugs? Porn stash? What? No! If there's a place you can hide things in these rooms, that would really help us out. An air vent, wall cavity, anything like that. The panel underneath the bathroom sink comes away really easy. Just don't ask what I keep under there. I'll check it out. A wooden panel slides outwards. Got anything? It's a book. Secrets of the Hidden Word. Unlock the power of the occult. Looks like one for you. Let me see. Leafing through pages. There's one of the symbols on the kitchen cabinets. It's the rune from the Norse god Yngvi. The others are in here too. There's Baal Bareth. So, Holly is our blood artist. Except this thing is junk. It's for dabblers. They sell it in the same place you buy your crystals and dream catchers. Just a few half-assed spells and spooky pictures. A real occultist wouldn't be seen dead with this. He's a beginner, a poser, or he wants someone to think there's a real black magician on the loose. I think we need to speak with Parajumper Holly. We should be prepared for a very frank discussion. Walter? Yeah, you guys find anything in there? How did we get to the slopes? There's no ski lift yet. Mr. Fulton said they're putting one in next season once the place makes some money. For now, we use the old hiking trails. If Holly isn't at the Grand Lodge, he'll be on the mountain. It's his way out. Then we check the lodge, and when we don't find him, we hit the slopes. Field logs. Harsh winds pick up over the mountainside and howl. Footballs crush snow underfoot. Mr. Holly! Agents, didn't think you two would enjoy it up here in the cold. None of the staff should go out on their own. I don't see anybody else out here with you. Maybe, but when the snow really starts falling, this is going to be our intermediate slope, and someone has to know where it starts and ends. The work doesn't stop because someone died. Is that really why you're out here, Mr. Holly? Someone who planned ahead would have an escape route, maybe a cache of gear buried, in case things went south. That escape route would be across ground he knew, like this mountainside. Something you want to tell me, agents? I assume you were a good soldier, para-rescueman, but you're a lousy researcher. If you tried finding some real occult text instead of throwing out random symbols from the first fake magic book you found, we might have actually thought there was a satanic killer on the loose. Sounds like you're making a hell of an accusation. Accusations are for when there is a doubt. You killed Mikey Sanchez. That's a simple statement of fact. We're not in an interview room. We're not in court. We can talk about this like real people. You gonna try to take me in? The regular FBI would. But we're not really on the books. Sometimes we have to skip due process to make sure something worse doesn't happen. So, whether we take you in depends on why you did it, and if there really is something worse out there. Oh, there's something worse. Has been since before the old military base was here. The things those boys saw, back in the 50s, they passed it down. Old stories about how there's something beneath the ground here. It changes you. It can speak to you. The dead at the summer camp. The ones who went missing before that. You know some crazy bastard came out here in the 60s with his hippie buddies, and they all lost their minds? Should have made the news like Manson and Heaven's Gate, but it never did. It all gets forgotten about, but the soldiers remembered. When I heard about it, I asked myself, what's happening at Shibbett's Vale now? And I found out some idiot was trying to build a ski resort. Then you committed a fake occult murder to scare the tourists away. You have any idea how many people would die if this place got off the ground? Hell, dead and worse. If word around the campfire says some wicker man nutcase is killing people at Whitetail Lodge, the place fails, and all those tourists won't be walking into the jaws of whatever the hell's living underneath us. So you decided someone had to die. To save a hell of a lot more. It's the Parajumper's motto, that others may live. You wouldn't understand. You'd be surprised what we understand. Why did you choose Sanchez? Because he was an asshole. He sold a few bags of weed and thought he was the Fonz. Well, now you know the why. Are you gonna arrest me? We haven't decided yet. I have. A gun cocks. Down! Several gunshots cracked the air, as Dabrowski and Picton scrambled through powdered snow, into the foliage. You hit? I'm fine. Stay behind a tree. That guy can shoot. Do you see him? No. He took off up the slope. Good job. The snow's just fallen. Not even special forces can cover a trail through that. We have to ask if we want to follow him. He's a trained killer. We're no slouches ourselves, and he'll try to kill again. He's convinced he's right. Maybe he is. If there's something that's dangerous here, a couple of deaths to keep everyone away could be justified. The UIU's done a lot worse. Sounds like you're trying to convince yourself. Is it working? Not really. You want to know what he knows? What's underneath Shibbett's Vale? Yep. Then let's go. Extraneous recording data omitted for brevity. Strong winds continuously barrage the mountain slope. The tracks keep going up. He's running. How long can he keep that up? There, the foot of the tree. Something's been dug up. That's a rifle case. Must be a weapons cache he buried. So now he's got a rifle. There's a walkie-talkie, too. Just one? Yeah. Picton grabs a walkie-talkie and switches it on. Hi, Holly. Agent Picton. I know you can't just let me go, and I can't let you take me in, so someone isn't getting off this mountain. If I'm the one who doesn't make it, I need to ask you two a favor. What is it? Make sure no one ever settles in Shibbett's Vale. The feds must have a way. Whatever permit someone needs, they don't get it. Whoever needs muscling off the land, you do it. We're both soldiers. We both have a duty to protect this country. We're on the same side, even if we're enemies right now. Can I trust you to do what has to be done? It might not be our decision. I don't suppose I can convince you to leave me be, Agent. We might not be regular feds, but we're still law enforcement. We can't just leave a madman in the woods picking off random tourists. That's what I thought. I'll be waiting. You see that? Up the slope? Looks like a cabin. Good eye. For hikers, maybe. Or the old logging operations around here. Think he's holed up there? There are no tracks here. The trees kept the snow off the ground. Some of the lower branches are broken off in that direction. He passed that way. Okay, skirt around. Try to approach from the back. I'll go in from the front. Try to keep them talking. Stay in contact on the radio, but only speak if you have to. Gotcha. First one to see him shoots him? That's an affirmative. Extreme prejudice. Dabrowski's footballs cross pine needles and recede. You still there, Holly? You know that's not my real name, right? Something you'd rather I call you? Nah, Holly's fine. So you guys aren't regular feds? We're with the Unusual Incidents Unit. The basement dwellers out of Quantico. They give us all the Bigfoot sightings and flying saucers. I guess you've seen some shit. You have no idea. Something's wrong with the living things in these mountains. I've seen deer with crab claws, bugs the size of my head, these plants with fruit that trip you out harder than LSD. It's all one big living creature with cells and organs, and the brain is the thing underneath us the flyboys found in the 50s. I think we're a disease. As soon as the tourists hit the slopes, it's all gonna come sweeping down off the mountain and purify the hell out of everything. An agent? Yes, Holly. We're done getting behind me, but I've been surrounded before. Dabrowski, he knows you're there. A single rifle round wallops the air distantly. 2 handgun shots ring out. Dabrowski, you there? Talk to me. He damn near took my head off. That's a powerful rifle. Do you see him? There's a window, but it's dark inside. Can you get closer? It's too open. He'd plugged me before I got halfway. Picton jogs across pine needles. Holly, you missed. Haven't fired at a live target in a while. Back in the day, I'd have put one between your buddy's eyes. Now you're gonna come in through the front door, right? Maybe. Or we might just stake you out until backup arrives. You basement dwellers are gonna summon a chopper full of hostage rescue goons out of nowhere? No, it's just you two out here. I've faced worse odds, believe me. I see him, he's watching the door. Take him. Another 2 handgun shots. Picton rushes. Did you get him? Yeah. Not sure where. Can't see him anymore. Holly? Holly, you still alive? Got me in the wing. Christ. Went right through my elbow. It's fine. I only need my trigger finger. How are you at shooting that rifle one-handed? I'm at the window. Hey Agent, you know the only thing that puts tourists off more than a mysterious death? Oh Christ. He's got a grenade! 2 mysterious deaths. Up the mountain. The grenade discharges and explodes. A fireball devours the air. Holly's screams cuts through the noise. Dabrowski, you okay? God, the smoke! Yeah, wasn't a frag. Must be white phosphorus. Ah, Jesus, I can smell him cooking. The whole place is going up. We could hang around and see what we can find in what's left. The stuff burns at 5,000 degrees. There won't be anything left. Then get back to me. We have to return to the lodge and let Control know what happened. Wish we'd have got him alive. We know what he did and why. Way above the UIU average. Let's agree to call that a win. I can get behind that. Congratulations, Agent. Another case Congratulations, Agent. Another case closed. Not that anyone will ever know. Galio. The report by Special Agents Dabrowski and Picton was classified by the Unusual Incidents Unit, and the event to the Whitetail Lodge resort was sanitized. According to the public record, retired Air Force pararescue jumper Alexander Berwick, who was using the alias Franklin Holly, murdered Mikey Sanchez in a dispute over a minor drug deal, and later took his own life in an isolated cabin after suffering a psychotic break. Only the UIU, and now the Foundation, know any different. The Whitetail Lodge resort shut down prior to the opening of the 1997 skiing season. The reason was poor advance bookings, which caused investors to pull their money. Maybe the gruesome murder-suicide was the reason the resort never opened its doors to visitors. Maybe not, but it certainly can't have helped. The killer referred to something underneath Shibbett's veil, presumably SCP-6881, but also other anomalies with the area's wildlife. The interviews with the report's staff suggested still more anomalous events, such as humanoid apparitions, aerial phenomena, and a possible sighting of SCP-6881 in Lake Apisawa. The agent's debriefing and their field and interview recordings refer to other occupants of Shibbett's Vale, such as the military base and a summer camp. These serve as signposts for further research into the area and associated anomalies. Project Serapis will have to go back at least to the 1950s military presence, maybe further. That concludes my research into the events in Shibbett's Vale during 1997. This information is classified Level 5, O5-12 Eyes Only. Agent Hector Gallio, signing off. This is Agent Hector Gallio. The following information is classified Level 5, under Project Serapis, O5 Eyes Only. I started research into anomalies in the Shibbet's Vale area of southern Montana by starting with the most recent events, and working backwards. After the incident at the Whitetail Ski Lodge, the next incident was from the County Search and Rescue Service. This outfit conducts operations to find people lost in the wilderness across much of the southern part of the state. In 1992, the service conducted an operation to search for 3 missing hikers on the southern slopes of the Morning Cloak Mountains. The post-operation briefing was sealed. That's strange enough. Stranger still is, the local police and emergency services had no record of it at all. Foundation protocols let me get a hold of a copy of the operation's records, which existed only on paper in the Search and Rescue Services offices, and were never computerized. The reason for all the secrecy became obvious as I read through it. What I received was a package of documents, including written materials recovered during the operation, and transcripts of interviews with the rescuers involved. In particular, one of them, a former fireman and search volunteer named Gerald McCaffrey, kept detailed journals of operations to use in training. It was his notes that let me reconstruct the events of 1992. McCaffrey died at the age of 72 2 years ago, of chronic emphysema. It seems he never spoke to anyone, at least in any official capacity, of what happened in 1992. I wish I could have met him in person. Gallatin Journals, classified 5/Serapis. Gallatin County Search and Rescue, Shibbet's Vale, Montana, USA. Persons concerned: Gerald McCaffrey, male, Gallatin County Search and Rescue. Michelle Shelby Everley, female, hiker. Brian Hercom, male, hiker. Roman Blissett, male, hiker. Materials: journal transcripts, audio file, written. Journal log 1/5. The Journal of Search and Rescue Volunteer McCaffrey. This operation takes place in the southern Morning Cloak Mountains, about 12 miles northeast of Scarslow. The area is called Shibbet's Vale. We were looking for 3 hikers, who had failed to return to their hotel in Scarslow. Volunteers found their vehicles parked just off the road near the old summer camp, with the hikers themselves absent. Realizing they must still be on the mountain, County Search and Rescue was alerted, and we set up a search for them. Roman Blissett, age 32, experienced outdoorsman, mostly hunting. Brian Hercom, age 28, known as Herc, not a veteran, but not a complete novice either, and smart. Michelle Everley, known as Shelby, age 44, very experienced. By all accounts they were decently equipped and had made all the right preparations. They knew what they were doing. The most likely scenario was one or more of them had been injured in an accident, and the others were sticking with the injured party to wait for rescue. I've run searches like this before, but not in the Morning Cloaks. Not many hikers go up there. It's not as well known as a lot of the other parts of the state. There are established paths though, some of them from the logging around here decades ago. The 3 hikers left their itinerary at the hotel. They were only supposed to spend a single night camping on the mountain before returning. We had the approximate location of their camp, so I decided to locate it, and then radiate out to search for them, as well as posting men on the path back to their vehicles, in case they made it off the mountain on their own. The weather was good, though even in summer it can get cold higher up. The terrain is tough though. The Morning Cloaks are rugged and steep in places. The ground can fall away suddenly when your view is masked by the trees. There are bears and mountain lions around too. It was my first time in these mountains, the same for most of the other volunteers. This is Crow country, and I contacted the tribal council at the reservation. They didn't have anyone familiar with the area, since it turns out the Crow never settled in Shibbet's Vale itself. Not sure why. It seems as good country as anywhere else. There is a pause in the recording. Hour 8. We got to the campsite in a few hours of hard hiking. It was just off the path leading to the first shoulder of the southernmost peak. It was still beneath the tree line. 3 single-man tents around a fire pit, all of them empty. The tents still had sleeping bags and ground sheets. Looked like they were planning to come back here, but never did. There were some personal belongings left in the tents, toiletries, change of clothes. The hikers were keeping trail diaries, which we found. Once we checked the immediate area and were satisfied they weren't there, I radioed guides by the cars, who relayed to Scarslow that we'd need air support from State to get some eyes in the sky. Don't know how long it will take. We're in the unknown phase now. Those 3 could be back at the hotel, with no idea we're looking for them. They could be lying dead in a ravine, could be hurt and desperate for help. Every decision we make could be the decision between them living or dying, and everything we do might be pointless. You have to think in percentages, and tell yourself you did the best with the info you had, regardless of how it turns out. You keep going, you tick all the boxes, follow all the procedures. Even if the worst happens, you have to be able to say you gave them the best chance you could. Everley Journal 1/1. The Journal of Shelby Everley. I'm worried. Not about the safety of Herc and Roman, they'll be fine. I don't think they understand this land. It's not about conquering it or making it your muse. It's about respecting it, reaching an equilibrium with it. It clears our mind of all the things we don't need. It makes us stable. Herc and Roman don't understand that. The morning cloaks are beautiful, but you have to put some effort into finding the beauty. The conifers up to the tree line are so dense, it's like walking at night. The rocks are brown and gray, and this time of year the snow is only on the uppermost slopes. It's not an alpine valley or a Tuscan estate. It doesn't jump out at you like the lid of a chocolate box. You have to understand what it means. The forces that push these mountains up from the ground. The winters every tree and blade of grass have to survive. You have to make the most of every glimpse of Shibbett's Vale through the canopy. As if the mountains are rationing them to remind you who's in charge. We got to the clearing a couple hours after I'd planned. Herc is a lot slower than me and Roman. I don't think he knew what he was getting himself into. The tents went up. We built a fire to cook. Roman told his stories about the winter trekking he did in Colorado. I assumed to impress Herc, since I've known Roman for 15 years, and I've heard it all before. They both fell asleep the moment they turned in. I stayed up for a while, looking up at the stars. If I'd have chosen anywhere else to camp, the sky would have been hidden by the trees. Like I said, you have to earn the beauty of these mountains. The stars look like nowhere else. I didn't recognize any constellations. There was no Milky Way, just belts of nebulae and glowing planets like hard points of color. I had heard this place was special. I'm only starting to realize it now. In the morning, we'll keep going. Whatever the mountain has for us, we'll have to work to get it. Journal Log 2/5. Hour 12. By now, the concern from the missing hikers is severe. They haven't come back down the mountain, and going by Shelby Everly's journal, they keep heading upwards. State has sent a couple of planes to perform a contour search, but the tree cover is heavy enough that we're far more likely to find them with the ground search. I organized this into 3 teams, 1 to stay at the camp and 2 to follow the most prominent trails. We found a backpack. It was by the trail at the foot of a tree. It had a couple of empty water bottles and nutrient bar wrappers, sunscreen and bug repellent, and spare socks, along with a spiral-bound notebook. From the journal entries in the notebook, the bag belonged to Roman Blissett. It's never a good sign when hikers start shedding their belongings. It suggests they're injured or exhausted, and have to ditch some weight to keep moving. At least it confirms Roman headed this way. I relayed this by radio to the other teams, who passed it on to the aerial searchers. They're going to focus on the slopes above, where the pack was found, while we keep looking down here. There's something uneasy about these mountain slopes. I've been all over this state and plenty of places beyond, and this is different. The trees are denser, the birds are quieter, even the sky looks different, like a slightly wrong shade of blue. I can feel it too, like the way the air is just before a storm. Shelby was right. Shibbett's Vale and the Morning Cloak Mountains are different. That's why she came here. Maybe it's why she hasn't come back. Blissett Journal 1/2. The Journal of Roman Blissett. Second day. Herc is getting on my nerves. He keeps wanting to pause every 20 minutes to take photos, or write down some poetry bullshit. He can't keep up with us as it is. Shelby's real quiet. Can't tell if she's annoyed too or if it's something else. Never could read her. I seen something. Was taking a leak just off the trail. I heard something moving. You never know when a mountain lion or something strayed close to the trail. You never know when a mountain lion or something strayed close to the trail. I'd finished and zipped up when it moved again, and this time I saw it, and I backed off real slow. It walked out from between two of the big old fir trees. I thought it was a black bear. I mean, it was a black bear, but I'm only gonna write it here. I won't tell anyone. Don't want them thinking I'm losing it. The bear had two mouths, one on top of the other. The lower one was like a big wound in its throat, but with fangs all yellow and misshapen. It was drooling blood. It had eyes all over its head, 6 or 8 of them, shiny black orbs and red sockets. It had another pair of legs sticking out of its sides, but they looked broken. It dragged them behind as it walked forward. It was kinda lopsided, like its legs were different lengths. Long slits opened down its sides, like they were breathing, like gills, little white tendrils inside. It made this wet growling sound, and I kept backing away, slow enough to not make any noise. I couldn't tell if it was looking at me, not with those shiny black eyes. I didn't have a camera on me, but even if I had, I don't know if I would have risked getting a shot. The thing was diseased. Maybe, or kind of mutant, like those animals that sometimes get born with 5 legs or 2 heads or whatever. But the weirdest thing is, in that moment, it wasn't that weird. I mean, it fitted in here. Can't explain it better than that. Felt like I was the thing that shouldn't be here. I got back to the trail. The thing didn't follow me. I told the other two I thought I saw a bear, and to be careful. Herc looked worried, but I said they don't come near people, and he believed me. Shelby gave me a look though. She knew I saw something. We're not walking up a mountain here. We're going somewhere else. Journal Log 3/5. Hour 16. I should have had us back to the campsite and stay there ourselves, or else go back down the trail to the vehicles. But things have changed. The mountain has changed. We followed the most likely path upwards, where the conifers and sparse undergrowth gave way to lush, deep green foliage from trees I couldn't identify. They're not evergreens even. Never seen anything like it. We're not that high up, but it should still only be conifers growing up here. Not these twisted things like ferny leaves that look like they've been here 1,000 years. Moss and grasses underfoot, so thick it's like wading through mud. There are bugs, these big mosquito things with fleshy sac bodies that hang down when they fly. Thick, slimy caterpillars on the branches, and fruit too. They hang in bunches from the trees in clutches of white flowers. The fruit are shaped like pears, but a little larger. They're pale and veiny. One of the other volunteers went to pick one, but I warned her against it. Don't mess with things you don't know, I said, and I guess I was talking about this whole mountain. We found another sign of the hikers. It was a bundle wrapped in a t-shirt, weighed down by a rock on top of an exposed root, where it would be obvious. It was a few sheets of paper tied up in a leather necklace, with a silver pendant in the shape of a cowrie shell. The necklace is listed in the personal effects of Brian Hercom, and the note was from him too. I thought of heading back. I know I should do, according to the same rules I drum into the volunteers every season. But these hikers are lost up here, and they left us a trail. The planes can't see anything from the air. It's up to us, the 4 of us I took with me, to follow the trail from the campsite. I think I understand what drew them here. There's an allure to the strange place that demands we follow it in deeper. I have to know what happened here, where they are, what this place did to them. I have to know. I'm going in. Hercman Journal 1/1. The Journal of Brian Hercman. I'm worried. Scratch that. I'm scared. I almost lost them both. I started out thinking they would never leave me out on this mountain, no matter how badly I fell behind. But now I don't know. This place is so beautiful. I can't just let it pass me by. I stop to write down my thoughts, or try to make a sketch. Not that any of them capture what I'm seeing. The fir trees have given way to a dense, lush forest of ferns and fruiting tree. The skies, the rocks, the trunks of the trees, everything is different. Sideways from what I know, but then it changed, and I'm scared. I saw a deer just above us, on an outcropping where I could see it clear against the sky, and dear God, it had wings. Not like a Pegasus or an angel. They looked malformed, slimy and fleshy. It had little segmented limbs running in 2 rows along its belly, like a lobster's. It let out this awful gurgling sound, like the worst smoker's cough. Then Roman came crashing through the trees and yelled at me to get my ass in gear or to leave me behind. I assumed the deer would run away at the noise, but it didn't. It turned and looked at him. Its mouth hung open, and a long slimy tongue slobbered out. Roman said, "There's another one of those bastards." He pulled out a gun, a big silver revolver. I didn't even know he brought another one, and he ran after the deer thing. I called for Roman to stop, but he didn't listen. He disappeared through the trees, and this time the deer turned and ran. I called out for Shelby, hoping she was close enough to hear. I paused for a second, not sure what I should do. Then I followed Roman. I thought at least if I caught him, I wouldn't be left out here alone. The trees closed in and I couldn't even see the sky. Then I heard 2 gunshots and I followed them to see Roman standing at the entrance to this cave. Not a cave in the rocks, but more like a tunnel through the trees. The branches intertwined so closely overhead it formed a dark tunnel. Clusters of pale fruit hung around the entrance. I guess the deer ran in there, because Roman was at the entrance, gun out, about to head in. I got the worst feeling about this place. It was like a throat waiting to swallow us. I called out to Roman, but he ignored me again. I don't know why I did it, but I ran right at him and tackled him to the ground. Roman's a bigger guy than me, but I hit him from behind and he wasn't expecting it. We both went down into the undergrowth. It's then I realized I'm wrestling with a guy who has a gun, and I scramble out of there before the damn thing goes off. Roman's on his knees, all scratched up from the fall. I say, "Don't go in there, something's wrong about it." I ask Roman if he can feel it like I can, the way it wants to devour us. I swear I can hear it breathing, the breath of the mountain, wet and hungry. Roman leans back against a tree, like all the energy suddenly gone out of him. He says he's sorry, he isn't thinking straight, and that it doesn't seem a good idea to go into the tunnel or cave or whatever it is. We agree we should go back to where I saw the deer and try to find Shelby again. We've waited here under the outcropping for an hour. I'm leaving this note here in case we get lost, trying to find Shelby. If you can't find us, my guess is one or more of us has ended up in the cave, up the slope and a little east of here. I've drawn it underneath as best I remember. You'll know it when you see it. Journal log 4/5, Hour 18. We found Roman Blissett alive, and Brian Hercom dead. Roman was uninjured except for some bumps and scrapes, but he was exhausted and distressed. Much longer out here, and I don't know if he would have made it. Hercom had 2 gunshots to the stomach. I just hope he bled out quickly. His body was at the entrance to the tunnel he'd written about. We got Roman clear of the tunnel and asked him what had happened. Then I sent a couple of people to take him back to the campsite, where they can get some calories into him before they head down off the mountain. We're going into the cave. I have to know what happened to Shelby Everly. Blissett Journal 2/2. We saw Shelby walking through the forest. She wouldn't stop when she called to her. Me and Herc kept up with her, but only just. She moves fast. We realized she was heading for the cave. Me and Herc caught up to her just before she got there. I grabbed her, but she threw me off and kneed me in the balls. Damn, she's stronger than she looks. I swear that woman must be made of oak. Herc came up behind her. That's when I realized she'd got the gun off me. She shot him twice in the stomach. He folded over and hit the ground face first. I couldn't move. She told me not to follow her, and walked into the cave. I couldn't even say anything. I was just numb. I could see Herc still breathing, but I knew he was going to die. There was so much blood. No way a man can live with it draining out of him like that. I don't know what to do, so I just stayed there with him. I knew I was supposed to talk to him, make him know he wasn't alone. But what was I supposed to say? I just sat there in silence until he wasn't breathing anymore. I didn't see Shelby again. Either the tunnel leads somewhere, or she's still in there. I got these seeds embedded in my forearms, little green spores which are sending out roots under my skin. They're starting to divide and grow in there. I think they're on my back, too. Journal log, 5/5. Me and 2 volunteers went into the tunnel with flashlights. The walls were entwined tree branches, hung with that weird pale fruit. The air was thick with the scent of the white flowers everywhere, and we had to breathe slowly to keep from choking on it. The floor was layers of decomposing plant matter, so deep it was a struggle to walk through. Shelby Everley had left deep footprints in the mulch. It wasn't hard to follow her, even when the tunnel forked. We tied the tags we used to mark evidence, and trails around the branches to show the way back. The smell and the pollen made our eyes water, and our noses turn. Then we found her. I knew it was her from the remains of the orange windbreaker that hung in tatters around her waist. She was with her back to the wall, her arms and legs embedded in it, wrapped around with leafy vines. Her head was pulled back, and wisps of her hair stuck out from under the foliage. Her face was mostly gone, replaced with a stretched and veined skin. Her mouth was open and her tongue was swollen purple-blue, like an exotic fruit had been forced down her throat. Her torso was deformed by huge translucent growths, fluid-filled sacs of stretched membrane. Inside them I could see the embryos of the things growing inside her. I recognized a deer fetus wrapped in tentacles, something feline, maybe a mountain lion, with a mouth that ran all the way along its flank, full of misshapen fangs. A bundle of feathered things tangled up with one another, rolling and pulsing in the slime. Dozens of smaller ones, too tiny to make out any details, all of them wriggling like tadpoles. I had the other 2 stay back from the body. They didn't need to see it up close. I shone my flashlight down the tunnel and saw more bodies, a lot older. One I guessed was a bear from the bones, and pieces of fur that still clung to it. Others were just a couple of moldy bones hanging from the wall. Maybe some were human. I couldn't see enough to be sure. This is where the abnormal creatures came from. The bear and the deer the hikers had seen. The mosquitoes and the caterpillars in the trees outside. God knows what else. I didn't know what to do with Shelby Everley, so I left the body there. Whether she was alive or not, she was gone. I had the volunteers follow me out and head for the campsite. I didn't care about how I was supposed to report all this, or who I might have to explain it to. I just wanted to get off that mountain. The smell of the tunnel, sickly sweet flowers mixed with the rot, clung to me all the way down. It still hasn't quite washed off. I'm not looking forward to tying all this up. I had to leave Herc's body up there, which is going to take a whole bunch more explaining. Whatever I come up with, it'll have to keep anyone else from trying to find the high forest and the tunnel into its heart. I'll come up with something later. For now, I'm just grateful I got off that mountain. That's more than can be said for 2 out of the 3 hikers, and from what I heard, the 3rd isn't looking too hot. Commentary: Dr. Galio. Gallatin Journals, Classified 5/Serapis. Brian Hercom and Michelle Everley were reported missing in the Morning Cloak Mountains, and in spite of a thorough ground and air search, they were never found. They are believed to have perished in an accident or fallen victim to an animal attack after becoming separated from the 3rd hiker, Roman Blissett. That's the report filed by Gerald McCaffrey. Families were informed and statistics adjusted. No follow-up searches were made, and the County Search and Rescue Service managed to keep the matter from being passed up to the state level. It stayed a secret known only to the handful of volunteers who went up the mountain, and known in full only to McCaffrey himself. It was a risk writing down what he had seen, but I think he knew he had to make the truth available for someone who knew where to look. Someone like the Foundation. The anomalous incident surrounding the search for the missing hikers has elements in common with the loss of Mobile Task Force Iota-28 in their encounter with SCP-6881. They include rapid and deviant growth of plants and animals, and anomalous flora and fauna indigenous to the area. SCP-6881 has been influencing the area around Shibbett's Vale for decades. and given the density of the growth described by McCaffrey's testimony, probably for a lot longer beforehand. The 1992 incident has been added to the body of knowledge collated under Project Serapis. I'm almost done with this one. There's just one thing I need to tie up. Item number SCP-6821-EX. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-8921-EX is to be kept in a standard humanoid holding cell, with the addition of a self-contained air purification and recycling system, with filters fine enough to catch the biological particles given off by SCP-8921-EX. These filters are to be regularly changed and cleaned. All contact with SCP-8921-EX and its cell is to be conducted under Level 4 biological hazard protocols, including protective gear, decontamination, isolated air supplies for all personnel, and compartmentalization of areas and utensils. Biological material shed by SCP-8921-EX is to be gathered and burned, all under the same Level 4 biological hazard protocols. Description: SCP-8921-EX is a humanoid formerly known as Roman Blisset. Chronologically, it is 63 years old, but the normal aging process of a human male has not taken place for over 30 years. SCP-8921-EX appears human from the hips down, albeit with pallid skin, riddled with prominent greenish veins. The rest of its body is disfigured, with plant-like fibrous growths, forming bifurcating branches that push up from beneath the skin. So extensive are these growths that few vestiges of the original human form are left. SCP-8921-EX sprouts leaves and flowers, which then wither and drop away, on a 12-month cycle. Experiments with light deprivation suggest a lack of light causes its new growth to be stunted, but not to stop entirely. During this process, SCP-8921-EX sheds spores, which can latch onto and, through a mechanism not yet understood, burrow in the living skin. Experiments with lab animals and limited tests on D-Class personnel show these spores can take root and germinate in a host body's skin, creating plant-like growths similar to those on SCP-8921-EX. These spores have very high potential for infesting Foundation personnel and other SCPs, and are the reason SCP-8921-EX must be kept isolated with a contained air and water supply. SCP-8921-EX was first contained when it was reported to local police wandering the border between Montana and Wyoming, where it had become the subject of an urban legend concerning the so-called Green Man. It was captured and contained at site without incident, and was able to converse with interviewers, using the name Roman Blisset, and maintaining it was a hiker that had become lost and become infected with spores from anomalous fauna. The infection caused a deterioration in cognition, and so it was unable to specify where this infection had occurred. It was gradually rendered non-verbal by plant growths on its jaw, and could only communicate by writing. Its deterioration, both cognitively and physically, meant it lost the ability to do this approximately 5 years into its containment. The last legible word it wrote was, "Please." Following an O5 directive, SCP-8921-EX is in the process of being reclassified as SCP-6881-1. This is Agent Hector Gallio. The following information is classified Level 5 under Project Serapis. O5 eyes only. In 1986, a series of murders occurred in Camp Apisawa, a children's summer camp, where a group in their late teens were staying during the off-season. 5 of them went missing, with 4 bodies found. The killer was never found, and the case has been cold for more than 30 years. Aside from the bodies recovered, there was very little evidence and no significant leads. Police suspect the killer was a drifter or hunter who left the area immediately afterwards, but by their own admission, this is purely speculation. That is the official story. In truth, there is a great deal of evidence, but it has never been made known to the public, so it could be used to rule out dead leads and false confessions. This additional evidence was found in a canvas duffel bag by a hunter in the summer of 1987 and handed in to the police. It contained several VHS tapes, with recordings taken from a handheld video camera, depicting the series of murders. I found out about the recordings when researching the incidents around the Shivetz Vale area inevitably brought me to the 1986 murders. I used Foundation protocols to compel the state police to make digital recordings of the tapes available to me. Camp Apisawa tapes, classified 5/Serapis. Video logs, date August 16, 1986. Note: portions of the transcript, highlighted in green, are descriptions by Dr. Galio. Preamble: the 5 people visiting Camp Apisawa were Mark Tucker, known as Turtle, Eddie Van Wyzen, Rebecca Valenti, Olivia Radsek, and Rock McCrae. All were from the city of Billings, Montana, and had graduated from the same high school that summer. All 5 can be recognized on the tapes, along with Eddie Van Wysen's pickup truck. Begin log. The first tape opens with a brief scene taken at the side of a highway. Eddie Van Wysen's truck is shown parked. Mark Tucker and Rock McCrae emerge from behind trees, smiling and laughing. Some conversation has taken place, but the words are indistinct. Rebecca Valenti and Olivia Radsek are glimpsed in the truck. The scene appears to be filmed by Eddie Van Wysen using a VHS camcorder, while testing out the camera. The scene cuts out after about 20 seconds. The second scene is at Camp Apisawa, and takes place in the evening. The 4 youths, minus Eddie Van Wysen, are standing by the truck, which is parked in front of the camp's mess hut. Eddie appears to be holding the camera. Like the rest of the buildings, the mess hut is made out of wood and appears dilapidated. Oh my god, Eddie, you're gonna make us do this? Come on, we need a record of this historic occasion. Last road trip of the high school era. Up first we have my girl, the ravishing Becky. Hi. Don't let her fool you, she loves the camera. We also have Rocky. What's up? A touch of class from Olivia. Hi there, whoever's watching this. And lastly, my bud Turtle. And oh boy, I can't wait to have a tick stuck to my ass. Wow, you're already complaining. Wouldn't be the first time something's been in your ass. You know, Eddie, that's pretty good for you. You should be proud. Well done for trying. Are any of these cabins even, livable? It's only one night. We can rough it. I'm gonna find somewhere to sleep. It better not be full of bugs. Looks like this place is pretty closed up. Are we gonna have to break in? You averse to a little B&E, Olivia? Not if it's that or sleep in the dirt. Then let's go commit some crimes then. The next scene is filmed in one of the cabins. Night has fallen, and the cabin is lit by a flashlight on a windowsill, suggesting the camp's buildings do not have power. Rebecca Valenti is standing by one of the beds, unbuttoning her shirt. She notices the camera and turns to it angrily. Eddie, what the hell? Don't stop on my account. Okay, some ground rules. That thing switched off when we're alone, okay? Don't sweat it, babe. I just want a souvenir. I'm serious, Eddie. If my goodies show up on tape, I'll kill you. Sure you don't want to give us a little dance? Eddie Van Wysen begins singing what approximates a rendition of the tune The Stripper by David Rhodes. Rebecca Valenti throws a pillow at the camera, which is quickly switched off. The next scene is shot from some distance away, and shows Mark Tucker and Rock McCrae sitting outside one of the cabins, in the light of a battery-operated lantern, smoking. As with many of the scenes on the recovered tapes, the dialogue had to be enhanced before it could be easily understood. You ever been to this place we're headed? No. Eddie says his uncle owns it. Big hunting lodge north of here. Supposed to have a hot tub. Great. You don't sound so enthusiastic. Just wish it was closer. I didn't expect to have to overnight in a kid's summer camp. Always hated the idea of these places. You never went to summer camp? Are you crazy? I spend a school year trying to avoid everyone else. Why would I spend summer sleeping in the same cabin as them? You're spending the summer with us, only because Eddie's got weed. Not because of Olivia? She said anything, about me? No. I'm smart, she's smart. It would work out. You get girls, right? You know, all the smooth, cool guy stuff. You got any pointers? Try not to freak her out. If you want to go for it, go for it. Just don't get creepy. I'm not creepy! Glad to hear it, dude. Rock McCrae puts out a cigarette. I'm gonna turn in. Sure, keep an eye out for the little girls. Who? Those girls who went missing from here. You don't remember that? It was on the news a few years ago. I never watched the news. Life's tough enough without worrying about the rest of the world. Rock McCrae leaves the shot. Mark Tucker continues smoking for approximately 4 minutes, before putting out a cigarette and walking away from the cabin. What follows is mostly in darkness, but with some digital enhancement, the images are rendered visible. The camera follows him as he walks towards a large tree at the edges of the campsite, and begins to urinate against it. The camera operator walks towards Mark, and in their free hand can be seen a short flagpole with a pennant that reads, Camp Apisawa. The end of the pole is sharpened, though it can be driven into the ground. The camera's inbuilt light switches on, illuminating Mark Tucker, who turns around and winces in the bright light. Who's there? Eddie? The camera operator rams the end of the flagpole into Mark Tucker's mouth, with enough force to push the point out through the back of his skull. Tucker falls over backwards, and the flagpole is embedded in the ground, so it sticks straight up from his mouth. He spasms and coughs up blood. The camera operator turns off the camcorder's light, and the scene ends. The scene changes to a point of view, looking in through a window of the mess hall, the largest of the summer camp's wooden buildings. Another battery-operated lantern is hung up, providing partial illumination. A banner still hangs against one wall reading, Camp Apisawa Jamboree, 86. Through a serving window, Eddie Van Wysen can be seen rooting around the kitchen, while Rock McCrae unrolls a sleeping bag on the floor, and Rebecca Valenti sits on the serving counter. Hey, I found something. Great, can we finally go to bed now? We gotta eat, babe. Plus it's free, check it out. A can of beans. A can of free beans! Okay, now do any of the oven ranges work? Rock, you guys were friends a long time, right? Sure. He always an idiot? Pretty much. Real hostile, babe. We gotta foster our self-worth, remember? According to those bullshit books your mom reads, her self-worth seems just fine to me. I'm not surprised. Your mom is pretty hot. Whoa, technical foul, dude. Neutral zone infringement. Olivia Radsek screams from outside. Was that Olivia? Olivia Radsek bursts into the mess hall from outside. Oh my god, Olivia, what happened? It's Turtle! What did that asshole do? He's dead! Holy shit! Where? The edge of the camp, past where you guys were smoking. Someone stabbed him, I guess. Someone? Who? There's no one else here. The place is abandoned. Eddie, did you see anyone out there? Me? No. I saw you walking around with that camcorder. Not me, I left it in the cabin. Okay, I gotta go see this. You guys stay there. I'll go. I'll get my gun from the truck. You brought your gun? Yeah, in case we needed it. And now we do. Okay, I'll come with. Stay here. Look after the girls. We're not kids, Eddie. No, it's okay. I'd rather you stay, Rock. Be careful, Eddie. I'll be fine. I'm all state, remember? At wrestling, this guy isn't going to invite you to throw down the mat. Trust me, babe. I'll be right back. Eddie Van Wysen leaves the mess hall. I can't believe Turtle's dead. He was a dick, but, you know. Olivia, it's going to be okay. Okay? Rock, this is the opposite of okay. Someone got killed. No, I mean, it's gonna be okay. What are you saying? We're friends, Olivia. We can trust each other, right? Of course. Did you kill Turtle? What the hell? No! Rock, come on. If he tried something and you fought back, it happens, you know. No one else saw it. No one else knows we're even here. We can choose how it goes down. No one even needs to know he's dead. We can say he was never even with us, or that he went off on his own somewhere. I appreciate the concern, Rock, but no, I didn't kill Turtle. I think Eddie did. Eddie? Olivia, don't tell me you're starting this bullshit too. I saw him out there with that video camera on his shoulder. He said it wasn't him, but I saw him. You sure? You saw his face? No, but it was definitely his camera. Then you don't know who you saw. I'm not waiting here to die with nothing to defend myself. There's gotta be a knife in the kitchen somewhere. Stay put, Becky. Eddie'll be back soon. Eddie got lost in his own house once. It's a big house. Rebecca Valenti walks into the kitchen and goes out of shot. I don't blame you for thinking it was me. I don't think you're that sort of person, Olivia. It's just things happen, and Turtle was into you. It's okay, I'm glad you're here though. I'm glad you're here as well. Wish it was better circumstances. When we get out of this and whatever happens happens, maybe we can start again, go on another road trip, just us two. I'd like that. My mother always said, Marion, there's no situation so bad you can't take some good out of it. Marion? That's my name. You didn't think I was really called Rock, did you? My dad named me Marion Morrison McCrae, after John Wayne's real name. He was kind of a fan. I don't think you followed him in those footsteps. No, little lady, I did not. After he split, my mom didn't mind me using a different name. Rock got beaten up a lot less than Marion did. I wish my dad would split. There a story there? I'll tell you later. Hey Becky, where you got to? The camera's point of view now moves from the window through which it had been watching the inside of the mess hall, and pans across the campsite to where Eddie Van Wysen is standing, near the body of Mark Tucker. Hey, she's right. Turtle's here. He's dead. You guys stay put. I'm gonna get my gun and bring the truck around. The camera follows Eddie Van Wysen as he walks to his pickup truck. The camera operator walks towards Van Wysen, who opens the truck door and rubbages through the glove compartment before taking out a revolver. In the camera operator's free hand can be seen a rubber mallet of the kind used to drive in tent pins. This son of a bitch better not mess with Eddie. I'll put a bullet in his head. Yeah, if he's lucky. Maybe I'll shoot him in the gut. The camera operator switches on the camcorder's inbuilt light. Eddie Van Wysen spins around, dazzled by the light. Who the hell? The camera operator strikes Van Wysen in the forehead with the mallet. Van Wysen falls to the ground, senseless, and drops the gun. The scene then cuts out for an unknown period. When the camera turns back on, it has been placed on the ground and shows Eddie Van Wysen lying spread-eagled on the hood of his pickup truck. A figure is using the mallet to hammer tent pegs through the sleeves of Eddie's t-shirt and the belt loops and hems of his jeans, pinning him to the hood. The scene is lit by a flashlight on the ground, in a position that renders the figure in silhouette and prevents identification. Eddie begins to stir as the figure turns on the truck's engine. They then wedge a stick between the edge of the driver's seat and the gas pedal, forcing the pedal down and causing the truck to accelerate away. The figure picks up the camera and keeps the truck in frame. What the hell? Oh god! Oh god! The truck, with Eddie still pinned to the hood, drives towards a jetty on Lake Apisawa a short distance from the campsite. Eddie struggles to escape, but is unable to break his bonds before the truck dives off the end of the jetty and into the lake at high speed. There is a loud splash as the truck lands in the lake. The truck sinks instantly. The camera operator turns off the light and picks up the camera. The view pans back to show the summer camp buildings and the pre-dawn light on the horizon. Rock McCrae walks out of the mess hall. Eddie, you out there? We heard the truck starting up. You bailed on us, pal? As Rock McCrae searches for Eddie in the truck, the camera operator returns to the mess hall and looks in through another window. Olivia Radzek is in the dining area, and Rebecca Valenti looks through from the window into the kitchen. She has a large meat cleaver in her hand. I guess this could do some damage. You ever had to use anything like this? No. You? No, not a knife. Here, take this one. I'll try to find another. Don't be long. The camera operator pans down to the ground outside the mess hall window, where a large metal gas cylinder can just be seen. This is consistent with the cylinders of compressed air used by camp staff to inflate inner tubes for use on Lake Apisawa. The operator looks back through the window and uses the cylinder to smash the glass. Becky? Becky, I heard something. Someone broke the window. The camera operator walks around to the door, into the mess hall and enters. They approach Olivia Radzek from behind. In their free hand can be seen the nozzle of the hose attached to the gas cylinder. Olivia approaches the broken window with the meat cleaver held in front of her. The camera operator reaches her and stabs her in the side of the neck with the nozzle. The camera operator turns the valve on the cylinder. They keep Olivia in shot as they back away through the door. Olivia's head swells unnaturally and bursts in a shower of blood and brain. Rebecca Valenti runs into the mess hall with a kitchen knife in her hand. "Olivia? Oh God. Olivia!" The camera operator walks back around to the broken window, where they once again resume filming the inside of the mess hall. Rebecca Valenti stands horrified over the headless body of Olivia Radzek. Blood and brain matter covers the floor in a wide radius around the body. "Not you. Not Olivia, too." Rock McCrae enters the mess hall through the doorway. He has Eddie's revolver in his hand. "Becky, I think Eddie drove off without us. I found his gun, though. I think we should… Oh, Jesus Christ. I was just gone for a moment. Just a few seconds. Olivia. It's just us two now. We have to go, Becky. Now. Just head for the road. There's a town not too far from here. We keep walking till we hit it." "It was you." "What?" "You were out there with Turtle. Then Eddie went out. And you went out. And Eddie didn't come back. And now Olivia's dead, and a second later you show up. Becky, this shit is as crazy as it gets. But we can't go crazy too. Why did you do it? I thought you liked Olivia. And why Eddie and Turtle? They never did anything to you." "It's okay, Becky. Give me the knife. We can still get out of this." "Was it to get me all to yourself?" "No, they were my friends. I wouldn't hurt them." "You were always weird. Always on the outside. I never knew why you hung out with us. Now I know. How long were you planning this? Please, Becky. I don't know who's doing this, but it's not me. Just drop the knife and come with me. I'll get you out of here, I promise. Now come on, we can." Rebecca Valenti lunges at Rock McCrae with the knife, and catches him on the right shoulder. He drops the gun to the floor and stumbles against the wall. Rebecca Valenti picks up the revolver. "Becky. Becky, it's okay, you're scared. We're both scared, but we can still…" Rebecca Valenti shoots Rock McCrae at close range in the chest. McCrae slumps to the floor. His mouth moves, but he is unable to speak. For the next several minutes, Rebecca Valenti stares at Rock with the gun in her hand. There in this time, Rock stops moving. "Hi, Becky." Rebecca Valenti screams and fires the gun at the camera operator, and presumably misses. The operator leaves their vantage point at the window. The camera is turned off. When it is switched on again, it is showing the inside of a small utility shed, lit by a flashlight on a tool bench. Standing at the table is a shirtless male figure, slender but muscular, with skin covered in dirt and scratches, and hair in long, matted locks. He places a gasoline-powered chainsaw on the table, removes the fuel cap, and fills it from a gas can. He turns on the chainsaw and turns off the camcorder. When the camcorder begins recording again, it is showing an indistinct view of the woods around the summer camp, as the operator runs through the trees. The buzzing of the chainsaw and the heavy breathing of the camera operator can be heard as he runs. It is difficult to make out any details among the blurry foliage, except for occasional glimpses of Rebecca Valenti as she flees through the forest. Twice she pauses to fire at her pursuer with the revolver, but misses both times. This continues for approximately 11 minutes before a large building, identified as an abandoned sawmill, can be seen through the forest. Rebecca Valenti runs into the building, still pursued by the camera operator. She fires twice from the doorway, but again appears to miss. The camera operator runs at her brandishing the chainsaw and enters the doorway. The dark interior is overrun by forest plants, and part of the roof is missing. The camera pans across the inside of the sawmill as the operator looks for Rebecca Valenti. A soiled mattress and a heap of clothes suggest someone has been living in the structure. Among the belongings is a duffel bag consistent with the one in which the VHS tapes were later found. Rebecca Valenti jumps out from behind a stack of lumber and fires once. The operator pans to the right to show a chunk of wood missing from the doorframe where her shot has gone wide. "It is Becky, right? Can I call you that? Who the hell are you?" The chainsaw revs down and shuts off. No, we don't have to do that anymore. You're 6 shooters out of bullets. We can talk like civilized people now." "Civilized? Course. I'm not civilized. Not really. I left that behind a long time ago. What year is it? 78? 9? 1986. Huh. Time flies. You killed my friends. Yeah, I did. But this place wasn't for them. Folks don't understand what Shibbett's Vale is. Why don't you tell me? Sure, it's why I brought you here. Sorry I had to chase you all the way, but I don't think you would come if I just asked nice. The camera is placed on the lumber pile, facing a wooden table, on which are arranged numerous items. These include dozens of metal and stone arrowheads, musical instruments and weapons carved out of bone, and a sculpture composed of around a dozen human skulls, bound together with twine. The male figure enters shot, and its face can be seen for the first time. It is thin and pockmarked. His age is impossible to ascertain. He puts down the chainsaw, then picks up a stone tablet from the table on which inscribed images can just be seen. Long time ago, a bunch of us came out here to get back to nature, and we found her. She's beneath us in this place. Not just the Earth Mother, or any of that flower power stuff. I mean the real thing. A goddess, sleeping in the ground. Our leader said she spoke to her. Thing is, we didn't understand what she really was. We acted like she was a faucet we could turn off and on and drink enlightenment and power whenever we wanted. Our leader made it about him. About us, not about her. So, she made them all destroy themselves. Me, she spared. Took me a long time to figure out why. This stuff is from the people that used to live here. Not the Crow tribe. They stayed away from Shibbett's Vale. There were others. They wrote about her, see? They carved their stories into these tablets. Made images of her. Sang songs about her. But they must have made it about themselves too, because they ain't here no more either. She let me live because we have to lose everything. We came through that. We survived. We understand what's really important. It's not me, not you, not our church or the tribe that made these. It's her. She's your god? Were my friends a sacrifice? No, she's a goddess of life, not death. No, I had to make you like I am, a survivor. Whichever one of you survived, they were the ones who could understand. It's you, Becky. You can understand. Then teach me. I'm so glad you said that. The goddess told the tribe where she came from. She was running away from something and reached Shibbett's Vale. She was exhausted by then, and she made a cocoon around herself to sleep. Her dreams changed the living things around. When people came here, she spoke to them, changed them too. She was looking for people to serve her, to be at her side when she wasn't tired anymore, and she could wake up. Most people were no good though. They couldn't understand. She kept looking. I think I do understand. You do? You do? As the figure searches through the artifacts again, he turns his back to Rebecca Valenti, who shoots him. The bullet hits in the center of his back, and he collapses to the floor. I understand this gun isn't a 6-shooter. It's a Black Hawk new Model 327. It holds 8 rounds, not 6. Eddie liked to talk to me about guns. I guess some of it sunk in. No, you were the one. You were the survivor. You were supposed to be her handmaiden. Eddie also told me, if you want to be sure, put a second shot in the head. Rebecca Valenti shoots the figure in the head at close range. The shot is instantly fatal. She stares at the body for around 3 minutes, then walks up to the table and puts the gun down on it. She picks up one of the stone tablets and begins examining it. The camera switches off, its battery evidently having run flat. End log. Commentary: Dr. Galio. Camp Apisawa tapes. Classified 5/Serapis. Billings police investigating the disappearance of the 5 teenagers tracked their road trip to Scarslow and the Shibbett's Vale area, where they searched the summer camp and found the bodies of Mark Tucker, Olivia Radsek, and Rock McCrae. Eddie Van Weissen's body was not recovered, but it is presumably still pinned beneath the wrecked pickup truck MTF Iota 28 discovered during the partial draining of Lake Apisawa. While searching for the teenagers, who were still missing, police found the body of a man between 30 and 50 years of age. He was borderline malnourished and had several new and healed minor injuries. His condition suggested he had been living rough in the abandoned sawmill for some time. The police found the small collection of objects he had amassed, though not the carved tablets visible in the recordings. The camcorder itself was also absent. The dead man's identity was never established, in spite of his fingerprints being taken and his DNA being run through law enforcement databases once the technology became available in later decades. Along with the tapes of the events at Camp Apisawa, the presence of an unidentified body was never revealed to the public. No sign of Rebecca Valenti has ever been found. This concludes my research into the events of Shibbett's Vale and Camp Apisawa in 1986. The true nature of the anomaly at Shibbett's Vale continues to be obscure, but there is now a reference to a goddess beneath the ground. Whether this entity is SCP-6881 or another anomaly entirely is impossible to tell. All recovered information has been collated under Project Serapis. This information is classified Level 5/05-12 Eyes Only. Agent Hector Gallio, signing off. SCP-6881 Supplementary Document Echo. This is Agent Hector Gallio. The following information is classified Level 5 under Project Serapis. 05 Eyes Only. Continue research into the history of Shibbett's Vale at the foot of the Morning Cloak Mountains in southern Montana uncovered a significant event in 1981 that occurred on the nearby Lake Apisawa. In the autumn of that year, an event was organized for fans of the Big Sky Beauty series of historical romance novels by author Gwendolyn McCoy. These books were set in a fictional region of Montana, inspired by the Morning Cloak Mountains. And so the event was marketed to fans as the chance to see the world of the books in person. At the time of the event, the series consisted of 22 novels, and had a devoted readership who organized themselves via a mailing list. Members of this mailing list booked the Comfort Arms Inn, a hotel in the town of Scarslow, as the base for a 3-day event attended by Gwendolyn McCoy and a group of fans. Among the attendees were Loretta Persons, a 53-year-old woman from Kentucky, who had flown to Montana for the event. She recorded her activities in a journal, which was in the possession of the Scarslow police, and was acquired using Foundation protocols. Gwendolyn McCoy was a pen name for New York-based author Gabriella Zampori. She wrote of her experiences at the Scarslow event in preparation for a memoir that was never written. These notes were acquired from her estate via data intrusion by C-Class computer security personnel. Parsons' journal and Zampori's notes were the core of the research into the 1981 event. While the events were publicly known and covered in the media, examination of the first-hand evidence suggests the Scarslow police covered up the potentially anomalous aspects. It is becoming apparent the Scarslow PD is consistently involved in covering up anomalies in Shibbett's Vale, though it is not yet certain if this was part of an ongoing conspiracy or a series of decisions made by individual police officers. In the experience of the Foundation, law enforcement frequently ignores or destroys evidence of anomalous events for reasons of convenience. The Scarslow PD seems a regular offender in this sense. McCoy Convention Journals, Classified 5/Serapis. 1992. Scarslow, Shibbett's Vale, Montana, USA. Persons concerned: Gabriella Zampori, female, 40. Writer from New York, under pen name Gwendolyn McCoy. Loretta Parsons, female, 50s. Housewife and romance novel fan. Materials: Journal transcripts, written. Parsons' Journal, 1/4. The Journal of Loretta Parsons. Arrived at Scarslow this morning. Met a few of us girls at the airport in Billings, and we all took the bus together. It's so wonderful to talk with other fans. I only know them through the letters that get published in the mailing list. We all talked about our favorite characters, and what we hoped could happen in the next books. Of course, I love Connie the schoolmistress most of all. She's so wholesome, and I just hope she finds a nice man to settle down with. I'll ask Gwendolyn if she can give Connie a happy ending. Scarslow is, well, I'll say it's quaint, old-fashioned. Maybe that's being kind, but I'm sure the countryside around it is much prettier. The people at the Comfort Arms Inn were very pleasant and have set aside the restaurant for the meet and greet tomorrow. I can't wait. My shoulders bruised from carrying my bag with all the books for her to sign. There were 4 little girls in the lobby when I went up. There weren't any grown-ups with them. I don't know why that struck me as strange, but it did. I freshened up in my room and ate with the other ladies. I was surprised that not all of them like Connie as much as I do. Some of them insist that Margaret the Frontier Wife, or even Betsy the Fallen Woman, is the best character. Well, I didn't want to get into anything, but Connie's journey is the real heart of the series. Still, it was all very civilized. They had breadsticks. Tomorrow is the meet and greet. After reading her books for so long, I feel like I really know Gwendolyn, and her characters are my family. I bet it'll be like seeing a long-lost friend. Zampori Notes, 1/4. The notes of Gabriella Zampori. God, this place is a hole. I knew it can't all be wood cabins and rosy cheeks, but Jesus, couldn't the mailing list people find somewhere a bit more upmarket? There's no decent restaurants. The hotel barely scrapes half a star, and the townspeople look like they're on heroin, though I can't blame them. I got the organizers to pay for Anton to come with me. Thank God. One should never undergo a place like Scarslow without a personal assistant. I sent him out to find a coffee place or a wine bar where I can hide from the bands if it all gets too exhausting, though I don't hold out much hope. I insisted the hotel staff take me in through the kitchen door, so I don't get buttonholed by a horde of readers on my way to my room. Thankfully it worked, though I caught a glimpse of some of them in the restaurant. They looked like piles of cream cheese poured into floral print dresses. You could have wrapped the varicose veins around the world. Still, can't laugh at them too hard. They're the people paying my rent. It used to be, for events like this, I'd put on my Gwendolyn mask. The accent, the gosh darn homespun wisdom, school-marm glasses, the whole bit. These days I just don't have the energy. They're gonna have to take me as I am. I'll still use the name, though. No need to shatter that particular illusion. Anton hauled the box of Siren of the Morning Cloaks into the function room. It's 2 months before it comes out. The publishers only gave me 20 or so copies, so the old dears will be tearing each other's liver spots off to get one. Should be fun to watch. It's kind of trash, but I only had 3 months to get the thing from outline to first draft, and they'll eat it up like Valium, as long as they have a pretty girl and some nice scenery on the cover, and Gwendolyn's name on the spine. Once I get a nest egg tucked away from the royalties, I'll kill the whole thing off and start something I can be proud of. I was proud of Big Sky Beauty at first, of course. The first 3 are good, but now, I'm just treading water until I can escape this damn place. Funny thing, I'd never been to Montana before, but even before I got here, I couldn't wait to leave. Parsons Journal, 2/4. Today was the day. The chance to meet Gwendolyn McCoy. I had to be patient, though. In the morning we went on an excursion to the reservation. The ones in the books were Shoshone, while these were Crow, but I guess it's all mostly the same. I thought it would be a little bit more traditional. A lot of the men still wear their hair long, and there was a historical center with a gift store, and a totem pole, but the rest looked the same as back in Scarslow. I asked the man at the little museum where the wigwams and so were, and he said they lived in regular houses now. Tell the truth, he was a little bit snippy. You'd think they'd lay on something for the people who come all the way to see them. The historical center was kinda interesting. There's a recreation of a big wooden lodge, with feather headdresses and tomahawks and so on hanging on the walls. Lots of pottery and arrowheads. There was an old Indian man there who was replacing one of the exhibits, and I got to talking to him. I said I had read so much said among the Morning Cloaks that I felt I knew the place already. And he said the Crow didn't live near the mountains. The reservation grounds was as close as they ever got. He said the Crow didn't really come over to Shibbett's Vale. It, alongside much of the Yellowstone area, was considered neutral land between nearby tribes. But in the late 1800s, settlers first moved into the area. They kept to themselves. Then at some point, Things got bad and they got sick or something. At some point, they resorted to coming down to the valley and trying to steal from other settlers, or the nearby tribes, but they always avoided the Crow tribe. He wasn't really sure why. It's not at all like the stories I see on TV, or read in the books. I asked if these other 6 settlers left anything behind. He said they didn't know the area well, so the things they did build all rotted and fell apart. They weren't great builders, but there were a couple of things the museum didn't show to the public. One was a thing made of skulls and twigs, and he said it was an image of the god they believed in. But it wasn't the Christian god most white folk believed in. I think it was shaped kinda like a woman, but it was hard to tell. The other thing was a roll of tree bark this other tribe used to write on. I was surprised it hadn't just crumbled to dust. The museum kept it in a glass case out back of the lodge. It showed this lady being hunted by men with swords, and swimming across a river, or maybe the sea, then lying down in the earth, and the Indians coming to live where she lay. The old man said the pictures at the end were the dreams the strange tribe had about her. But honestly, it was so strange and jumbled up, it could have been anything. The guy at the front desk came and talked to the old guy in her language, and of course I didn't know what was said, but I think she wasn't happy at all. He said to excuse him because he had to go see to some maintenance elsewhere on the reservation, and I thanked him for showing me such interesting things, even if I didn't really understand it. The front desk man apologized, and I said not at all. It was quite fascinating, especially about the Morning Cloak Mountains and the strange tribe there, and he seemed a little alarmed. I felt kinda awkward about it all, so I bought a dream catcher from the gift shop and left. Zampori notes, 2/4. Last night's book signing went as well as expected. They queued up and withered away, and told me how much my work meant to them. I told them they were welcome and how much it meant to hear how reading Big Sky Beauty had got them through this bereavement or that divorce. They all have their favorites, I've noticed. One lady even liked Connie the schoolmistress. I can't even remember if Connie is still alive. Did she get run over by the stagecoach, or was that Sally Ann, the prospector's daughter? I should have kept better notes. There were 4 little girls there too. They had a copy of Siren of the Morning Cloaks between them. Pocket money, I guess. They couldn't have been older than 11 or 12. I was surprised, because the books get a little racy sometimes. Plenty of blouses getting ripped, and heaving bosoms over the years. Still, I guess if they're reading, they're not off scoring reefer or getting pregnant, or whatever kids do these days. They asked me about bears. There were bears in the mountains, they said. I said yes. One of them attacked Jebediah the Trapper in Desperado Trail. They told me bears hibernate, and I said I knew. They wake up sometimes, they told me. Sometimes even when they're asleep. They have to wake up to feed. I don't know. Kids are strange. One of the reasons I never had one. Parsons Journal, 3/4. Then we went back to the hotel in time for afternoon drinks, and then meet and greet. I finally got to meet Gwendolyn McCoy. I guess she was still tired from her flight. I mean, she was very nice, but not at all what I expected. She sounded like she was from New York. She said hi to everybody, and thank you for coming, and how much it meant that we loved her book so much. Then the little man who accompanied her opened a box with a new book, and we all queued up to buy it, of course, then lined up to get it signed. I had all the other books with me. So did a lot of the other ladies. I thought I saw her baseball when she saw the first one breaking out all 21 books. Well, 22 now, from her luggage, but maybe I was mistaken. She talked and answered questions while she signed all those books, and the little man brought her bottled water and cups of coffee from the hotel bar. Of course, when it was my turn, I talked about Connie, and whether she would find love. She said every character has their own journey, and some don't even have it planned out yet. She has to wait for the characters to tell her where the journey should take them. Connie isn't in the new book, but plenty of characters have gone away and come back again, so I wasn't worried. It was such a busy day I turned in after dinner. We were all excited about the new book. I couldn't help but read a couple of chapters of Siren of the Morning Cloaks before I fell asleep. It has that feeling I love, the reassurance of something familiar, something predictable. It looks like Betsy the Fallen Woman is the lead character, which I admit isn't my favorite, but the rest is all there. The big sky, the quaint little town, the mountains, the meaningful looks and longing sighs. It all seems so comforting when you know what's going to happen. Zampori notes, 3/4. This morning I could happily have stayed in bed. Signing is always exhausting. Still, I had the faintest reminder of why I started writing. These people really love what I write, and if it brings them happiness, why shouldn't they read my books, and talk about which frontier widow should end up with which rugged cowboy, and drag themselves halfway across the country to meet the author? I felt bad about making fun of them. They're just trying to be happy like everyone else. We sold out of Siren in the Morning cloaks, and after I perked up with some coffee, I mentioned we should do something to celebrate. Anton suggested we join the ladies on an excursion to Shibbett's Vale, and I actually said yes, although on the condition he drove me, rather than me taking the tour bus they hired. I'm not feeling quite that generous of spirit. The countryside here isn't what I imagined. I'd seen plenty of photographs back when I still did research, but they didn't capture the Morning Cloak Mountains, or the forest around Shibbett's Vale. And if I'd seen them firsthand, I couldn't have written about them, not while making it all sound cozy and wholesome. The beauty here isn't of an unspoiled and verdant America. It's something less welcoming. The trees crowd up against the mountains like waves crashing against rocks. The land rears up and folds around the roads and pathways like it's only yielding to us grudgingly. I wish I was good enough to encompass the feeling of it. Beautiful, threatening, unknowable, like a wild animal. It made me wish I'd set Big Sky Beauty in a different part of the state, where it was more like a chocolate box and less like a different world entirely. The group had organized a nature trek starting at a summer camp there, Camp Apisawa. It'd seen better days, but the morning cloaks looming down above made even the tumble-down cabins look like they were full of stories. I didn't really feel like the nature walk, so I stayed at the campsite with Anton. Bless him. He'd brought a cooler of drinks and snacks. I watched the ladies toddle off into the forest, and it felt like Shibbett's Vale was swallowing them. I remembered the little girls at the signing, and the way bears sometimes wake up to feed. Just when I thought of them, there they were, those 4 girls. They were dressed the same, all cute in summer dresses. 3 were white and 1 was black. The youngest maybe 9 and the oldest 12, I'd guess. Anton was off trying to find a working faucet. He's better with kids than I am. The oldest one asked me if I wanted to see the forest. I explained that I was just fine where I was, and she said no, the real forest. Not the one all the ladies were headed. I don't know what happened next. I mean, I know, of course, I went with them. I held the oldest one's hand, and they led me into the trees. What I mean is, I don't know why. It just seemed the right thing to do, like it was always going to happen. They led me through the trees, where there was no trail. I kept stumbling over the roots and scratching my arms on the low branches. It was so close and dense I couldn't see the sky. It was like writhing through a warren of bark and pine needles. The girls giggled and laughed, skipping along, dragging me behind them. The trees were covered in moss, twisted and split, and looked thousands of years old. They came to an opening in the trees, where the branches met overhead and made it feel like a cave of dark green stone. Where the branches split from the trunks, there were bunches of fat white fruit, like swollen pears. Their flesh was pale and veiny. The oldest girl picked one and took a bite out of it. It was good, she said. The other girls picked one each too and started eating. The smell of the fruit made me dizzy, like a heavy, sweet perfume. Of course, I had to eat one. There was no question. It didn't even occur to me to hesitate. I can't even regret doing it, because it felt like I was a different person. If I was a better writer, I could describe what it was like to eat that fruit. The girl was telling the truth. It was good. It was more than good. It melted in my mouth and I melted with it. While my body stood there, my body dissolved into the earth. I felt the mountain and the lake as a part of me, and the roots of the thousands of trees like fingers raking right through me. I came apart, and I was remade far down below in the warm, damp earth. I didn't see what was down there, but I felt it. It was huge and alive. It was sleeping, but it was also aware. I had the impression of a huge cocoon, something protecting an immense power inside of it. When it spoke, it wasn't in words, but in thoughts it forced directly into my head. It told me it wanted me to stay with it and serve it. It was an honor, a new existence, a whole life beyond the understanding I had of the world. It was sacred. It was forever. I wanted to. Oh God, I wanted to so much. But you know what the stupid thing was? I'd have to stop writing. If I stayed there in Shibbett's Vale, serving whatever this thing was, I would never go back to my apartment and my office. I would never sit there typing until 3 in the morning trying to think of new ways to say how big the sky looked. I never understood how much writing meant to me until that moment, when I saw an eternal life ahead of me without it. The being showed me a world with lush beauty from one horizon to the next. Civilization had rotted away, and only purity was left. No more pain. No more hatred or fear. Just uncorrupted nature. Until the end of time. But it was too late. I was scared, and the fear didn't let go. I could feel myself rushing upwards, through the layers of the dirt and mulch, through the thousands of years that lay on this place, past the rocks and the tree, roots, the old bones. I was back with myself again, in the hollow in the forest. The girls were still there, but they weren't smiling. They just stared at me. I dropped the remains of the fruit into the dirt. They watched as I walked backwards, away from them. I was shivering and sweating, and there was a taste in my mouth, like it had been filled with gravel and mud. I ran away from them. 4 little girls, and they were suddenly scarier than a crazy guy on a subway. I tripped again and cut myself on the branches. Thank God I hadn't got turned around. I don't know how long it took, but I stumbled out from the trees back into the campsite. Anton was looking through the windows of the cabins, trying to find me. He ran up to me and said I'd been gone for more than 2 hours. He didn't know if I had gone on a damn nature walk after all, or if I'd gotten hurt somehow, or was in one of the buildings for whatever reason. I had to make up an excuse in a hurry, so I told him I was answering the call of nature behind a tree and got lost. He said the bathrooms were right by the camp's mess hall. I said something dumb about wanting to get into the spirit of the great outdoors for the first time in my life. He didn't buy it, but he knew not to push. The bathrooms had a mirror, and I looked like I had just survived a plane crash. I was a mess. The scratches were mostly on my arms, so I could cover them with a sweater I'd left in the car. I fixed my hair as best I could. I just looked exhausted, not traumatized or fleeing through the forest from God knows what. I sat not saying much until the ladies got back from their hike, gabbling about some butterfly they'd seen, or a deer that had looked at them. I was so grateful to see them. Aside from Anton, they were the only piece of normality from there to Billings. I talked with a couple of them before the coach driver said it was time to go. They all said they understood how Shibbett's Vale had inspired me so much. I didn't say I just read the name off a map at random, of course. But when I told them it had made emotions in me beyond just being a pretty stretch of country, it was true. It's as if actually seeing it justified setting my writing there. Like I'd been inspired retroactively somehow, and what I saw there had always been locked away in big sky beauty, waiting for me to decipher it. Stupid, I know, but it made a sort of magical sense. I kept a couple of sleeping pills in my purse, in case I really needed to knock myself out. I needed to that night. I took one as soon as we got back to the hotel, and thank God, I didn't remember my dreams. Parsons' Journal, 4/4. The nature walk was really pretty. It wasn't like the pictures on the book covers, though. I wasn't disappointed, it just felt different. It felt dangerous somehow. I thought if I strayed off the trail I might fall down a gorge, or be eaten by a mountain lion. Just me being silly, of course. We were all quiet on the trail, believe me. That's not like us at all. Once you get into the forest with the trees all closing in around you, it seems wrong to get too loud. There was a point where we reached the top of a ridge, where the ground dropped away suddenly, and I could see down the Shibbett's Vale and the lands around it. That was when I understood why Gwendolyn had set her books here. In that moment, it was as if the modern world had never happened. I could almost see the schoolhouse and the saloon, the sheriff's station, and the homesteads all over the far hills. I imagined I was Connie, seeing the valley that would be her new home for the first time, and all the years of romance and heartbreak that would follow. When we got back to the campsite, suddenly we were all talkative again. I was sorry to see Shibbett's Vale go when the bus pulled away. I wish I'd been born back then, when things were simple. The ladies wanted to find a nice place to eat, but I guess Scarlow isn't much of a dining-out kind of town. While we were discussing where to go at the hotel, I saw the little girls in the lobby again. They said they knew we were from out of town, and asked if we wanted to see the lake. Now the lake looked real pretty too, but I'd only seen it from a distance, so I said sure. They had this strange way about them, those girls, this odd kind of confidence. When I was a girl, and a grown-up talked to me, I would just stare at my shoes and say yes ma'am, no ma'am, but these were rather precocious. They told me there was a man in town who would hire out his boat to take us around the lake. I mentioned it to the other ladies, and they said it would just be the thing to cap off the last day of our trip. After all, we all remember when Rodrigo proposed to Martha on the lake in Homestead Hearts. I can't wait. Zampori notes, 4/4. I was hungover. I hadn't drunk anything the night before, but whatever was in that weird fruit had given me a mother and father of mornings after. Anton fetched me coffee and aspirin, which was all I could stomach for breakfast. The readers were off on another trip. This time it was boating on Lake Apisawa. Anton said I really should go, since it was the end of the event. It would give them a chance to say goodbye. I'd rather have just hightailed it to Billings, but that would be mean sitting around the airport for God knows how long, so I decided I might as well go along. I wasn't about to get on a boat in my state, but the fresh air might help. This time I took the coach. I forgot to get Anton to arrange a car. Thankfully I was sat next to the lady who loved Connie the schoolmistress, and she did all the talking for the two of us. I just had to listen as she told me all about her favorite scenes, how she thought she would have been born in frontier times, instead of now, how my books had given her something predictable and cozy when her husband got ill. It was strangely relaxing, just listening to it all pouring out of her. I looked up the names after it all. I think she was Lottie Parsons. I sat in the shade on the shore of the lake, while an old guy from Scarslow loaded 7 of the ladies onto his boat at the jetty the old summer camp used. The rest stayed on the shore for a picnic. The boat looked a little suspect, but it was a calm day, and Lake Apisawa isn't much bigger than a decent-sized pond, and I figured how dangerous could it be. When the boat pulled away from the jetty, I was more concerned with looking out for those 4 girls than I was watching my fans having a lake adventure. I'm not sure how long they were out there for when I heard Anton say it looked like the boat might be in trouble. He was right. It was pitching side to side, and the passengers were having to hold on. It was strange, because there was barely any wind, and most of the lake was calm. But the water around the lake was churning. I thought it was some kind of engine trouble, and that the boat would be stranded until another boat could come out and rescue them. Then the boat heaved all the way up out of the water. The prow was lifted up into the air, and the boat went near vertical. A couple of the passengers fell out. It slammed back down into the water, and the front went under for a moment, swamping it. People on the shore cried out. I could just make out the boat's owner trying to get the boat bailed out, but the water turned again, and the boat was pulled down by one side. I saw something underneath it, brown-gray muscle, shiny and wet, masses of it, scarred and blubbery like a whale's. A length of it rose up and curled up over the boat, wrapping around it. A tentacle. A tentacle as thick as a redwood trunk. It dragged the boat down under the water. The last I saw of it was the stern sticking straight up, and one of the passengers clambering onto it and holding onto the boat's engine. Then they were gone too, with the water boiling around them, and lengths of dark tentacles surging back under the surface. We all stood and stared. What were we supposed to do? Anton found a bone somewhere and called the police. He was the only one who wasn't completely paralyzed by what he'd seen. He told the cops on the phone the boat had gotten into trouble and gone down. He didn't mention anything else. Neither did we. Everyone who saw it agreed without saying it that we hadn't seen anything other than the boat go down. The cops talked to us, but it wasn't an interrogation or anything. The guy's boat was rickety. It had struck a hidden obstruction or the engine had blown. It took on water and went down faster than it could be bailed out. Simple. While we filed onto the bus back to Scarslow, I'm sure I saw those 4 girls watching from the edge of the woods. It wasn't a surprise to see them. They were a part of Shibbett's Vale, just like the forest and the lake. They had told me there were bears in the woods, and bears hibernate, and sometimes the bears have to wake up to feed. Commentary: Dr. Galio. McCoy Convention Journals. Classified 5/Serapis. Following the loss of 8 people, including 7 tourists and the boat's pilot, Lake Apisawa was searched by county police working with the Search and Rescue Service. They focused on the area the boat was last seen. Nothing was found except for some floating debris. It was speculated that currents in the lake might have brought the bodies into the Whitetail River, but no bodies were recovered from the river either. If the authorities suspected any anomalous elements to the loss of the boat and its passengers, they were never written down anywhere. The deaths of Loretta Parsons and the 7 other victims were officially recorded as accidental, with contributing factors being poor oversight of pleasure boating and failure to enforce licensing and safety inspections. Siren of the Mountain Cloaks was the last in the Big Sky Beauty series. Gabriella Zampori is not known to have written again, though her accumulation of notes suggests she intended to write an autobiography, or perhaps her own account of the Lake Apisawa boating incident. She died in 2019, at the age of 80, having lived off royalties and the licensing fees from the early 1990s TV adaptation of the series' early novels. There is no record of her ever having spoken officially about the 1981 incident. It is likely the creature Gabriella Zampori witnessed attacking the boat was SCP-6881. If not, there are 2 separate monsters connected to Lake Apisawa, which the Foundation has established is statistically unlikely. Given its long-term inhabitation of Shibbett's Vale, it makes sense the entity would have to emerge to feed occasionally. More intriguing is the possibilities it has entities that can interact with the local population, such as the 4 girls seen by both Loretta Parsons and Gabriella Zampori, and who can act on its wishes. That concludes my research into the events in Shibbett's Vale during 1981. This information is classified Level 5 for O5 eyes only. Agent Hector Galio, signing off. This is Agent Hector Galio. The following is classified Level 5, under Project Serapis, O5 eyes only. Research into anomalous events in the Shibbett's Vale area of southern Montana have turned up references to an incident that occurred at the Camp Apisawa summer camp in the summer of 1974. This was the unsolved disappearance of 4 children while staying at the camp. They were Sally Aspinall, 12, Roberta Little, 11, known as Bobby, Pearl Krause, 10, and Margaret Pendlemore, 10, known as Maggie. The 4 girls vanished one night, evidently having left their cabin at the campsite of their own accord. They were never found, and no one was ever found responsible for their disappearance. The prevailing law enforcement theory was that they entered the woods for a prank or on a dare and became lost, after which they died of exposure or animal attack. However, the fact that no bodies were ever found, despite the extensive search, led to persistent theories of foul play, or a cover-up on the part of the camp staff. That summer, Camp Apisawa was host to around 50 children, and 7 staff members and counselors. Prior to their disappearances, there were no notable incidents, nor had there been for the past few years of the camp's operation. The 4 girls were housed in the same cabin, and were designated the Blue Herons in the camp's system of dividing the campers into small groups for activities. The disappearance occurred on the 4th night of the camp, and afterwards, the rest of the children were sent home as the search effort got underway. My research into the incident through Foundation channels recovered a curious footnote to the disappearances. In 2002, Jennifer Krause, the mother of Pearl Krause, was dying of emphysema, and admitted on her deathbed that she had found evidence pertaining to the disappearances while aiding the search effort. She told her niece, whose married name was Gertrude Boss, that she had found Pearl's backpack in the forest, and that inside were journals and unsent correspondence from all 4 girls. After reading some of the journals, Jennifer had decided not to inform the authorities and instead kept this evidence herself. After Jennifer Krause's death, her niece informed the Montana State Police of this evidence, but the police failed to follow up on it. It was from their records that I was able to discover the existence of this evidence, and I directly approached Gertrude Boss, claiming to be from the State Police's Case Review Unit. Shortly after this, I received a set of facsimiles of the evidence Jennifer Krause had found regarding the disappearance of her daughter and 3 other children. This evidence, along with the results of the police investigation at the time, forms the basis of my research into this incident, and any possible anomalous aspects. Gertrude Boss is the only person outside the Foundation believed to have seen this evidence, and her communications are under Foundation surveillance to determine if this information has reached anyone else. Camp Apisawa Journals and Letters, Classified 5/Serapis. 1. Unsent Letter, written by Sally Aspinall. Dear Mom and Dad, I am in a cabin with 3 other girls, Bobby, Pearl, and Maggie. The counselor said I have to be extra nice to Bobby because she's black, and I'm the oldest, so I'm the role model. Pearl is kind of a tomboy, and Maggie's real quiet. I think they'll do what I say. On the first day, the camp leader sang the Camp Apisawa song, and then we all learned the names of the girls in our cabin. We all made headdresses with feathers and did a rain dance. It was kinda dumb, but the little kids enjoyed it, I guess. Then we went for a walk around the camp in the forest. I saw a deer. Pearl said I didn't, but I did. Tomorrow the counselors have promised we can go swim in the lake. I'm excited for swimming, because I had all those lessons. I bet I'm faster than anyone else. We had dinner in the big mess hall. It wasn't very nice. Pearl said, "How could they foul up mac and cheese?" But one of the counselors heard her and made her recite the Camp Apisawa Good Behavior Pledge. Pearl was kind of hot about the mess hall, but I told her I didn't want to be in the bad cabin, so she better buck her ideas up and play ball. I think I got the message across. She argued with me about the deer I'd seen, and then Bobby said that you might think deer only eat plants, but sometimes they eat birds or fish. I said she was being silly. Deer are sweet and gentle, and she looked kinda disappointed. Also, the weather is okay, and there are some bugs, but not too many. Love you lots, Sally. 2. Journal Entry, written by Roberta, Bobby Little. I've never been in nature before. It makes a difference from cats and mice. I caught a frog by the creek near the camp. No one saw me. It was so tiny, but so complicated. The insides were like watch parts. The little lungs and the heart. Smaller than a nail on my pinky finger. This one had eggs in it. They looked like a wad of chewed up gum. Luckily I was able to keep my knife on me, even though we're not allowed. It was sharp enough so the skin didn't tear. It was real pretty. I wish I hadn't had to bury it afterwards. There are wild cats and deer in the woods. Even bears. I don't think I can catch a bear, and probably not a deer, but maybe I'll find an injured one or a baby. Lots of birds too, but I can't catch those, unless I make a snare. I'm in a cabin with 3 other girls. Sally, the oldest, is in charge. I'll just stay quiet. They'll never know. 3. Unsent Letter, written by Margaret Maggie Pendlemore. Dear Dad, camp was strange today. In the morning we played lacrosse. The counselors put some of the cabins together in a team. Us blue herons were with the bighorns and the lynxes. We lost the game. Of course the counselor said it's the taking part that counts, not the winning, but then why did we keep score? Afterwards, we were supposed to go swimming, but one of the girls said Pearl should change on her own because she looks like a boy. Pearl said the girl looked like a horse, which wasn't nice, but was also kinda true. Pearl gets angry real easy. She's not strong or tough, but I think she wants to be. She's so scared of people thinking she's weak. She will do dumb things to try to prove she isn't. The other girl shoved her, and Pearl shoved back, but the girl just laughed at her and called her puny. So Pearl picked up a lacrosse stick and swung it around like a baseball bat. The counselor shouted at her, and the camp leader ran out, and said all the blue herons have to sit in their cabin while everyone else swims. Pearl was real mad by then, her face all red. She was shouting. Sally was angry with her too, because she had wanted to swim. Pearl ran off past the trees. The counselor said we had to go and get her, so me, Sally, and Bobby went to find her. We heard her crying and Sally started yelling again. Sally's almost as scared as Pearl is of what people think. When we got to Pearl, we saw she was at a place where the forest changed. All around the camp it's dark green pine trees, but here, the place Pearl had run to, it was bright green, like a jungle. There were flowers all over the trees, and brightly colored birds in the branches. I'm sure I saw orange snakes in the plants in the ground, and a deer that had eyes all bright and glittery like a fly's. Pearl was standing there, staring at everything, like we all were. She had been crying, but she had stopped when she saw this place. Bobby stopped staring first. She went to one of the trees and started climbing it. Sally picked some of the flowers. Pearl was just standing there. I had a really bad feeling. It was the same feeling in my stomach as when Mom told me she was getting sick. It was so wrong. This place. The others were too excited to feel it, but I could. Bobby found fruit in a tree and climbed down with her arms full of them. They were like fat white pears. She said she found a whole new species of fruit, and they would name it after her, and she said, "Come on, let's eat them." And I shouted, "No." The others looked at me like it was the first thing I'd ever said. I couldn't really put my bad feeling into words, so I said, "Don't you remember when you were taught about natural places? Don't eat strange fruits or berries, they might be poisonous?" Bobby said I should just try one, just a little bit, and I stamped my foot and said no again. I said if we didn't leave this place and go back to the camp, I would tell everyone about it, and then Bobby wouldn't have her stupid fruit named after her. Sally agreed we should go, but Pearl insisted we should return tomorrow, when no one would know we were in the forest. Bobby said it was our own special place, with its own plants and animals no one had ever seen before, and we couldn't just forget about it. I just wanted to get out of there, so I agreed, and we all walked back to the camp. I'm thinking a lot about that place. The other girls are sleeping right now while I'm writing this, but I can't sleep. How did those strange plants all come to grow there? It even felt warmer than the forest around it, like we walked into a tropical island somehow. And what about the strange animals? The deer with the strange eyes, the bright birds, and I think I saw a bunny in the forest on the first day that had 8 legs, like a furry bug. I thought I imagined it, but now I don't know. The forest and mountain feel different, the lake too, like I wasn't really there, but looking at a picture. I can't really write it down, so it makes sense. Like you always say, Dad, I think too much. But this time it's not just thinking, it's feeling too. So summer camp is very strange. Not at all what I expected. I hope you were able to visit Mom again. Please write me if she wakes up. Lots of love, Maggie. 4. Journal Entry, written by Pearl Krause. Everyone here is so stupid. The other kids are stupid. The counselors are stupid. The camp leader is extra stupid. The other blue herons are stupid too. That girl at lacrosse was being a huge B-word, but I got in trouble for it. All dumb Sally cared about was her not getting to swim in the stupid lake. Not at all about me. I should've just hit that girl upside the head with the lacrosse stick, so they would send me home and I wouldn't have to be at the stupid place anymore. Then we found that awesome place, and stupid Maggie made us go back to the camp. At least I made them promise to come back. Next day was stupid arts and crafts. We made stuff with pipe cleaners and construction paper like a bunch of babies. Maggie said the counselors were trying to keep us from anything too energetic after my display yesterday, so I told her to shut up. I made a sword, but the counselor said that was too aggressive for a girl, so I started to make a gun instead, and she let me have the sword. We had free time that afternoon, so we all went back to the place in the forest. Even Maggie came. I don't know why, if she's so scared of it. It was still like it was before. It was so bright and colorful, like the pictures in a book. There was a bunch of butterflies that flew around me when I walked in. They were silver and gold, and they flashed in the light. We walked deeper into the forest. It went on for a long time. The branches got thicker and closed over us, so it was like walking through a tunnel. There was more fruit in the trees, hanging in big bunches. They're kinda like eggplants, but white. Bobby picked some, and Maggie argued we shouldn't eat them again, but Sally told her off for trying to tell everyone what to do. So I said, "You're all a bunch of babies," and I took one of the fruit from Bobby and took a big bite. It tasted like fireworks on my tongue. I almost fell down. It was so amazing. I felt dizzy and had to stare down at my feet, and when I looked up again, I was in front of a huge clearing in the forest. It was like the big church my mom took me and my brothers to in the city. The high ceiling, all dark and shadowy where the light didn't reach. In the clearing was a building, like those old Roman ones, with columns. It was all ruined. There was a statue in the middle of it. The statue was of a lady. It was much taller than me, bigger than life-size. It was made from stone. She had a bird in each of her hands, and there were flowers growing in her hair. They grew out of her body too, as if they were sprouting from her skin. The other girls weren't there, but for some reason that didn't worry me. This lady, the statue, she turned to look at me, and I wasn't afraid, even though it was a statue moving. She said, "What is your name?" I told her my name was Pearl, and she said, "No, it is not." I hate being called Pearl. It's such a dumb old lady name. It means stuff like modest and pure, which is what people want girls to be. But I don't want to be. When I get old enough, I'm going to change it to Amelia, like Amelia Earhart, or Annie, like Annie Oakley. Something tougher and less babyish. And this statue lady? She knew. So I said I hadn't decided what my name was. She said, "My child, what is this body you must carry around with you?" I told her I hated it. My body was small and puny. Then she walked towards me. The bird in her hand flew off, and landed on my shoulder. She put her heavy stone hand on my other shoulder. She leaned in closer. I could see more flowers opening up on her body, and roots growing under her skin. She said, "We change, we grow, and we become what we desire. Just step outside the prison of your world." I got dizzy again, and this time I fell over. Maggie was standing over me saying something. It took me a minute to be able to understand her. She said Bobby had eaten one of the fruits after I did, and she had run off. I didn't tell them about the temple and the statue lady. Sally was already shouting for Bobby. I got up and followed them. Sally said she had seen Bobby run off into a kind of side tunnel made out of the tree trunks. The trees were covered in these beetles with bright red and blue shells. Light was coming from lumps of fungus. It was hanging from the trees and glowing. We saw a hole in the ground ahead of us. It was like the entrance to a gopher hole, but way, way bigger. You could have driven a car into it. Bobby was sitting on the edge of it, dangling her legs. She said to me, "Did you see the lady?" I said yes. and then Bobby looked at me all weird and said, "Did you see what was looking after her?" I said I didn't know what she meant. Maggie went up to her a little ways and told her to get back from the hole, but Bobby didn't move. She said there was things on the mountain, and in the mountain, and under the earth, that no one had ever seen. Animals and plants that she would be the very first person to find out about. Then Sally shouted at Bobby. She said, "What does it matter if you have some dumb animal named after you?" And why was she being so weird? Bobby jumped up and shouted back, "You didn't see her. You don't know what she is." I really thought little Bobby was about to try to fight Sally, but then something came out of the hole. It was a huge, long thing, twisted like a rope, that wound around Bobby and picked her up off her feet. It was dark gray, and all wrinkled and warty like old skin. I could hear it rumbling and slithering beneath us. Bobby yelped, and suddenly she was dragged down the hole and vanished. We all screamed and ran. We were tripping over roots and bumping our heads on the branches. We got cuts and grazes all over, but we never even noticed until we ran out of the place where the strange plants were and into the regular forest. The other girls didn't notice anything was wrong. The counters were having a powwow, which is where they play songs on a guitar, and all the kids have to sit and listen. Some of the others were just running around the woods. We ran back to our cabin to decide what to do next. 5. Journal Entry. Written by Margaret Maggie Pendlemore. I went with them so I could help keep them from doing anything dangerous. I knew on their own the rest of Blue Herons would get lost in the strange forest. Otherwise, I would have never gone. But I couldn't stop them. Pearl and Bobby both ate the fruit. They both saw something. Then Bobby ran off and got taken underground by that monster. That's all I can call it. A monster beneath the ground. When we got back to the camp, I didn't know what to do. Neither did Pearl. Sally did, though. She said we had to go back and get Bobby. I was about to tell her not to, but then I realized she's right. We didn't know each other before camp, and we wouldn't have been friends if the camp hadn't put us together in the Blue Herons. But that didn't matter. We had to look after each other. We were responsible. One of us was in danger, and it was up to us to save her, like soldiers, or firemen, or police. We didn't have to be best friends. We just had to be people, looking out for each other. Sally said we had to arm ourselves, so we went to the shed where the counselors kept the sports equipment. We got some lacrosse helmets and nets, and a hockey stick. I wasn't sure they would help against the monster, but I didn't say anything. I asked Pearl what she saw, but she wouldn't say. I knew it was something about a lady. Pearl seemed shaken up. I hadn't seen her like that before. She didn't even seem to mind that Sally was telling us what to do. I'm writing this in the cabin. Sally is lacing on some shin pads. Pearl is finding rocks outside she can use with a slingshot she snuck into camp. I don't know what we'll find when we go into the forest again, or whether we'll even find Bobby at all. But I got that feeling in my tummy, and this time it's telling me the forest won't want to let us leave it again. 6. Journal Entry. Written by Sally Aspinall. It got Bobby, and I'm going to get her back. I'm the leader. It's down to me. I had to be nice to Bobby, and that includes rescuing her when she's in trouble. I don't know what took her. It was long, like a snake. But I got the feeling it was part of something much bigger. It's beneath the ground, and it's real big. I don't think we can beat it, but we just have to get Bobby away from it and run. The weird forest is its lair. It sits underneath it and lures people in, like the witch in the gingerbread house. I'm real mad that it tricked us, but we're going to put it right. Pearl is doing what I say for once. Maggie's coming along too, I guess. She's hardly said anything about what happened. Maybe she's scared. But I'm not scared. Leaders have to be brave. Pearl said something about a lady that she and Bobby saw when they ate the fruit. I bet it's another trick by the monster. Or maybe it's a witch. Either way, I'm not scared. We're heading out as soon as we've got our hockey stuff on, and Maggie finishes writing in her journal. We're coming back with Bobby. Camp Apisawa Correspondences. Classified 5/Serapis. 7. Unsent Correspondence. Written by Roberta Bobby Little. Dear Mom and Dad, I like to know how things work. I want to see what happens when I cut them open. I knew you wouldn't like it, so I never told you. But you won't see me again, so it's okay now. I want to know which muscles make the legs go, how they react to being hurt, how long they can stay alive. I can only do it with cats and dogs, sometimes bunnies or frogs, sometimes with bugs if I sharpen my knife enough, but it's never enough. I met a lady in the woods who will let me know everything. Animals no one has ever seen. All kinds of living things, lots of them, that have never existed before. She can make new life, and change what's already there. And it won't be anyone who will stop me, or tell me I'm wicked, or a bad seed. They won't say I'm going to hell. She showed me a world without people at all, just green forest and white mountains. They're full of deer and bears, birds, bugs, even snakes and lizards and spiders. All the kinds of animals there are, or have ever been, and lots more besides. And I can open them all and find out how they work. She says she has a lot of things to show me. I always knew there was more to the world than just the things on the surface. That's what I looked for in the tiny bones and organs, like it would make a window that only I can see through, across to the other side. I have to stay with her. I can't come back, but I don't mind. There's more in her world than there is for me in this one anyway. Goodbye, everyone. Maybe she'll invite you too one day, when she wakes up. 8. Unsent Correspondence. Written by Margaret Maggie Pendlemore. Dear Dad, there's a lot to explain. I should start with what happened when we went after Bobby. We went back to the grove, but it had changed. The branches of the trees had grown long and thin, like ropes, and they tried to grab and snare us as we went past. We had to hit them with the hockey and lacrosse sticks to get past. The birds flew at us, and the bugs crawled over us, but we kept going. We reached a tunnel of trees, and got to the hole in the ground. Between the trees I think I saw a bear with its fur pale gray. It was gungy and wet, and it had too many eyes and legs. I saw the deer with the insect eyes, like Sally had seen when we first got here. We reached a hole in the ground. We hadn't seen any sign of Bobby. Sally went down the hole first. It was steep, and we had to half slide down it. It tore up our clothes, and we were covered in cuts and dirt when we got to the bottom. Pearl had brought a flashlight so we could see. We were in a tunnel, with walls all smooth like something had made them by burrowing, instead of like a natural cave. We went down the tunnel, and it branched, and then again. I told Sally we could easily get lost down there if we didn't think about where we were going. I said we should stop and listen. We could hear it breathing. It was far away, but huge and loud. There was a deep thud too, like something really heavy being dropped every few seconds. I think it was the thing's heartbeat. We followed the sound, being as quiet as we could. Eventually, we got to where the tunnel was full of plants, like ferns, and bunches of the white fruit. It was difficult to push forward through the plants. I think plants need light to live, which made me wonder how they could survive down here in the dark. Then we reached a huge cave, full of plants. The flashlight couldn't reach the ceiling. The thing's breathing was as loud as a wave in the ocean. The air was warm and damp. Then we saw it. I couldn't say exactly how big it was, because the flashlight only showed some of it. The thing it looked most like was a worm, but a gigantic one. So big it could have easily swallowed a school bus. It smelled like wet earth and the forest floor in fall, when the leaves start to rot. Its mouth opened. It was like a huge circle of muscle. Tentacles came out, the same kind that had grabbed Bobby. Each one was as thick as a tree trunk. There were 8 or 10 of them. They slithered out, poking around through the plants. I think it knew we were there, and it was trying to find us. The whole worm moved, like it was waking up. Sally stood out in front with her lacrosse stick in both hands and shouted, "Give her back!" I was sure the worm was going to eat her. It could have snatched her up with those tentacles and reeled her back into its mouth. But instead, the mouth opened wide, and the tentacles spread open like a flower. And there, standing in its mouth, was Bobby. She said for us not to be scared, that she wanted to be there, and that the lady inside the worm was going to take her in and give her everything Bobby wanted. I didn't know what I should say. Part of me knew I should be terrified and screaming like a girl in a horror movie, but all I could do was stand there and watch. Bobby walked out of the worm and picked one of the white fruit growing from the plants in the cave. She told us that we owed it to the lady to hear her out, and that eating the fruit will let her talk to us. Sally said we should do it. Maybe we could convince this lady to let Bobby go, and we had to take all the chances we could get to get Bobby back. Because imagine the trouble we would be in if we were supposed to be responsible for her, and we lost her. So Sally took the fruit, and I took one too, and Pearl, who had eaten one before. It tasted so strange. It was kind of fizzy, but not like sherbet. More like I imagine electricity tastes. I almost fainted, and when the dizziness stopped, I was on the top of a mountain, way above the clouds. But it wasn't cold, and I could breathe just fine. I could see so far, all the way to the shore of the ocean, and all the way along a line of huge mountains with snow all over them. There were forests and rivers and lakes below. The lady was on top of the mountain with me. Her skin was the same pale color as the fruit, with the same green veins. Her hair was leaves like ferns. She was very beautiful. I asked why she had taken Bobby, and she told me she hadn't taken anyone, and she never did. She was attended by people who chose to be there. She was very powerful, she said, and she could give us all what we wanted, so we would want to stay and serve her. I wasn't so sure about that, but then she said she knew what I wanted. I'm really sorry, Daddy. I know you try really hard and it's not easy without Mom, but you're not just good at being a dad. I know it's not nice to say it, but you know it's true, and Mom isn't going to wake up. I understand enough of what the doctor said. I know you're angry with me for needing you to look after me, and that you're angry at Mom for not being there. You try hard to hide it, but you can't. Sooner or later, you're going to try to get rid of me. It might just be sending me to live with Grandma. It might be something worse. The lady said I could have a family, a real one, not a broken one that isn't really there. I said I wanted that, but on one condition. Everyone who stayed with her would get to write their family about it, so they would know what happened. That's what this letter is. The lady said she would make sure our families got them. She promised, and I believe her. Goodbye, Dad. You won't see me again. You'll have to pretend you're sad, but I know you want it this way. Lots of love, Maggie. 9. Part of an unsent correspondence, written by Sally Aspinall. I used to want to be Princess. Mom and Dad, and the teachers at school, said I couldn't be, because there weren't any princesses in America. The only way to be one is to be the daughter of a king, or to marry a prince, and there aren't many of those left, and they only marry rich girls in Europe. So I gave up on being a princess, but not on the next best thing. Every princess has people around her who make sure everything is perfect. Her hair, her dresses, all the meetings and dances she has to go to. It's a full-time job. Her handmaidens are way more important than the actual princess. The lady we met is more than a princess. More than a queen, even. I saw her in a huge palace of trees grown together, with towers so high I couldn't see the top. She was on a throne made from animals all twisted together, with jewels for eyes. She can change any living thing into what she wants. She can make us beautiful and graceful, prettier than princesses. We're going to be her handmaidens. She promised I would be in charge. Her head lady-in-waiting, her right-hand woman. I know you'll miss me, but aren't we all supposed to follow our dreams? Well, this is mine. Love, Sally. 10. part of an unsent correspondence, written by Pearl Krause. I was scared the first time. It made me angry, being scared. But the second time I saw her, I wasn't scared at all. And she said, "You will never be weak again. No one will ever laugh at you. You can be strong and tough and fast. Everything you want to be. Because she can change what people are, change their bodies. Everything that's alive, she can change. She understands me like you don't. She doesn't say it's just a phase, or I'll be normal once I meet a nice boy. With her, I can be what I really want. I'm going to be the strongest girl in the world, and I'm never going to die." Commentary: Dr. Galio, Camp Apisawa Writings, Classified 5/Serapis. The case of the Camp Apisawa disappearances has been cold for more than 40 years. Even if the evidence of the girls' writings was available to the police at the time of their vanishing, it is unlikely in the extreme it would have been acted on, or seen as anything other than a shared delusion or work of fantastical fiction by the girls. Only an organization, such as the Foundation, could countenance the girls' last writings as being possibly true. After reading these journal entries and unsent letters, Pearl Krause's mother decided to keep their contents to herself. I cannot conclude whether what she did was wrong or right, but I will say it is understandable for a person in severe emotional distress when presented with such an impossible story and its implications. The events at Camp Apisawa in 1974 can be interpreted as a confirmed sighting of SCP-6881. It is also reasonable to suggest a link between the 4 missing girls and the 4 girls who appeared at Scarslow and the campsite in 1981. However, if they are the same girls, they did not age in the intervening 7 years. Of particular interest is the entity the girls claim to have encountered and spoken with, and which was partially responsible for their disappearance. Whether this is a corporeal entity, or was purely a creation of a group hallucination, is impossible to determine from the evidence the girls left behind. For this reason, I have not given a provisional SCP designation. However, further research into the history of Shibbett's Vale will make a particular point of seeking out more information about the entity. On a personal note, I feel the girls' writings have brought me the closest yet to the source of the anomalous history of Shibbett's Vale. It would not be right for me to simply give up on ever finding the 4 girls again. Ethically, we should try to find them, and their families should know what happened, even if they would never believe it. But I fear, if we ever did find them, they would be something very different from 4 young girls who went to summer camp. Something both recognizable as those same girls, but also completely and awfully different. This concludes my research into the events of Camp Apisawa in 1974. This information is classified Level 5, 05-12 Eyes Only. Agent Hector Galio, signing off. This is Agent Hector Galio. The following is classified Level 5, under Project Serapis. 05 Eyes Only. Investigation to anomalous events in and around Shibbett's Vale, Montana, has revealed to police reports concerning a quasi-religious group, known as the Children of the New Dawn, that settled in the area in 1966, and remained until 1968. The circumstances in which they left Shibbett's Vale are not recorded by the police. Going by the official record, the Children of the New Dawn just up and left one day. That made me suspicious. During the course of this project, I deployed Foundation assets to infiltrate the state and local police, and search for records and evidence potentially related to anomalous events. One of these assets, posing as a low-level employee of the State Department of Justice, conducted extensive searches of the department's evidence depositories, and found a cache of 120mm film canisters and 8-track tapes was sent to the Montana Department of Justice Criminal Investigations Department sometime in the 1980s. The tapes were either deliberately suppressed or not considered to have evidentiary value at the time. They were subsequently transferred to digital formats and sent to me for review. These films and sound recordings were from the Children of the New Dawn's occupation of a compound constructed around the abandoned buildings of the army base that once stood in Shibbett's Vale. In particular, vehicle and aircraft hangars were repurposed for growing marijuana. The rest of the compound was tents and a few cabins. No definitive numbers exist for the size of the group, but the footage confirms a minimum of 40 individuals resident there. After watching the tapes, I realized why they had been kept secret by the police, and why the Children of the New Dawn were gone. The Children of the New Dawn was formed by Emil Nilsson, a petty criminal and amateur musician from San Francisco, California. I couldn't find much on his early history, but he had several run-ins with the law in California, including theft and drug offenses. He was 28 years old when he arrived at Shibbett's Vale with a small following in tow, and set up his combination religious retreat and drug production facility. Other prominent members attested to by the tapes include Polly Posniak, Nilsson's romantic partner, Timothy Fisk, a former UC Berkeley chemistry student, and Eugene Grimes, a former car mechanic from Oakland. The Children of the New Dawn were an example of the new religious movements that grew up in the 60s and 70s around San Francisco in particular, as an alternative to traditional religion. Most of them were benign, but a few, like the Manson family, were not. The tapes focus on the events of summer 1968, many of which were filmed live by the group's members. Additional tapes are of sermons delivered by Nilsson, and numerous recordings of the music he performed during the group's religious observations. Master Recording: Emil's Way. Classified 5 Serapis. Verse 1. Seeker, just follow the way. Leave the selfish world behind. Come to where the children stay, seeking to unlock your mind. Chorus: We are the children of a new dawning day, following Emil's way. Verse 2. Take a trip to make you free. Throw away those mental chains. Join us here among the trees, never coming home again. Chorus: We are the children of a new dawning day, following Emil's way. Verse 3. There was a man named Emil, sent to change the world, they say. Teach the children how to feel, all who follow on the way. Chorus: We are the children of a new dawning day, following Emil's way. Children of the New Dawn, Archival Recording Number 1. Classified 5 Serapis. The following sound recording is not dated, but appears to be from the period after the Children of the New Dawn had established their compounds and begun to fortify its perimeter. The ambient sound of an outdoors tent revival. Emil Nilsson. Children of the New Dawn. Some of you have come to me and asked, what lies beyond? Emil, you say. You speak of going beyond the prisons of our minds. But what are we going to find there? And I say, how can I describe what can't be described? You have to abandon your senses. Abandon the logic of your prison mind, just to see it. Of course our language, which was created by society and the establishment, can't describe the unknowable, but I'll try. It's the truth of the world. It's the shape of things, the way they really are. The people back in the selfish world, in their society, are afraid of the truth, because it says they don't deserve their power and their money. They made the lie to protect themselves. But when you stop believing, when you let go of the way they say your mind's supposed to work, you see the truth behind. Everything changes, man. 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 4 anymore. Up is down. All you can do to prepare is accept it'll all be different. Open your mind. Force it open. Lever it open with the chemical sacrament. Here ends the lesson, Children of the New Dawn. Brother Eugene and Sister Polly had the week's assignments. Hi, thanks Emil. So, Mark and Dwayne, you guys are on the latrines. There are groans from the audience. Yeah, okay, I know, but you guys were stoned on watch, and you know the rules, right? And you cats from the campers are guarding the perimeter and the gate. I got a roster here. No sneaking away because that's not groovy. We'll be checking. Sister Polly has the agricultural assignments. Polly Posniak, Candy and Maurice, your teams are tending to crop in the hangars again. Hester's team, you tried to get the vegetable garden going. Doc, just keep on doing your thing. The last batch was real good, and the buyers want all you can cook. The rest of you, we got supply runs to do. We need gas and fertilizer. And also some, like, actual food. Emil Nilsson. Times are hard, children, but we knew they would be. These are the tribulations before the time of freedom. They will try to seduce you with their beautiful lies again, but you are stronger than they are. You are the children of the new dawn. You are the walkers of Emil's way. The tape ends. Children of the New Dawn. Archival Home Movie No. 1. Audio. Classified 5 Serapis. Audio description. The following is the audio from a film recording that is not dated. It takes place inside a large dark tent. The floor is covered with cushions. A man identified as Timothy Fisk, nicknamed Doc, sits cross-legged. He wears sunglasses and a lab coat over a knee-length shirt. A version of the full film with audio is available to rent from the site Historical Media Archives, with permission from the site director. Portions of the transcript in bold are narrated by Dr. Gallio. The sounds of a small building, with chemical equipment running, boiling fluids. Audio description. Polly Posniak enters the frame and sits cross-legged on the cushioned floor. Timothy Doc Fisk. You wish to take the sacrament, baby girl? Polly Posniak. Please, I need something. Doc, I need it bad. Talk to your doctor. You got trouble inside. A real storm in there. I never seen you less mellow. Emil, this place, it seems, I don't know, hollow maybe. Like, Emil wasn't always giving us the whole truth. Like he brought us here for some other reason. He talks about the unlocking our minds, and him being the prophet. But where is the promised land? When do we get enlightenment? You talked to him? No, I'm scared. Fear was made by the man, baby girl. It ain't real. Doc, you know what happened to Jessie? Or the girl from France? Sibylline, Segaline, something like that? Remember them? They fell by the wayside, man. The tree is always going to drop a few leaves. No, Doc. Emil and 3 of the guys went to Jessie's tent. I saw them carry something out of there in a sleeping bag. Then Emil and the guys were out in the woods for half the next day. He said they were praying with him. Their jeans were covered in mud when they came back. I don't think Jessie fell by the wayside. I think he's still here, in the ground. And I heard Emil was sweet on the French girl. He was going to have a harem, like the pharaohs, because they were gods on Earth and so was he. But the girl didn't like it, and I heard them arguing. The next day, Emil had bruises on his face, and he took one of the men and drove somewhere. He didn't tell anyone where, and came back late. I'm sorry, Doc, but I think the French girl was in the trunk. Those were just the ones I got reason to suspect had something bad happened to them. How many people have left? They're gone one day, and we never see them again? Timothy Doc Fisk. You got questions, baby girl. Questions are like little beetles in your brain. They bore through it, till you got nothing else left in there. You need answers. You done right to come to me. Polly Posniak. Will the sacrament bring me answers? This one will. Audio description. Doc produces a small carved wooden box, and opens it, taking out some strips of paper from inside. Timothy Doc Fisk. Been seeking the bounty of the land, man. She gives us everything we need. Bounty's fruit growing up on the slopes, up where it ain't nothing should be except pine needles. I thought to myself, This is the land hearing its prey and reaching out when we need her. The land is the truth. I took one bite of her bounty and man, I saw the truth. Polly Pozniak. Doc, I never saw no truth on a trip. I saw things change color, and my clothes falling through my body. People walking through the walls. I never saw what Emil promised I would. Is this going to be different? This is going to be different, girl child. Audio description. Doc takes one of the strips of paper and places it on Polly Pozniak's tongue. She sits in silence for approximately 30 seconds. Talk to the doctor, baby girl. I'm sinking into the ground. Oh god, Doc, I'm sinking. I'm with you, Polly. Ride the wave. Ride it out. I can't breathe. It's a bad trip, Doc. It's going real bad. Have faith, baby. Have faith. Look for the truth. Look through the fear. You gotta find the truth. You gotta tear that sucker from the darkness. I can see someone. Oh god. It's so dark. Help me. I can see you. Help me, I'm here. Audio description. Polly Pozniak holds out a hand, as if reaching for someone. Her eyes are wide and unfocused, with dilated pupils. Doc continues to watch her. There's a stone house under the ground. It's huge. It has columns and altars, like in Rome. What do you see? Vines around the columns, still growing, and flowers all over the ground. There are flowers under my feet. They're carrying me. There's a woman in the house. She's tall, like a statue, and her skin is green. She's so beautiful. Please take my hand. Hold me. I can see where she came from. It's cold and huge. It's endless. I can see her running. She's running away from someone. From rules that will ban her from being. She ran through the forest alone, away from her people. She finally fell to the ground in a new place. She sank into the earth, and there's a shell, like another skin. She grew around her to protect her. She's still asleep, but she can reach out to us. She can touch the animals and the plants. It's all like a picture show in my head. I see the trees growing and dying, and new ones sprouting all at once. There's no words, but I understand. She wants us to love her like her people loved her once. She's been alone for so long. The people who come to her, they always go away. She's always sad. She just wants to be happy. Audio description. Polly Pozniak begins to convulse. Doc kneels over her and holds her hand. Stay with me, Polly girl. Ride it out. Ride out the wave. Tell me the truth. Hold me. Save me. I love you. Audio description. Polly Pozniak stops speaking, and appears asleep or insensible. Doc sits watching her until the film ends, approximately 30 minutes later. The tape ends. Children of the New Dawn. Archival Home Movie No. 2. Audio. Classified 5 Serapis. Audio description. The following is the audio from a film reel, dated to mid-July 1968. The camera is set up hidden, and the picture is partially obscured. It shows the inside of a wood cabin, decorated with brightly colored wall hangings. Emil Nilsson enters, wearing a long tie-dyed robe. He is followed by a Caucasian man in jeans, and a brown check jacket. Analysis of the film identified this man as Officer Stephen Markley of the Scarslow Police Department. A full version of the full film with audio is available to rent from the site Historical Media Archives, with permission from the site director. Portions of the transcript in bold are narrated by Dr. Gallio. The ambient room tone sounds of a small wooden building. A door opens. Emil Nilsson. Welcome, officer. You want a little something? Officer Stephen Markley. No. We keep our heads clear when we're about business. Business? You're the man come for his cut of the pie? I can dig. We all gotta eat. Almost sounds like you're talking about a bribe, Emil. That's real offensive. I can't believe you would hurt my feelings like that. So the officer doesn't want a toke? He doesn't want a payout? What does he want? He wants you gone. We just mind our own business out here, man. If my people have been causing trouble in town, I'll take care of it. Your pack of stoners couldn't stay awake long enough to start anything. I mean, we want you gone. Banished. Out of this county. Out of the state. What did we do to you, man? It's the stuff, Emil. The product. Half the weed in the state comes out of this compound. Half the acid in the mountain states, too. We had an understanding between us and the cops. We don't bother anyone. We get left alone. If it doesn't come from us, it'll come from somewhere else. Someone way less mellow, too. Who do you think is gonna move in if we're gone? Some biker gang? Or a bunch of mob guys, maybe? Probably selling speed or H2? Real bad karma shit. That's the thing, Emil. We're gonna move in. Us. The cops. Oh shit, you're taking over? It's pretty simple, Emil. We can't keep the drugs off the streets. The next dealer's always meaner than the one we put away. So what can we do but take over? Handle it all ourselves. Feed the need, and put all the dealers out of business? And God knows the government doesn't pay us enough for the shit we have to put up with. So we get ourselves the paycheck we deserve at the same time. Everyone's happy, except for you, Emil my man, which is why I gotta have this little talk with you. This ain't some backyard operation. This is a church. You're talking about burning down Temple Mount. Like bulldozing Mecca, man. I'm not some dealer you can push around. I'm the prophet of the truth. The weed ain't even that good, Emil. This ain't the climate for it. The acid is, though. Your doc's a genius. He can stay. And it doesn't matter if you're the grand high poobah of upper asswipe. All your holy bullshit ain't gonna stop a bullet when we roll in. My people believe in me, Officer Markley. They're not gonna just lay down. We know. Some of these poor bastards actually think you're what you say you are. That's why when we come around, we'll have all our brothers with us. All with guns. All ready to shoot. There's damn near no official record of anyone even being here. And we know all the best places to bury a body, where it'll never be found. As far as the rest of the world's concerned, you led drift block off into the forest and never came back. Or, you see through the weed smoke for long enough to make a good decision for once in your wasted life, and haul ass out of here before we drive a backhoe right through that gate. I'm a nice guy, so I'm going to give you 7 days. Call it due process. By then, you can get across the state line, even if you have to walk. Emil Nilsson. I'll give you guys a cut. I'll give you half. Not good enough, Emil. I'll give you a girl. When we take over, I can buy all the girls I want. Be gone, Emil. 7 days. I'll see myself out. Audio description. Officer Markley leaves. Emil Nilsson walks to the camera. Shit. Shit, shit, shit! Audio description. Emil turns the camera off, and the film ends. Children of the New Dawn. Archival Recording Number 2. Classified 5 Serapis. There are no police or other official records of the following events, but they are believed to have happened between the 18th to the 25th, July 1968. The following sound recording is not dated, but appears to be from the period after the Children of the New Dawn had established their compounds and begun to fortify its perimeter. The ambient sound of an outdoors tent revival. Emil Nilsson. I have walked through the Valley of the Shadow. Brothers and sisters, I have spent my time in the desert. I took the sacrament, and this time, I went further than I ever have. I was blind before. I thought I had unlocked every door there was inside me, but I went deeper, and saw other walls the man had put up. So I pushed on through them, and broke them down. I saw what the man had been hiding from us. We got enemies out there. I know. How could anyone hate us, when all we do is love one another, and make ways for other people to love? But they're jealous. They want to break us down, because we know the truth, and they can't bear to think of anyone else being happy. They're demons, man! They don't have red skin or horns, ain't no smell of sulfur when they come by. No, they wear suits and uniforms, and friendly smiles. They wield the language of common good, and law and order, and public decency. They are the tools of the man, but we got tools of our own. A gun is cocked. There are sounds of alarm from the audience. Sometimes peace and love isn't enough. They don't act in love. They don't know what love is. They don't want peace. Peace is pain to them. They don't understand our language of the truth. So we gotta speak to them in their own words. We gotta bite. They're coming for us. They're out there, and they know we're here. And you know what? I bet they're here already, all mixed in with us. Look to your brother. Look to your sister. We got snakes and rats right here. Take the sacrament. Open your mind. Don't just throw the door open. Rip the freaking walls out, man. All your thoughts, your personality, your memories, childhood, family, all that bullshit. Throw it on out. 'Cause it's underneath you. Find the truth. They're out there, and they're in here. The enemy. The man. Brothers and sisters, you've got to fight. And every fight needs a general. I am your prophet. I am your Napoleon. I am the truth. The tape ends. Children of the New Dawn. Archival Home Movie Number 3. Audio. Classified 5 Serapis. Audio description. The following is the audio from a film, made sometime after the preceding sermon was given, prior to the events of July 25th, 1968. It shows the inside of a tent, lit by a flashlight hanging from the roof. Polly Posniak speaks into the camera. She appears distressed and suffering from lack of sleep. A version of the full film with audio is available to rent from the site Historical Media Archives, with permission from the site director. Portions of the transcript in bold are narrated by Dr. Gallio. Polly Posniak. I didn't tell Doc everything. He got what I saw on film, but not what I saw after I passed out. I didn't tell Emil either. I don't know why. It felt private somehow. It's the first thing I've ever kept from him, apart from what I suspected he did with some of the people who disappeared. But I think he knew I knew. The lady I saw. The green lady with the ferns in her hair. She took my hand and held me close. I told her I loved her, because there was so much love in her, and she said, "Look what I have to show you. Look what will come to be." And she showed me a world of green forest and ocean, mountains, frozen valleys, deserts. We flew over it together. She told me it was the future she would bring us. But there was no people. We passed over cities that had fallen down, covered in trees. The windows of the buildings were like the eye sockets in a skull. The cars were all rusted and turned over, and tangled up in the roots. There were ships washed up on the shores of the oceans, planes lying where they had fallen. Then she brought us down low, into one of the forests, where these huge trees rose as high as mountains. Their roots came up above the ground, like nests of black worms. She pointed at the roots and I looked closer. There were bones down there. I saw skulls and pelvises with roots running through them, and rib cages, and thousands other ones I couldn't identify, deep in the earth. I knew what had happened without her having to tell me. Their flesh was the earth the forest drew sustenance from. Thousands of them for each tree, and millions of trees, all over the world, so tall there were clouds around their branches. She was showing me a world of death. It was full of life, but it all came out of death. She was so sad, the lady, so lonely and sad. But she was angry too. We had chased her out of her home, and she was never going to be anyone's prey again. She was going to hunt us instead, and turn us into her world of death. I don't know what it means. Is it a riddle I have to solve, where the things I saw mean something else, and I have to work it out? Doc used to talk a lot about that. He said the things you see when you take the sacrament aren't just random trips, but they all have meaning, like dreams, and the truth's in there somewhere. But what if it's real? It felt so different this time. What if the lady really is here somewhere, and what she showed me really was the future? What is she going to do to the world if she wakes up, or becomes real, or whatever it is she wants? And what would happen to us? The tape ends. Children of the New Dawn. Archival Home Movie Number 4. Audio. Classified 5 Serapis. Audio description. The following is the audio from a film, taken shortly before July 25, 1968. It is taken at night, and starts out with a tour of the old military base hangars used for growing crops, mainly marijuana. The camera is held by Eugene Grimes, who cannot be seen, but whose voice can be heard as he greets the workers tending the plant beds in the hangars. The workers wear a mixture of ragged casual clothes and white or tie-dyed robes. A version of the full film with audio is available to rent from the site Historical Media Archives, with permission from the site director. Portions of the transcript in bold are narrated by Dr. Gallio. Ambient noise of an aircraft hangar. There is the sound of people handling tools. Eugene Grimes. My man. Tending the good crop, the bounty of the earth. Unidentified worker. Hey, Brother Eugene. How's the sacred harvest, man? It's okay, I guess. Kinda rough, but it gets you there. Bringing us one step closer to the truth here, brother. If the truth is you really want to eat a cheeseburger and fall asleep, then for sure. Truth be your dawn, brother. Sure, Eugene. Tires squeal outside as the car rushes past. Eugene Grimes. What the hell was that? Sounded like a drag race. Audio description. Emil turns the camera off and the film ends. Eugene Grimes. Emil, hey Emil, what's going on? Audio description. Emil Nilsson unlocks the gate and gets back into the car before Eugene Grimes can get close. The car speeds through the gate and down the track leading away from the compound, spraying mud and stone as its wheels spin. Where are you going? Emil! Emil, don't leave us! Don't go! Don't go! The tape ends. Children of the New Dawn. Archival Home Movie Number 5. Audio. Classified 5 Serapis. Audio description. The following is the audio from a film, recorded on the morning of July 25, 1968. It shows Polly Pozniak sitting outside her tent, talking to the camera. It is evident she has been crying. A version of the full film with audio is available to rent from the site Historical Media Archives, with permission from the site director. Portions of the transcript in bold are narrated by Dr. Gallio. Polly Pozniak. I just don't understand the world with Emil gone. What does anything mean without him? I haven't spent a day without him since I left San Diego. God, it's just so hollow. So empty now. I don't even know if there is a Polly anymore without him. Part of me says he hasn't really gone. But I know he has. I just know. Like the way I knew when I was a little girl and our cat died. I walked into the apartment, and it was so still and quiet. I just knew. This place is like that now. Is the truth the same now? Is it what Emil preached, or is it… A woman screams. There is raised voices in the distance. Oh God, what's happening? Audio description. Polly Pozniak picks up the camera and carries it as she heads towards the disturbance. Other compound inhabitants are walking in the same direction. It becomes apparent the source is a group of people gathered by the perimeter fence. As the camera approaches them, Eugene Grimes runs towards it. There is a babble of confused voices from the crowd. Eugene Grimes. Sister Polly, don't look. Please don't look. What is it, Eugene? Let me see. Please. You can't handle it. What's that supposed to mean? I'm sorry, you have to go. We'll deal with it. Somehow. Out of my way, Eugene. Audio description. Polly Pozniak pushes her way through the small crowd. They are looking down at something on the ground, positioned, as if it has been thrown over the fence from outside the compound. Polly Pozniak screaming. Audio description: the camera briefly focuses on the object. The film must be paused to get a clear view of it. The object is Emil Nilsson's severed head. The tape ends. Children of the New Dawn. Archival Home Movie No. 6. Audio. Classified 5 Serapis. Audio description: the following is the audio of a film, taken in the afternoon of July 25, 1968. The camera is placed at waist height, watching the main gate of the compound. A group of the Children of the New Dawn have gathered there, many of them with bags or suitcases. Eugene Grimes runs into frame. A version of the full film with audio is available to rent from the site Historical Media Archives, with permission from the site director. Portions of the transcript in bold are narrated by Dr. Gallio. Eugene Grimes: you can't go. This is a test. We have to hold on. We have to make it work. We can still see the truth. Unidentified cultist: it's over, Eugene. He's gone. He's dead. Come on, man. You're gonna give up what we made? We live in freaking tents, man. The only one who wasn't out in the mud and rain was Emil. We can't grow spit in this ground. We just pray and dig all day. Emil gets everyone's girl, and if we leave, we disappear forever. We got families out there somewhere. You got family here. Not anymore. A loud engine sound approaches. Audio description: the argument ceases, and the large vehicle can be heard approaching. There is a crash of breaking metal. Voice raise an alarm, and begin screaming. In the distance, several car engines rev. Audio description: a bulldozer crashes through the main gate. The crowd there scatters. The bulldozer drives clear of the ruined gate, and several cars drive through, each with a number of men. These men, in plain civilian clothes, are all armed. Though they wear no uniforms, they can be assumed to be police officers, as among them is Officer Stephen Markley. And they carry a mixture of Smith & Wesson Model 10 revolvers and Remington Model 870 shotguns, both standard issue to police forces in the area at the time. Officer Stephen Markley: you had your warning. Your messiah left you to face the music. Now you're gonna dance. There is gunfire and screams. Audio description: officers open fire, taking cover behind their cars as a few return shots come from the Children of the New Dawn. It is not known how many weapons the group possessed, but there is little return fire from them, and they appear heavily outmatched. It is difficult to make out details of the conflict, aside from the frequency of gunfire recorded on the film's audio. The police officers spread out, firing as they move. Polly Pozniak: this is my land. The earth and the trees and the mountains. Officer Stephen Markley: that's Emil's girl. Take her out. A volley of gunfire. Audio description: the camera is knocked over, and the rest of the recording is rotated 90 degrees. Polly Pozniak enters the frame, alone and unarmed. She is barefoot, and wearing a tattered white knee-length dress. Several shots hit her in the torso and limbs, and she falls to her knees. You killed the old truth. I am the new truth. Officer Stephen Markley: must be PCP. Dumb broad doesn't even know she's dead. Audio description: Officer Markley walks up to Polly Pozniak and puts the barrel of his gun to her forehead. There is the sound of wood ripping through flesh and bone. Officer Stephen Markley, screaming. Audio description: bloody protuberances of woody material, like tree roots, erupt from beneath the skin of Polly Pozniak's back and shoulders. Several of them puncture Officer Markley's body and lift him off the ground. Polly Pozniak stands up again, and the earth beneath her breaks and ripples. Roots emerge from the ground to ensnare the other officers. Audio description: Polly Pozniak is hit by more gunfire, but shows no effect. Her head lolls to one side, and her arms and legs are motionless. But the root-like growths continue to erupt from her body, and the earth around her. One police officer can be seen, at the edge of the frame, being dragged under the ground. Another crawls through the dirt, with blood running from his mouth, and a length of torn-off root still protruding from where it has impaled him below the chin. One of the cars sinks into the earth, dragged down by roots looping through its windows and around its wheels. Audio description: from the sounds on the recording, several other officers are maimed or killed by the sudden growths, and the rest either keep firing or quickly retreat. The sounds of compacted metal suggest more cars are destroyed. The body of Polly Posniak is conveyed on a web of roots across the frame, dragging the corpse of Officer Markley behind it. Audio description: the camera is suddenly jerked away from the scene, as if it had been picked up, and after a few moments of rapid movement and panicked breathing, the recording ends. Children of the New Dawn, Archival Home Movie No. 7. Audio. Classified 5 Serapis. Audio description: the following is the sound from a film recording that takes place sometime after the afternoon of July 25th, 1968, probably the same night. The camera is set up in an area of darkened forest. Eugene Grimes, still wearing a mud-covered tie-dye robe, speaks to the camera. This is believed to be the final recording from the evidence the Foundation recovered concerning the Children of the New Dawn. A version of the full film with audio is available to rent from the Site Historical Media Archives, with permission from the site director. Portions of the transcript in bold are narrated by Dr. Gallio. Chirping crickets. Feet crunching on leaves. Eugene Grimes. They're gone. They're dead or run away. The cops too. I don't know what the authorities will do, or if they'll ever know. I'm not going to find out. Polly talked about living off the land, and the earth providing everything we need. I believe her. What she saw in the sacrament, it was real. Maybe Emil's truth was real too, but I never saw it. Polly's, I saw. The forest and the mountain will help keep me alive. The people who lived here long ago knew that. We would dig up the things they left behind when we were plowing for the vegetable patch. Maybe the truth is there too, in the ground. The truth of those people. I don't know how much longer this thing has to run, and I didn't grab any more film for it when I ran. So this is probably it for me. Brother Eugene, child of the New Dawn. Find your truth, brothers and sisters. Break down the walls, and find your truth. Audio description: Eugene Grimes turns off the camera, and the recording ends. Commentary: Dr. Gallio. Children of the New Dawn. Classified 5 Serapis. Gallio. Records of the events of July 25th, 1968 cannot be found in the archives of local or state police. The Scarslow Police Department have proven adept at covering up the anomalous events in and around Shibbett's Vale, and they may have learned many of those skills hiding the aftermath of their unlawful attack on the Children of the New Dawn compound. Officer Markley and several other personnel simply vanished from the police department's employment records. The fates of the Children of the New Dawn are similarly obscure. If any survivors told of what happened to the compound, their stories never spread. While it is unlikely a definitive identification could ever be made, the unknown adult male body recovered from Camp Apisawa following the murders there in 1987 is consistent with Eugene Grimes. All recovered information has been collated under Project Serapis. This information is classified Level 5, O5 Eyes Only. Agent Hector Gallio, signing off. This is Agent Hector Gallio. The following is classified Level 5, under Project Serapis. O5 Eyes Only. Research in the history of Shibbett's Vale, in southern Montana, goes beyond police reports and local government archives. I sought out information from Foundation assets embedded in academia, particularly among anthropology, and psychology faculties. My assets returned from unpublished manuscripts and notes. The manuscript was left to the University of Michigan History faculty by Professor Walter Shepard upon its death in 1969. Professor Shepard was an anthropologist and conducted an extensive project gathering oral history from indigenous peoples, particularly Americans of the Northwest United States. Among his notes were the transcripts of interviews he had conducted on the Crow Nation's reservation in Montana, close to the Morning Cloak Mountains and Shibbet's Vale. These transcripts covered many areas of Crow history and culture and life on the reservation at the time. Professor Shepard's notes indicate he wanted to archive this information because much of it was passed on by oral tradition and was in danger of being forgotten or corrupted by time. Accordingly, he recorded his interviews and later transcribed them. The purpose of this specific interview was to learn about a strange illness that affected settlers in the Yellowstone area, but notably did not affect the Crow Nation. The Foundation asset at the university noted one set of transcripts from 1924. The interviewee was John Medicine Weasel, then 44 years of age, a full-blood member of the Crow Nation, and grandson of a Crow brave named Broken Nose, who fought in the Great Sioux War in the 1870s. My research independently verified that John Medicine Weasel died on the Crow Reservation in 1961. Medicine Weasel Oral History Classified 5/Serapis. Interview Transcript. Interviewer: Professor Walter Shepard, male, late 30s, anthropologist. Interviewee: John Medicine Weasel, male, 44, member of the Crow Nation. Subject: the raw record of an oral history, formerly collected from a member of the Crow Nation of Montana, as conducted for the University of Michigan. Date: March 7, 1924. Begin log. Shepard: I'm going to record this. Is that okay? Medicine Weasel: what are you going to use this for? Am I going to be famous? It's just for personal use, so that I can go back and listen to this conversation if needed. Go ahead. Thanks. So, just for the tape, tell me your name and who you are. Again? Name's John Medicine Weasel. I live here on the reservation, doing construction mostly. Both parents were Crow. Last time we spoke, you mentioned your grandfather. I understand his name was Broken Nose? That's right. He died in 1913, I think. Did you know him well? Not really. We didn't spend much time with him. He only stayed with us near the end. He had an idea that I should learn some of what he'd learned. I was about 14, about to be a man, that kind of thing. He knew he was dying. Called me up to his room. He was this big, tough guy most of his life, but he was all skin and bones then. Smelled of ointment and disinfectant. Had an oxygen cylinder by the bed. Said he had a lesson and a story. The lesson's quicker. What was it? He said, settled near natural sources of red ochre. He believed red ochre could help protect against some forms of sickness, and against certain spirits. That's interesting. Same thing he taught my father. Not that my pa followed his advice. But then Grandpa managed to lean up off his bed. He was near the end. Then, and he said, John, I always believed that, and I will believe it after I'm gone. But there's something else you need to know. In all my life, I've only ever met one truly evil spirit. The people of the Bone Tree. I'm not familiar with them. Most people weren't. Even my grandpa's tribe didn't really believe his stories of the Bone Tree people. Grandpa didn't say anything about where they were from, but it always sounded like they were some outlaws who came across the country with the settlers. He said they weren't from our side. And I don't mean just Crow's side, but the side of anyone in the valley, even the settlers. He said the Bone People are named after the fruit from the forest it grew in. Nobody knows much about it. As far as I know, they aren't around anymore. I see. Can you tell me more about the Bone Tree people? Sure. Grandpa was a rough one when he was young. I didn't realize it at the time, but I took after him. I was a warrior from a young age. At least, I thought I was. Everyone thinks they're tough before the real world gets to them, you know? Grandpa was a crow warrior. He was young when this happened, 18 maybe. A man, but he hadn't been for long. Still had a lot to prove. I always knew him as Grandpa, but his name then was Broken Nose. When would you say this was? There was a war between the government on one side and the Sioux and Cheyenne on the other. One of the last big Indian wars. This would be the Great Sioux War in 1876? Sure, that's what the whites called it. 76 or 77. The Crows sided with the government. Back then, it was because the Sioux and the Cheyenne had been enemies of the Crow for a long time. Spotted Cloud was a Crow chief then too, and he wanted to work with the white government to help the Crow keep their lands. A lot of folks opposed him at the time, but we are a small, but beautiful, and important part of our land. Even if they made it into a reservation, so I guess he had a point. Broken Nose, your grandfather, he knew Spotted Cloud? Sure did. The man was a leader even back then. He was young when he became a chief. The time Grandpa was talking about, a lot of the warriors were off scouting and fighting for the government in the war, and there weren't so many left back at the villages. They moved the villages around a lot. They hunted the buffalo to live and trapped fur to trade, so they had to keep moving. That season, they were in a real pretty valley, not far from here. Grandpa says he used to go and see it when he was still healthy, just to remember. As it happened, lots of red ochre in the area. The Crow knew of the Bone Tree because they'd made trouble. They'd come down from the forest past our territory and steal supplies from some of the nearby tribes or towns. The Bone Tree people tried to steal a horse from us once. That didn't end well for them. One got shot in the gut and captured. All the others fled. Grandpa saw them steal horses from some white people a few times. Never saw them ride those horses though, which was a bit odd. They didn't stay long, and they rarely came down, so we didn't worry about them unless we saw them approaching. The Bone Tree people were in Shibbett's Vale? That's right, near Lake Apisawa, but up the mountain, deep in the woods. But this time, the time my grandpa told me about, they didn't just come for horses. It was just before sunset, and a soul bone tree came out of the woods. They had come for a child. Oh my god. Now, I know you get this picture of Indians all riding into town and carrying people off. Folks raided and got raided in return, of course, but not the Crow. Not very much. They minded their own business, unless they were provoked. And it was horses or cattle, not people. It just didn't happen. It was a quiet day. Some were out hunting. Others were tending to camp. Kids had some independence in camp. Adults trust them to be safe and smart. So, some kids were out near the edge of camp playing in the woods. And as the sun begins to set, the kids come back. Well, people notice pretty quickly that one of the kids didn't come back with the others. A few of the parents start looking around camp, making sure he didn't come back early. When they can't find him, Broken Nose goes out to where the kids were playing, but he didn't see the missing kid anywhere. A few of the other men and women in camp join his search. That's when one of the women noticed a figure, the soul bone tree in the distance, journeying away from camp, and back towards the distant forest. The men were ready to ride after them right away, but Spotted Cloud said no. Says a lot about the man, They respected him. They needed a plan, he said. They had to do this properly. The missing child was Grandpa's sister's boy. I never knew her. Grandpa told me he felt it was his responsibility. He was supposed to protect her. He was the big brother. But Grandpa was one of the Red Otters. They were a secret society. Bands of warriors you had to be invited to join. They were led by Old Fire. He was a tough bastard, and Grandpa looked up to him. Old Fire dragged Grandpa to his feet and said, "Broken Nose, don't you dare mourn for your sister's boy when he's not yet dead. We're going to get him back. Don't insult Little Rabbit like that." Little Rabbit was his name, and you didn't speak the name of the dead. That meant Old Fire was promising he was alive, and they were going to get her back. So, Grandpa says, "What are we going to do?" I haven't heard this story from anyone else. You think it didn't happen? No, I mean, it's strange that an event this unusual didn't enter the common recollection of the Crow. News would have spread, especially if Spotted Cloud was involved. Well, there's a reason it didn't spread. A few reasons. I think I mentioned one of the Bone Tree people got shot in the gut trying to steal a horse, right? Most said to kill him, but Spotted Cloud said no, and there was enough respect for him even then to stay their hands. They kept him away from everyone else, always tied up like a dog, kept him fed, treated him better than most would have wanted. But Spotted Cloud said nobody knows anything about these Bone Tree, and here we have a fellow who could tell us. The morning after Little Rabbit was taken, Spotted Cloud takes some of the men over to where the Bone Tree is kept. He says to him, "We know you got enough of our tongue by now to understand me, so now's the time to show us we were right to keep you alive. You lead us to where your people are, in the forest. Then, if you do well, we cut you loose." I don't know what they said they would do to the fellow if he said no, but it must have been pretty bad because they came back to the village with this man following them. He had a rope around his neck, and his hands were still tied. I know settlers were pale, but Grandpa said his skin was gray, like river mud. His back and his arms were covered in scabs and sores. He had no hair on his head or body. He looked like a man with a strange disease, but he'd always been like that, and never got better or worsened. Spotted Cloud said the Red Otters would be the ones to go get the child back. They would take the prisoner to the forest, find the Bone Tree people, and fight if they had to. They got all the supplies they needed, and agreed that Old Fire would lead Grandpa and one other man, come with the stars. They would take 2 horses each, in case one got killed. The Crow had a lot of horses. It was why the Sioux and the Cheyenne were so jealous. Just the 3 of them? That's all they thought they'd need. And did they know the enemy numbers? No one could be sure. Most they'd ever seen was half a dozen or so. But outlaws are like flies. Where there's one, there's more. Inside the forest, there could be any number of them. I don't think the government didn't even know they existed, which, if they were outlaws, probably suited them quite alright. That would explain why this is the first time I've heard of them. They're all gone now, so it doesn't matter. But Spotted Cloud wanted to stay on good terms with the government, and he knew that involved keeping them from learning about the Bone Tree. The Bone Tree was like a dirty secret. They didn't follow government orders, and no one in our tribe wanted to start issues with some crazy white folk hiding in the woods, and when they did come to the valley, they always gave our camp a wide berth. Why do you think that was? I think it's because we kicked their ass the few times they tried to come by. Grandpa says it's because of where our village sat. The earth beneath our village was rich with red ochre. Our power comes from the land itself. It is that land that protects us and provides. Why was red ochre important? You know what it is, right? Soil rich with iron. Red as blood. Lots of people use it to paint, dye their clothes, and sometimes make medicine. It's supposed to be antibacterial too. So before they left, Broken Nose, Come with the Stars, and Old Fire used red ochre to stain their skin and dye their clothes. If all the Bone Tree people were sick, this would keep them from getting the Bone Tree infection. And did Old Fire have a plan for when they arrived? Ride in, grab the child, kill anyone who got in our way. He wasn't a man to overcomplicate things. He gathered the red otters at the edge of the village, with their pet Bone Tree on a spare horse, with his hands tied. And he said Broken Nose can lead the way. Could he have refused it? Maybe. I guess so. I don't think it occurred to him that he could. It was his family in there. So, they rode to Shibbett's Vale. It wasn't yet night, but the trees were black, like the mountains wore a black cloak. The captive Bone Tree wouldn't do anything until Old Fire showed him the knife he carried, with notches down its blade so they'd hook into the man's gut and pull them out when you stabbed him. Don't know if he ever used it, but he had that look that tells you he really might. He didn't recognize the Bone Tree language. It had some words from the tongues of the settlers in those parts, but all jumbled up and distorted. He made some actions that made it clear enough what he was going to do if the prisoner didn't lead them right. I don't know if this Bone Tree was really scared, or if he was going to lead them to his people anyways. Grandpa didn't know, and he says Old Fire wasn't sure either. The guy had a face you couldn't read. Grandpa said it was scarred all weird, like his veins had turned hard and dark and blistered up from his skin. He took them into the forest, and the red otters had trouble staying together. They had to call out, so they didn't get separated in the trees. They lost some of the spare horses on the way, and it slowed them down a lot. Then, Come with the Stars calls out to dismount and get low. He'd seen an outlaw's camp up ahead, near the mouth of a cave. They tied off the horses, and tied the Bone Tree prisoner to a tree trunk while they were at it. They moved forward quiet as they could, but Grandpa knew better than to hope that they would take the Bone Trees by surprise with all the noise they had made getting there. Did your grandfather know the exact location? Any landmarks? So you can dig it up? No such luck. That forest was far from our home and unfamiliar. But that wasn't the only problem. When they got to the forest, it was like it didn't want anyone knowing their way around. Without their prisoner, they might still be riding in circles. The red otters got close enough to see a clearing had been cut in the forest, and there were wood cabins in a cluster. They'd been there a long time, and they were falling apart, covered in moss, full of holes. Abandoned outpost maybe? Overrun by the outlaws? Grandpa thought so. The red otters didn't see anyone, but the embers were still hot, so the Bone Tree was near. But he didn't have time to look around. They heard a gunshot ring out. Someone yells out so everyone would know they were under attack. And then it's just chaos. Old Fire motions for Come with the Stars and Grandpa to keep to the woods and get into a better position. As they're running through the woods, they catch a glimpse of the Bone Tree people. They're like the prisoner, skinned gray like new ash, and all diseased. Diseased? Again? They were all sick. That's how Grandpa put it. I think it was more than just diseased, but I guess there wasn't any other way to say it. One Bone Tree runs right at Come with the Stars, but as soon as they made contact, the Bone Tree jumped back and started shrieking. He'd gotten some of Grandpa's red ochre dye on him, and it seemed like it was scorching his skin, making all the diseased flesh bubble and pop. That's when Grandpa sees the Bone Tree's mouth is like an eel's. It's too low on its base, and it's wide at its shoulders. It opens wide, full of teeth, and it bites down on Come with the Stars. Takes a big bloody chunk out of him. That's when Grandpa knew this wasn't just some strange white man, but something nothing like whoever it used to be. He had his knife and his bow. It was too close for the bow. He lunged at the Bone Tree with his knife and hit him in the side, where it's soft. Grandpa heard a lot of men hurt and killed. A lot of men dying, but he told me he'd never in his life heard the noise the bone tree made when he struck him. He told you that? Yeah. Got this real, far-away look in his eyes, like he could hear it in the distance. I always heard how he was a strong guy, a real old warrior, you know. Not then, lying in bed, so skinny you'd think he was starved, his eyes welling up while he talked about killing that bone tree. Must have been a wrench to let himself look that weak. I was the only person in the room. He wouldn't let anyone else in while he told it all. That stuck with me as much as the story. How small and frail he looked, and how he only wanted me to see it. You don't show when you're upset. Never. Not if you want to stay proud. I guess he knew he wasn't for this world much longer, so he wouldn't have to try and hold his head up around me, knowing I'd seen him like that. He'd gone through so much, this old man. He'd seen the tale of the Plains Wars, watched tribes being whittled down, beat down, subjugated. Seen the reservation turn to what it is. See the government try to educate the Indian out of us. I saw he'd come through that as much broken as proud. I think a lot about that. I'm proud of who I am. I'd never deny it, or any of our history, good or bad. But remembering that old man, I see how much pain there is for us just being alive, thinking about what we lost. Your grandfather had just bought the bone tree. Sorry, got sidetracked. Don't apologize, John. All the bone tree are like the one Grandpa killed, more or less. Something wrong with all of them. He saw one slithering along the ground, and in place of legs, he had dark roots, like a dozen snakes all writhing through the dirt. Another is big, real huge, all flabby, but Grandpa sees it's not fat. It's those white fruit growing all over his body. He has a club made out of a jawbone, guys the size of a grizzly bear. Grandpa knows he can't back down with. Little Rabbit is counting on him, so he stands his ground, and his big bone tree crashes right into him. They wrestle down on the ground, and Grandpa remembered how this guy's skin was soft like clay, and came off in big handfuls. The big guy's roaring and thrashing, and Grandpa gets his knife clear enough to stab down into his neck and shoulder. He gets the juice of these weird fruit all over him. He says he hears voices then, far away. A woman's voice. It was kinda hard to make out what he meant when he told me about this part. He said he saw a woman running away from something chasing her, across valleys and forest, across mountains. She crosses the frozen ocean, and comes to a new empty place, where she can lay down and rest. He said it wasn't like the type of vision you'd get from fasting out in a mountain. It was more like an old memory that's just coming back to you after a long time. Then he feels the weight being hauled off of him. Come with the Stars is dancing around the big bone tree, trying to exhaust him. An old fire is pulling my grandpa back to its feet. There's blood all over him. He has to wipe it out of his eyes. That's when they hear Little Rabbit. He's in the cave calling out for them. He was still alive? Yeah. Grandpa starts towards the cave, and that's when he knows it is not a cave. It's more like a tunnel made of trees. The branches and trunks had all grown together to meet overhead. It was pitch dark, so they lit some branches from the embers in the fire pits to light the way. Bunches of those fruits hung everywhere. This is a tunnel made out of the living trees? The bone tree people had trained them to grow like that? Grandpa didn't say. He wasn't thinking like you might, Professor, especially when they found the horses. Were those horses they had stolen from the valley? Those, and maybe some of the ones they first arrived with. But they hadn't kept them to ride, not even to eat. They were wrapped up in the walls, by the branches and roots. Most of them were skeletons. Some still had flesh on them. They had just rotted where they hung. Grandpa remembers the stink of them. The freshest had their bellies torn open. They were hollowed out like something had pulled out their guts. The skin was all stretched, and they were covered in the same dark veins as the bone tree people. They'd done that to the horses? That's what Grandpa said. Don't know why. don't even know what. The Crow pressed on down those tunnels, and they'd split. Old Fire and Come With the Stars went one way, and Grandpa went the other. Grandpa heard Little Rabbit shouting again. The boy must have heard fighting, and he was screaming and hollering fit to bring the place down. Grandpa sprinted right at the sound. There was a few bone tree up ahead, and they just slammed into each other. He couldn't see anything, just stabbed blindly in the dark and pulled his knife back when he felt he hit something. That must have been the last bone tree because, after that, the cave was silent. Grandpa grabbed Little Rabbit, called for Old Fire, and they rode home. As far as I know, that was the last they saw of the Bone Tree people. Presumably, they'd wiped out the whole group in the caves. Crow didn't have reason to go back over towards that area, and most whites avoided it for how treacherous the forest seemed. Did they take their Bone Tree prisoner back with them? Grandpa left him tied to the tree. His people could have him, I guess, if there were any left. Old Fire wasn't going to kill a prisoner tied up and defenseless. But he wasn't going to bring any of those people back among the Crow either. When they're past the bounds of the forest, Old Fire draws them to a halt. He says he has to go back and do something that had to be done. He asked Grandpa and Come With the Stars to wait at the edge of the woods for his return. Just before dawn, Old Fire came back. They were silent. Grandpa remembers that as much as the battle. We would tell what we did in the war. We named our coups and our victories. It was like a story we all made, the story of all of our lives. But those men didn't call out their deeds. They just rode back to the village. Grandpa never asked Old Fire what he had done, because he knew full well what it was, and he never spoke it aloud either. Not even Spotted Cloud demanded to know Little Rabbit was back, and the Bone Tree was beaten. Everything else, they would leave buried. What do you think Old Fire did? The same thing you think they did, and I ain't gonna say it either. I see. What happened to the rest of the Bone Tree? I don't know. Maybe they went elsewhere, the ones that were left. There can't have been many. None there now. Not that many Crow ever go over that way to look. One other question has been bothering me. There are plenty, of course, where they came from, how they ended up that way. But what I really wonder is, what did they need the child for? I thought about that too. They must have known the Crow would come after them, and come ready to kill. If they'd actually wanted the Crow to wipe them out, they couldn't have done much better than what they did. Must have needed medicine, really needed it to survive. The only thing that explains that kind of risk. Grandpa didn't know, and I don't either, and there ain't many of them around to ask. You might not know, but you must have made some guesses. Maybe they were holding him for ransom, hoping that we'd give them food and medicine if they returned our boy. Maybe they wanted back the one we shot in the gut and tied up. I really can't say. End log. Commentary: Dr. Galio. Medicine Weasel Oral History. Classified 5/Serapis. The region around Shibbett's Vale and Lake Apisawa has yielded many examples of Native American archaeology. Most of it is from the Crow, who lived in the area for centuries, with a significant contribution from the Sioux, Cheyenne, and Shoshone. But some of it appears unrelated to examples from the Great Plains tribes. I have sought out examples of these anomalous artifacts from Foundation assets in academia, but no originals have been located. A few sketches and descriptions still exist of carved stone tablets, with pictograms describing the journey of a divine being, or ancestor figure, from land to the east, who reaches a new home and slumbers. Symbology suggests this being is associated with fertility, growth, and the forest. Together with John Medicine Weasel's testimony, this begins to build up a picture of what the Crow knew as the Bone Tree people. By the time logging was established in Shibbett's Vale in the 1930s, Any sign of them was gone. The fact they used wooden cabins, and were unrelated to any of the Native American tribes nearby, suggests they were originally European settlers. They may have established themselves there to trap fur in the Morning Cloak Mountains. It's impossible to say for sure, except that they must have come from somewhere, and, in the end, they definitely settled in the wrong place. The story of the Bone Tree people confirms an anomalous history of Shibbett's Vale, stretching back to at least to the 19th century. I've been unable to find stories or documentation predating this account, leading me to believe that this anomaly may have been introduced to the area by colonists looking to settle the region. I am closing in on the true nature of Shibbett's Vale, and the entity associated with the anomalies there. A figure fleeing westwards, finding shelter at the foot of the Morning Cloaks, and sleeping to recover from its flight. A deity associated with life and growth, and their aberrations. Corrupted flora and fauna. Hallucinogenic plant life. All of these are recurring elements of the region's history. The picture is becoming more complete. All recovered information has been collated under Project Serapis. This information is classified Level 5, 05-12 Eyes Only. Agent Hector Gallio, signing. The door buzzer is activated from the outside. The door opens. Agent Gallio. That's me. This office is Level 5 access only. What is this about? I am here representing the O5 Council. I have higher clearance than you, Agent. Be assured, I have every right and reason to be here. Then what do you want? The Council has noted the excellent quality of your work on Project Serapis. Your research and collation of this intelligence has been exemplary, and of great use to the Council. Let me guess, I'm off the case. The Council has deemed Project Serapis no longer an effective use of Foundation resources. You are requested to hand over all materials pertaining to this project, and await further assignment. I was just getting somewhere. It's more than just another monster hunt. SCP-6881 is something else. I've almost worked out what. We sent the MTF in way too early. You can't fight this thing with bullets and bad language. It's way beyond that. The Council is well aware of the conclusions you have drawn so far about the history of Shibbett's Vale. The information you have collected for them is more than enough for their current purposes. Any further research is without value. You are reminded that as of this moment, you no longer have the clearance necessary to access Project Serapis. If there is any delay in your compliance, security will have to be summoned. So that's it. As you say, Agent Gallio, that is it. Surrender your personal effects and submit to a body scan at the security post before you leave the building. They're throwing us away. I'm so close. Thank you, Agent Gallio. We'll take it from here. This isn't how I thought this would go down. Were you expecting us to sit on a bench in a Moscow park and exchange code words? Or maybe a conversation be a dead drop? The Foundation aren't common spies, Agent Gallio. We could be a lot more civilized than that. How's the Langoustine? Makes a change from the cafeteria burritos. The scallops have too much lemon. It's overpowering. Still, it can be forced down. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Think we can get down to business before the main course? You're a very impatient man, Agent. A benefit in many aspects of your work, but not always appropriate. I'm not an agent anymore. As you said, when the O5 Council initiated Project Serapis. Then you were an agent again, and then you were stripped of the designation. So now you exist in an administrative limbo. An employee who is employed for nothing. An agent without a case. You know a lot about me, and I don't know squat about you. Add that to the fact I got invited to a fancy place out of nowhere to talk with someone I've never met, and you understand why I feel kinda nervous. It's not that I don't appreciate the free lunch. It's just I like to know who's paying. Of course, we're just trying to avoid the usual tiresome skullduggery. We find ourselves at a curious moment in Foundation history, when the Council is not all of one mind. A significant minority does not agree with the decision to shut down Project Serapis. In fact, we do not agree with its original purpose, but since it has outgrown that purpose, we want it back. Odd how these things work out, but here we are. The purpose was to research the history of SCP-6881, and the area around it. Nothing wrong with knowing what you're up against, especially when it's already wiped out the first mobile task force we sent after it. True, but have you considered the fundamental flaw at the heart of Project Serapis? It is a paradox that a man of your experience must have seen before the first Council representative had left your office. Of course I did, but everything the Foundation does has a double and triple meaning behind it somewhere, especially when it's the O5 Council giving the orders. It's not surprising there's something hinky behind Project Serapis too. The paradox is that Project Serapis was set up to research Shibbett's Vale and all the anomalous events that happened there, as far back as I could find. But that's the problem. The project was initiated after an operation was launched against SCP-6881, the entity underneath Shibbett's Vale. Which means the Foundation knew there was something anomalous there already. The O5 Council was already aware of the area's anomalous history. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent the MTF into the caves under Shibbett's Vale, looking for what caused it. They had me researching something they had to already know about. Yet you conducted Project Serapis to the best of your ability anyways. It's my job. I do what I am told. Besides, it's not the weirdest thing the Council has ever ordered. Did you give any thought to what the purpose of Project Serapis really was? My guess? It was a test to see how much about Shibbett's Vale could be dug up by someone with the inclination and the resources. They already knew the place's history, or at least most of it. They wanted to know if anyone else could uncover it, so they set me to doing it. And that naturally leads to a second conclusion. There's something about Shibbett's Vale the O5 Council doesn't want the world to know. They cancelled Project Serapis before I got too close to whatever it is. As perceptive as we expected, Agent Galio. And that is where our new relationship comes in. I represent the members of the O5 Council, who are themselves in the dark about what lies under Shibbett's Vale. We are most concerned to know something happened there that our fellow members wish to keep secret. It undermines the integrity of the Council to have some party to relevant information, and others ignorant of it. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say these Council dissidents want Project Serapis to continue. Correct. And we'd like you to continue leading it. I knew this lunch was too fancy to be free. We will fully support you. Protect you as well, if that's what you're worried about. And do not pretend, Agent, that you are not as driven as we are to find out what lies at the end of this rabbit hole. You want to know what happened at Shibbett's Vale. You want to know what SCP-6881 actually is. Curiosity isn't the best reason to dive back into the field. Maybe. But we both know, Agent Galio, it's enough. It looks like the main course is here. The sea bass. Good choice, Agent. This is Agent Hector Galio. The following information is Classified Level 5, under Project Serapis, O5 Eyes Only. A military base, Camp Whitetail, was established at Shibbett's Vale firstly as an internment camp in 1941, and later an Air Force facility at the beginning of the Cold War in 1947. It was used for pilot training and the use of reconnaissance aircraft, and interpreting aerial photography. It was also a training base of the Air Rescue Service, The camp was closed in 1954, under circumstances that were not made a matter of public record. Foundation contacts in the Air Force searched for information on Camp Whitetail and located a set of transcripts that were classified just before the base's closure. They were a series of radio transmissions from the base. The sender was later confirmed as Staff Sergeant Amos Hazel. Air Force personnel records state that Staff Sergeant Hazel died in a motor accident on the base shortly before it was shut down, along with Airman 2nd Class Waldo Kirshner and Airman 2nd Class Madeline Little. The transcript indicates this is not the truth. Camp Whitetail Transmission, 1954. Classified 5/Serapis. Hazel. This is Staff Sergeant Amos Hazel, Air Rescue Service. I am in the commissary basement of Whitetail Air Force Base. I think I'm going to die here. I don't hold out much hope of someone coming to get me, even if they hear this transmission. The only people who are going to hear it are the military. The order will be, leave him there. It's better to let him die than open that place up again, and airmen follow orders. I can't get out of here, but I can use this old radio set to make the truth heard. If it's still hooked up to the antenna topside, there's a chance someone will hear it. Not a great chance, but it's all I have left, except shells full of sea rats, and the poison in the rat traps. I'm in training as a para-rescueman. I'm a medic first, everything else second. I always thought I'd buy it jumping out of a plane, or being left behind enemy lines when a mission goes wrong. Heroic, I guess. And quick. It's not going to end that way, but at least I have time to get the truth out there. My mama always did tell me to count my blessings. This all happened 2 days ago. We'd have evening chow, and I was smoking outside the barracks. Airman Little came up to me. I know her from the motor pool. I got the feeling the officers saw her as trouble. But then they'd think that about all the colored personnel. I didn't know her well. I didn't really know anyone. Spliced to military-grade personnel tape recorder, outside at night. Little. Hazel, right? Hazel. That's me. Sorry, I forget. Little. Oh yeah. You sure it's okay for you to be out here, Airman Little? You don't want to get chewed out for nothing. It's not okay. It is very definitely not okay. None of this is. Something wrong? You're a staff sergeant. The stripe says so. So you can get outside the fence, right? If someone stops us, you can say, I got this official duty. She's with me. You can do that? I could, yeah, but I don't. I'm gonna finish the smoke and turn in. You gotta come with me, outside the fence, just a little way. I can't go on my own. No way the assholes on the gate would let me sweet-talk my way out. There's a good reason for that. This is an intelligence base. The Colonel runs it tight. Can I ask you to trust me? Sure, I guess. Come with me outside the fence. I have to show you something. I have to show it to someone, and there's no one else. Am I going to get jumped by a dozen guys the moment we're past the lights? What? No! Because you hear things. Then bring a gun. Well, my smoke's done. And this had better be good. Splice. Outside at night. Kirshner. Halt! Little. Kirshner's on duty. Hazel. He a good guy? Little. Not really. Kirshner. They call it Camp Whitetail, but it looks like Sergeant Hazel is stepping out with the Blacktail tonight. Get bent, Kirshner. Hey, I have a duty to this great nation of ours to protect us from the agents of the Red Menace. How do I know you and the house girl ain't meeting some Ivan to hand over state secrets in the woods? Give it a rest. I just need to head out to check one of the floodlights with the mechanic here. Sure you do. Damn, Hazel. I didn't think you had it in you. She's cute, if you like that kind of thing. Drop dead twice, asswipe. Got a little firecracker there. You gonna let us pass or not, Airman? Pulling rank on me, Hazel? Never pegged you as the type. And I never thought I'd ever catch you being a snuffy eater. Hey, never let it be said I stood between a man and some bayonet drill. Gotta say though, it's gonna be a long night to stand guard out here. You know, I find I always see worse when I got something to smoke. Here, there's only one missing. Thanks, Sarge. You have a great evening. Splice. Outside at night. Footsteps through undergrowth. Little. It's here. See it? Hazel. I can't see anything. In the grass there. Just before the trees. See it? Oh God. It's what I thought, right? Sure is. I was working up high on the aerial when I saw it. I thought, there's no way, but I grabbed some binoculars and got a better look. I know it should have gone straight to an officer, but I didn't want to be the dumb girl who saw a mannequin, or a dead deer or something, and thought it was, you know, a body. You're a medic. You've seen them. In anatomy class. Not in the wild, so to speak, but that's definitely a body. Oh God, so I was right. He's naked. How the hell did he end up out here? People get up to all kinds of things in the woods, but I don't think he was meeting a sweetheart out here, see? He's hollow. Looks like the whole organ tree's gone. One incision at the clavicle down to the groin. Chest and abdomen empty. You okay, little? Yeah, I guess. If you're going to throw up, make sure it's a good step away. I'm fine. I can keep it together. Is he from the base? I don't think so. He looked a little old. Too much spread. Either he pilots a desk, or he's a local. Maybe from Scarslow. Cracking branches. Oh shit. Gun cocking. All my born days, Kirshner. I nearly shot you. Did you follow us out here? I thought I'd get an eyeful of your little Jezebel. You creepy asshole. I should neuter you like a dog. Stand down, little. We already got one dead guy here. Holy shit, is that a stiff? Sure is. No idea who. How'd he get like that? Did a bear get him? This wasn't an animal. He's been cut open. Real neat. I don't see the rest of him anywhere. He got any marks on him? Tattoos? Scars? Not that I can see. We gotta have a story for why we were out here. She snuck out, and you and me were chasing her, right? That'll wash. How come I got to be the one going AWOL? We don't need a story. What did we tell the Colonel when he asked why we were here? Nothing. We're reporting this, right? No. Why not? Because that's a medical swab. Where? There. There's a sound of something wet. Oh God, don't put your hand in there. See? Someone did surgery on this guy. Probably when they emptied him out. How did you even see that? I noticed the small things. There's no surgical hospital in Scarslow, or on this side of the Morning Cloaks. The only operating theater anywhere nearby is back at the base, in the classified sector. You think someone at the base did this? I wish I didn't, but I don't see many other options. How many people could cut him open like that? I could do it. Any of the PJs and Air Rescue could. The megs at the base emptying a guy out and keeping it neat isn't the most involved of operations. So it could still be some back alley dock in Scarslow? Maybe. If he got his hands on standard issue medical supplies, and if he had decided the best place to dump the body was within sight of a military base. Come on, Hazel, what do we do? Go back to base. Ask around. Find out if we can trust the Colonel and the officers. Little. Could you have seen it from anywhere but up on the aerial? No way. I was up real high before I got an angle. Then it's not likely anyone else will spot him. And he sure isn't going anywhere. Splice. Radio broadcast. Hazel. I know that by the book. I should have hightailed it to the MPs, or a superior officer. as soon as I realized there was a dead guy there in the grass, but I had my reasons for keeping it under my hat for the time being. The medical swab was one. There were others. If I had the choice again, knowing what I know now, I think I'd have done the same thing. Everything else, I would have changed. None of this would have happened at all if Little hadn't come to me for help. I don't blame her though. Looking back on it, I guess she chose me, because who the hell else was she going to talk to? That night, we hit the classified wing. It was no picnic getting in, and there was no way I could explain ourselves away if we got called out. But there was plenty I had to be sure about. Kirshner came with us. Turns out he's more useful than a pail in a sandstorm after all. Not much, but a little. Splice. Inside a building. Everyone is very quiet. Keys jingle, and a door opens. Kirshner. Here. The pharmacy. Little. How come you got keys? Kirshner. I made a bunch of copies. I have a kind of side gig going on. They got a lot of morphine and such here. I saw a gap in the market. You asshole, that was you? They damn near strip searched us when that stuff turned up missing. Someone says drugs, suddenly the MPs are rounding up the blacks. Hey, I'm just trying to get by, okay? Hazel, just a reminder, we're committing a pretty serious crime here, so maybe we want to keep things a little quieter? Kirshner, this place connects to the classified wing? Yeah, through there. Pretty sure there's the first door. And then 2 basements. A lot of medical stuff goes down there. People say they're working on space medicine. Space medicine? Yeah, how to keep people alive if they put them on a space rocket. That's how come it's all so secret. Maybe that's where the stuff was from? Medical experiments? You thought that maybe it's a cadaver they were using? Like someone who was already dead, not a murder at all? It was a lot too fresh for that. But if it turns out you're right, that's what we'll find, and we can all go back to our barracks and forget all about this. Kirshner, through here. Little. So this floor is clerical. Basement 1 is radiography, and basement 2 is storage. Kirshner. You know the shady stuff is in storage. Hazel. Agreed. We start there. I got a key somewhere here, hang on. You got an idea what we're looking for, Hazel? Anything out of place. Something that can't be explained away as flight medicine research. And if there's a bucket of spare internal organs laying around, that would be just peachy. I'll bear that in mind. Listen, Little. I'm glad I don't have to do this alone. Or with just Kirshner. You didn't have to come down here. I started this. I gotta see it through. I'm still surprised you weren't mad I dragged you along to see that body in the first place. I couldn't blame you for not going to the Colonel, and better me than some prick like Kirshner. Where is that termite? Looks like he went ahead in the storage without us. Footsteps. I don't see him, and this sure doesn't look like storage. Smell that? Disinfected. And formaldehyde. All these lab benches are for working with biological samples. Lots of biohazard. What's that thing? Electron microscope. And there's an operating room through here. Looks state-of-the-art. It's got a camera. They were filming it. Footsteps. Someone's coming. Should we hide? Better to talk our way out of it. For you, maybe. Good point. Get out of sight. I'll talk. Dr. Stenforth. You! I gave instructions to be notified of anyone entering this level. Why are you here? Dr. Stenforth? I'm supposed to collect a 729A from you. They didn't tell me I had to ring ahead. Who are they? Colonel Barker. It's something from Command. They're doing an audit of all medical facilities. And what is a 729A? Some form, I think. I don't know, I just work here. I have never heard of such a thing. What do I tell Colonel Barker? Tell him to explain when he was promoted from base commander and became responsible for overseeing my work. I think you better do that yourself, sir. I am not a sir. Military officers are sirs. I work with the Air Force, not for it. I'll try to remember that, sir. Sergeant, is it? Staff Sergeant, yes. Your insignia says you're a combat medic. Why is a pararescue man from the Air Rescue Force running errands? Tell the truth, sir, I jumped at the opportunity to take a look down here. Quite the setup. I heard you're working on how to send people up in space rockets. What I do here is classified, but if people will insist on talking, I'm working on high-altitude medicine. Are you quite done, Staff Sergeant? Is that a morgue through there? This is a medical facility. Because, unless you're the world's worst surgeon, there are way too many cold lockers in there for anything short of a whole hospital. Boy, you must have a whole bunch of bodies coming through here, huh? You ever lose one? Why are you really here, Staff Sergeant? You know, we've met. Not that you remember. We take on some of the medical duties around the base, helping out when people get hurt, performing medicals, that sort of thing. Do you have a point? Last year, I did a medical on you, and the strangest thing, I thought about something my uncle told me. He fought in Normandy with the 29th Infantry. He said when they took German prisoners, they sorted out the SS guys from the rest. Regular German army were fine. They were soldiers just like him. But the SS were different. You had to watch them real good. The way to tell them apart was the SS had a tattoo of their blood group under their arm. You saw that. You knew the guy wasn't just a German, he was a Nazi. I have no tattoo. No. But at your medical, I saw you have a scar there instead. A little square right where the blood group would be. It was from a riding accident as a child. I'm surprised you could even see it. I noticed the small things. Not everything. You were wise to come armed, Staff Sergeant, but not to come alone. Little. Not alone, you son of a bitch. Footsteps. A scuffle. Stenford yells. Hazel. Little, where did you come from? The operating room. I stuck him with a scalpel. Are you hit? Just grazed. I don't know if he's a good scientist, but sure is a lousy shot. I still got a few rounds left. If we don't get Stenford now, he'll vanish into whatever system the CIA has, or these ex-Nazis. There were some weird things in the operating room. Plants. Plants. Yeah, in glass jars, with white berries on them. What were they making down here? A door is pushed open. Machinery noises. Now this is a lab. What is all this stuff? I don't recognize any of this, except the straitjackets and the cages. There's someone in that one, on the floor. Oh god, it's Kirshner. Kirshner. Kirshner, are you with us? Is he alive? Bolt drawn back. Cage door opens. I'll turn him over. Kirshner, gurgling. What's wrong with his face? What are they doing here, Kirshner? What happened? Don't breathe it in. Where's Stenford? Where did he go? Kirshner, gurgling. Don't breathe in what? Metal door opens with a bang. Organic groaning commences, from the new entrance. Oh Jesus, what are they? What in the hell are they? Splice. Radio broadcast. Hazel. They were bodies, like the one we found outside the fence. Naked. Slit open from neck to groin. But they were walking, and they were full of tangled plant matter. Woods and brambles. Bunches of fat white fruit hung out of them, though with no recognition or intelligence in their faces. Stenford had been keeping them in a holding cell, with an automatic door. He'd opened it to spring them on us. There must have been a dozen of them lurching into that weird lab. What could I do? I fired and ran. Splice. Laboratory. Organic groaning. Gunshots. Hazel. Go! There's a blood trail through that door. Stenford went through there. Running. Someone bangs against the door. The groaning is closer and louder. Stenford knows this place. He must have another way out. Little coughs. You okay? Little. When you shot them, there was this dust that came out. Spores? Kersher said don't breathe it in. But how can you not breathe? Little coughs. Blood spatters on the floor. Hey, hold on. We'll get you out of here. Come on. Little breathes heavily. The groaning is more distant. Something's broken through the wall up ahead. Looked like there's a cave on the other side. There's blood. He went through it. Cave ambiance. Little. It looks like a church. What's a church doing down here? I don't know, but it ain't Baptist. Splice. Radio broadcast. Hazel. There was a wooden statue of a woman on a block of stone. It looked like Stenford had carved it himself. Her hands were raised, and she had thorny vines wrapped around her. Smaller carvings of animals stood around her feet. He had piled up bones and animal hides in front of the stone. There were big clay jars around the edge of the cave. I could smell the formaldehyde. I didn't open any of them, but I could make a good guess where the organs from those bodies ended up. Green shoots were growing from the walls and floors, through the dead stone. They had little white flowers. Nothing that should ever grow in a cave. Somebody, Stenford, I guess, had rigged up electric lights in the ceiling. There were chairs arranged like 2 rows of pews. Words were scratched on the walls, but I couldn't read them. I think they were in German. The blood trail went through the cave, and out a side passage. Stenford had come through here. I looked back to tell Little we should keep after him, but she was on the floor. Splice. Cave interior. Hazel. Hey. Hey, stay with me, Little. Little. I could feel it growing inside me. In my lungs. Like little fingers in my chest. We're going to get you out of here. How? Those things are behind us, and the dock is ahead. Where do these caves even go? What if there's no way out? I'll go up ahead and find one. You stay here. I can't walk, Hazel. I can't hardly breathe. I'll come back. Splice. Radio broadcast. Hazel. The electric lights ran down a tunnel that led off from the cave, and branched into 2. I followed the drops of blood. It was cold down there. Water dripped from the ceiling. Tree roots broke through the rock, and there were the little white flowers again. It smelled of the forest floor. Old leaf fall rotted into mulch. I felt something through the floor. It was like the heartbeat of something huge. I could hear its breathing. Passages led off into huge caverns full of plants, dense as the jungle. The blood trail continued on the other side of an underground stream. I had no idea where I was by then. I didn't even know if I was still underneath the base. Then I turned a corner, and I saw him. Splice. Cave interior. Stenford breathing heavily, a slight German accent in his voice. Dr. Stenford. Staff Sergeant. Fancy seeing you here. Hazel. Dr. Stenford. I guess you're out of ammo, or this meeting wouldn't be so polite. Dr. Stenford. My gun still has bullets, but it seems suddenly too heavy to lift. The strangest thing. It was my mind that carried me all this way, through one war and into a new cold one. It excused the worst excesses of my work, but in the end it was not my mind that fails me, but my body. Your n***erous friend caught me by surprise. I fear the damage is irreparable. Hazel. Yeah, you don't look so good. Right between the ribs. I'm thinking that lungs collapsed. Chest cavity filling up with blood. Soon it'll collapse the other one. You have no idea what we are losing. Do you think the Soviets are not working on exactly the same thing? With me gone, we will be a decade behind them. No one knows this science like I do. Science? Is that what your shrine back there is about? Science? It is a power peculiar to this place. Something I learned of years ago, when I first came here. There is a rational explanation, I am sure, but there is no time for that. I give her what she wants. I make her promises about war, about death, about destruction. scouring our unclean people from the earth, and she gives me her children, her spores. Something I use with the bodies of the weak idiots I have shipped to my lab. Turn them into something useful. You lost one. Either it walked out on its own, or you got rid of it, and it fell out of the garbage truck. That's what we found, Doc. That's what brought us here. Yes. I wondered where that had gone. The roots did not take. It was useless. I had the commander dispose of it. Some slack-jawed idiot must have shirked his job and dumped it, instead of taking it to the Scarslow incinerator. That's what happens when you use the Air Force's garbage men. Should have given it to the Army. Gun cocking. Wait. Don't you want to know what it is? What she can do? The things she has shown me? Don't you want to know of the goddess? Not particularly, Doc. Stenford's voice fades, as Hazel walks away. Wait! Where are you going? You have to know. You have to know what she is. She is the end of everything. She is life and death. You can't leave me here. You can't leave me! Splice. Radio transition. Hazel. I found the place he was heading for. The cave reconnected to the basement, to this room. He was going for the radio set. When I saw him, he had about 20 minutes before he couldn't breathe. That was an hour or so ago. That's pretty much the whole of it. I'm sure Stenford told the military he was working on bioweapons to beat the Reds, but he was really working for whoever that statue in the shrine was supposed to be. I got no idea what it is, or where it's from, if he brought it over from Germany, or if it was always here. From where I'm sitting, it doesn't much matter. I'm going to go back to find Little. I don't have much hope for her either. Kirshner's gone, but she has a chance. And if she isn't Airman Little anymore, I still got a couple bullets left to do what's right. As for me, I don't rate my chances of getting back to the lab with those things walking around. I don't have enough bullets left for one each, and I have a feeling they won't go down to harsh language. I'll have to make a break for it. If I make it out, I have no idea what I'm going to do. I'll worry about that if it happens. Whoever's listening, I hope you recorded it, or wrote this down, because I'm probably not going to be in a position to repeat it. Wish me luck, if you're out there. This is Staff Sergeant Amos Hazel, at Camp Whitetail. Out. Commentary. Dr. Gallio, Camp Whitetail Transmission, 1954. Classified 5/Serapis. Shortly after the transmission was received, Camp Whitetail was abruptly closed, and its duties spread across other Air Force bases nationwide. The structures above ground were bulldozed, and the basement levels were filled with concrete. The site remained unused by the U.S. military, and after passing out of government ownership, parts of the site were later used for the Whitetail Lodge ski resort. Following the declassification of Cold War intelligence material in the 1980s, the United States admitted to employing Dr. Gunther Thielen, formerly of the SS, as a medical researcher and intelligence advisor based at Camp Whitetail, where he used the name Dr. John Stenforth. He is recorded as having died of pancreatic cancer in 1954. The Air Rescue Service is the precursor to the U.S. Air Force's Pararescue Jumpers. One member of the Pararescue Jumpers, Alexander Berwick, would later commit a murder at the Whitetail Ski Lodge in an attempt to prevent the site becoming inhabited or developed. It is likely men in the Air Rescue Service were among those who heard Staff Sergeant Hazel's last transmissions. The knowledge of something anomalous between Shibbett's Vale were then passed down through the unit and its subsequent interactions, until they reached Airman Berwick, who took it upon himself to prevent the site being developed for tourism. I have requested Foundation assets in the military look into this possibility further. On a personal note, it is difficult to articulate how I feel about Project Serapis being reopened. It is disconcerting to know there are elements in the O5 Council that will look ill on my continuing research. But it is true that I have an urge to delve deeper and find out what the source of this secret history is. And it also feels a necessary risk to uncover something that has been kept covered up since the Second World War, or earlier. What is hidden should be turned over and forced into the light. The Foundation has always existed to discover and catalog, to codify, and illuminate the world's strangest corners. It is a necessary part of its mission. To see it done here feels just as necessary. That concludes my research into the events at Camp Whitetail in 1954. This information is classified Level 5, for O12 eyes only. Agent Hector Gallio, signing off. This is Agent Hector Gallio. The following is classified Level 5, under Project Serapis. O5 eyes only. The project is continuing, under instruction of a dissenting faction of the O5 Council. My emphasis has switched from learning the anomalous history of Shibbett's Vale, to discovering what part of that history the O5 Council and the SCP Foundation once hidden. I have yet to find evidence of such an event, but the fact Project Serapis was launched at all suggests it must be hidden in the region's past. The further back I go, the closer I feel I am getting to that smoking gun half the Council once hidden. The Shibbett's Vale area of southern Montana went unused between the decline of the local logging industry in the late 1930s and the establishment of the U.S. Air Force Base at Camp Whitetail at the beginning of the Cold War. For most of the 40s, nothing strange happened there, at least nothing that left a record. But I turned up something that might have been relevant prior to that, in the early 1930s. The more I looked, the weirder it got. At the beginning of the 1920s, a logging camp and sawmill was established at Shibbett's Vale. Most timber was hauled to Lake Apisawa, and from there, floated down the Whitetail River. The rest was turned to lumber at the sawmill for local sales. A semi-permanent community of between 20 and 50 loggers lived in cabins and tents around the mill, and by contemporary newspaper and police reports, rarely interacted with the nearest town of Scarslow. In 1933, Professor Milton Douglas Fitzwilliam of the Columbia University Anthropology Department embarked on a study of isolated communities and their folklore and religions. In the course of this study, assisted by his student Fay Weaver and a pair of local guides, Professor Fitzwilliam arrived at Scarslow and traveled to Lake Apisawa for the short journey to the logging camp. Neither Fitzwilliam, Weaver, nor the guides came back. It looks like Scarslow police made only a truncated investigation of the disappearances. Possibly they were under pressure from the university to keep things quick and quiet, since, from the personal correspondent of the university's dean at the time, they thought Fitzwilliam had suffered a mental breakdown in the forest and caused the expedition to vanish. It's also possible the Scarslow police didn't want to risk angering the loggers. My guess is, though, the police knew something weird when they saw it, and had learned by then not to get involved in anything bizarre that happened in Shibbett's Vale. In spite of the police, the Foundation turned up evidence about what happened. It was in the form of journals and unsent letters sent to Fitzwilliam's widow, and then given to the university. It was kept and archived there, but never published. Foundation assets in academia have been primed to watch out for anything that might relate to Shibbett's Vale and associated anomalies, and one of our people at Columbia dug it up. I got a set of facsimiles in the mail and used that to put together what happened in 1933, which has been transcribed here. As for who sent the evidence to the cops, no one wrote that down, but I can make some guesses. Professor Fitzwilliam specialized in studies of comparative religion, while Fay Weaver was studying for a PhD in folklore and its relationship to the power structures of small or isolated societies. They were drawn to Shibbett's Vale by anecdotal evidence of unusual religion and folk practices among the loggers of southern Montana. This evidence has been lost to time, but thanks to the Foundation, what happened to the expedition has not. Shibbett's Vale Expeditionary Journals, Classified 5/Serapis. 1. Journal of Professor Milton Douglas Fitzwilliam. Date: September 25th, 1933. Stomach somewhat better today. All for the best as we are to travel. I write this from the shores of Lake Apisawa on this autumn evening. The lake is small, and not a little picturesque, nestling as it does among the sweeping slopes of the Morning Vale Mountains, where it gathers the headwaters of the Whitetail River. Here the waters pause before flowing downstream, carrying the bounty of the forest with them. I see many old tree trunks on the shore where they have become wedged in the mud, or poking up through the surface of the river, where they have likewise found purchase in the sediment of the lakebed. We have made camp on the shore with the assistance of Marcus and Elijah. Marcus hunts around the morning cloaks, and knows the land well, while Elijah has had dealings with the loggers of Shibbett's Vale before. I spoke with him as we ate on the lake shore. He says they speak little, drink much, and have need a little, save the alcohol and tobacco he and very few others sell to them. They have a habit of telling tales to one another around the campfire of a night, though Elijah said he had never been permitted to hear any such stories in their entirety. I hope to do so personally, and thus write down what has never been committed to any but memory before. Just as the tales of Theseus and Beowulf have reached us through the diligence of a few scholars, the stories of these simple folk will reach future generations through the work I shall complete here. Young Faye busied herself taking notes on the local flora and fauna, and sketches of the landscape. I marvel at the completeness of her desire to chronicle the world around her. Though quite brilliant, she is unfocused, or rather, she makes the whole world her study, instead of selecting carefully that which would be of most benefit to record. Upon our return, I shall make this a point of her instruction. I spoke to her of the journey ahead. It is not a long one, just a bracing hike through the forest. But I wish to be certain that, having now seen the terrain, she was confident she could achieve it. I detected a little reproachfulness in her assurances to me that she is up to the task. MDF. 2. Journal of Faye Weaver. Date: September 25th, 1933. We have found a haunting place. Haunting, and haunted. Where the Professor sees just a tract of forest and mountain slopes, I see something ancient and alive, something conscious of us, suffering us only so long as its patience stretches. Now I understand the loggers of Shibbett's Vale do not tell stories to pass the time, but rather conjure myths and sagas to celebrate this land, that it might tolerate them longer. Of the two men who are to serve as our guides, Elijah seemed to understand what I meant when I mentioned it to him. He too perceives the need to respect and negotiate with this land in a way not necessarily to a competent traveler elsewhere. The dense darkness of the conifers covering the mountain's lower slopes, the black waters of the small but portentous lake, the strange fruit trees scattered among the foliage, with their bunches of fat white berries. They all speak to me of a guiding hand, and a jealous, unfriendly one. Elijah said he spoke to the land as he traveled it, welcoming it with the sunrise and thanking it for its tolerance when he passed beyond its vague borders. He is a young man, but weathered and worn. He has a dark handsomeness to him, and I wonder if he has some native blood. Marcus is a simple man, akin to a pack animal or dockside crane, good for lifting and putting down, but not for conversation. To him I am a novelty, as a bright new toy to a dog, a woman, far from the relative civilization of Scarslow or Billings, dressed like a man instead of in billowing skirts or a servant girl's garb. One who actually speaks, instead of giggling or whinnying like the women he knows. I would rather not spend any time around him, save to benefit from his mechanical capabilities, in case his bemusement at me turns to hunger. I drew the landscape as best I could, but the essential otherness of this place escapes me. I could render it fully in neither charcoal nor the written word. Perhaps the loggers, who have lived here for years, can help me grasp what makes Shibbett's Vale so strange to me. Faye. 3. Journal of Professor Milton Douglas Fitzwilliam. Date: September 26, 1933. What was supposed to be a single day's trek through the forest has proven far more arduous and tedious. After we set out in the morning, and had walked for an hour or so, Elijah and Marcus had some disagreement about which way to take. I interjected that the journey was short and straightforward, and that 2 men as experienced in the region as they should have no disagreement about such a simple task as guiding us. Elijah won out and took us along the path of a small stream. The trees closed in until the branches met overhead, and it was as dark as night. The undergrowth was unfamiliar to me. Bushes with knife-like leaves that cut at my shins and hands. Stunted, gnarled trees that nevertheless bore clusters of white fruit. A strange profusion of birds was always nearby, with long plumage that hung down like that of the exotic bird of paradise, and yet had red eyes like cut rubies. I fancy I saw a rabbit darting from our path that glanced at us fearfully, with 2 heads on a single body. The darkness was playing tricks with me. I am thankful we brought the bare minimum to bed down for the night. A bedroll and bivouac will hardly be comfortable, but it is better than risking exposure in the open air. We found a dry patch after a short hike up to a foothill of the Morning Cloaks, set a fire, and made camp as best we could. The mood was sullen and accusatory. Marcus asked Elijah if he was still so certain his course was the right one, and if he could even be sure we had not walked in a wide circle. Elijah did not reply, but I feel it was more in scorn of the other man than in restraint. I was concerned for Faye, for the day had been both tiring and dispiriting. Her words were short, and I surmised she was physically sound, but that her temper was unraveling with the disappointment and privation. We ate some of the rations we had brought with us, mostly stale bread and some very welcome cheese, along with a pot of coffee over the fire. Marcus spoke of hunting, but decided it would be better to stay with us for the night, for our safety. Neither man has any doubt we shall reach the camp tomorrow, albeit by a more circuitous route than we had expected. MDF. 4. The Journal of Faye Weaver. Date: September 26, 1933. I had dreams of a city, empty of people, that was sinking into the earth. I tried to walk past its boundary before I was swallowed, but I could barely move. Some force was holding me back, and demanding a fight against it for every step. I looked down and saw my lower extremities were falling apart. My feet, bare of shoes, disintegrated, and I left a trail of toe bones behind me. I walked on the stumps of my ankles, and thought of it not with agony or horror, but of dismay at the inevitability of such a happening. It all seemed normal, and faded as if prophesied long ago. I felt, above all, an overwhelming dissatisfaction with all civilization and human endeavors, and cursed the weakness of man's works, for it had forced me to sink and drown alongside it. I was troubled by these nighttime visions, but I know better now than to speak of it with the professor, who would dismiss them as the fancies of a woman's delicate mind, or, worse, try to analyze my dream and explain to me all the things wrong with me that I should labor to address. I spoke a little with Elijah as we walked. He told me people had gone missing in Shibbett's Vale, as they have everywhere anyone travels in the wild, but that when they are found, it is always curled up at the foot of one of the abnormal fruit trees. I asked if he aimed to stay with us when we reached the logging camp, and he replied that he had hoped to return to Scarslow as soon as possible. I would be more comfortable if he was with us for however long our stay at the camp may be, and hope to convince him to extend his service as a guide once we are there. I did not speak at all with Marcus. Something about him repels me. He is as simple and nondescript man as could be imagined. A doughy bulk concealing the musculature of a pack horse, and brown hair shorn close. His eyes are small and dark, his face sagging and without symmetry in spite of his youth. I was grateful that he sought to interact with myself and the Professor very little during our hike. To touch Marcus, I think, would be akin to handling a creature dug up from the silt of the seabed. We have not arrived at our destination. The men were perturbed by this. The distance should have taken us the better part of a day at the most. But night fell, and we were still in the forest with no sight of the logging camp. Their frustration and bemusement at this was such that I had no need to add to it. It is not nearly such a surprise to me that we are still in the embrace of the forest. Shibbett's veils reminding us whose land we are traversing. Of course, it will have its fun with us before we leave. Faye. 5. Journal of Professor Milton Douglas Fitzwilliam. Date: September 27th, 1933. I am at the end of my wits. The first blow to the balance of my mind was when we awoke to find Elijah gone. His bedroll was still there, but the rest of his belongings had vanished, along with the man himself. Marcus claimed no knowledge of where he was, or for what purpose he had abandoned us. We even waited a good 2 hours after we woke, in case Elijah was a short distance from us, hunting, or for some other reason, soon to return, but he did not. We could not wait any longer. Marcus agreed with me that we should keep moving to find a logging camp, and there be relieved of our privations. We were hungry and cold, and not a little fractious. Faye was in tears this morning, though she recovered her composure, and again took on the repression of the emotions, so abnormal for her sex, which made her more suited than most women to the rigors of hard study. Marcus now took the lead, aiming to reach raised ground, so we could better survey our surroundings, and thereby undo the damage to our route that Elijah's doubtless incompetent leadership had done. In an attempt to raise our spirits a little, I spoke with Faye about the purpose of our project, an examination of the loggers' folklore, of which had been made by the people of Scarslow, of which word had reached the University. It is my belief their folk beliefs will prove to be a synthesis of local legends, and the traditional tales of these people's place of origin. It would be no surprise to hear parallels to German or Scandinavian tales, changed through the lens of indigenous beliefs into something unique to the small community of rugged souls. Faye believes less firmly, and my hypothesis will be proven correct. She, instead, sees folk beliefs as an expression of the environment of the believers, and the manner in which they interact with their immediate surroundings and neighbors. As one who has made a study of Sulis Minerva, and the many variations of the Babylonian Marduk, among several others, I feel she is naive in not seeking a syncretic model of folklore. Faye is brilliant, but stubborn. I hope, with experience, she will come to understand the world as I do, in its reality. It was a dull trudge through the forest, and now it was uphill. We never seemed to crest a ridge, or reach a place where the trees thinned out enough for us to see any distance. Around early afternoon, we paused to rest, and Marcus spotted a deer moving nearby. Urging us to be silent, he drew a revolver I had not been aware he was carrying, and with a volley of shots, cut down the creature before it could flinch from the first report. It was an inelegant kill, but our hunger forgave his lack of a hunter's finesse. When he dragged the carcass towards us, however, I saw it was a deformed horror, with 6 legs, and multiple vestigial limbs running along its flanks in 2 rows. Its fur was clotted with viscous fluid that oozed from open blisters covering its back. Its face had a single huge eye, and two mouths, one atop the other, with the lowermost jaw lolling open to reveal a long, spiny tongue, like the arm of a starfish. The underside of its belly was swollen and without fur, and I could glimpse something squirming under the translucent bulbs of membranous skin. So disgusting was the sight that I could not conscience eating any part of it. I would rather go hungry, and I told so to Marcus. He replied that if we ate nothing, we would be too weak to continue. I made do with the last crumbs of my rations, which did little to reduce the rumbling of my belly. Faye chose not to partake of the deer either. Instead, she picked one of the peculiar white fruits and gave it a taste. I had left them alone for the very strangeness had convinced me they must be poisonous. I confess, though I warned Faye against this course of action, I wonder if a part of me chose not to be too convincing, for by witnessing her reaction to the fruit, I could judge whether it would be safe to partake of it myself. Faye ate a bite, fell silent for a few moments, then said it was exceedingly bitter and turned her stomach, and should not be eaten. The time ran together. It must have been some more hours we walked, but when I next composed a coherent memory, it is of us sitting at a small fire Marcus had built. He cut a leg off the deer and attempted to cook it, but it was so foul-smelling he opted to hurl it and the rest of the carcass some distance away from us, rather than try to eat it. We will sleep again, in bivouacs that do little to turn away the wind, which now has a hint of chill to it, and on bedrolls, not quite proof against the damp ground. Marcus attempted to explain away how we have come to be lost while making such a short journey, claiming we must have gotten turned around when Elijah led us. From the passage of the sun, he determined our direction, and in the morning will lead us back down the slopes into a broad valley that will lead us, he claims, without error to the location of the camp. Writing this in my journal by the fire, I look across the flames to Marcus and see a dull and ill-educated man I would not choose to put my trust in for anything more complicated than chopping wood. Nevertheless, he knows this region better than Faye or myself, so we have no choice but to follow where he leads. MDF. 6. Journal of Faye Weaver. Date: September 27th, 1933. I have seen a world all at once, as if with the eye of God. I comprehended the entire globe, and in its oceans were an endless teeming profusion of life. Its continents were swathed in forest, from coast to coast, and into the very darkest heart of every land. Trees so tall they exceeded the mountain tops, and made canopies like a sky of twining branches. Life in its rawest form seeped from the ground, and drifted like winds of spores across the world. What was born was changed from its parent, for there was no constancy here, no crude shackles of natural law around its true and absolute nature. It grew, it changed still more, and from its flesh grew new expressions of what life really is, a force, an undivertible imperative, like the hunger of a fire, or the oppression of winter. More than fur, claw, and leaf. More than the simple natural sciences, as we understand them, can describe. Life as it is, and should be, and will be again. The world I saw when I took a bite of the fruit from the trees of Shivetz Vale. I am a different person than I was before. I tasted the fruit. I knew the professor would not understand what I had seen, or what it meant. I had seen what it was to be, what was inevitable, and thus, I knew everything what happened to our temporary bodies was meaningless. I kept silent, and mumbled some excuse about the fruit being unpalatably bitter. We kept walking, and the professor lamented we were lost. It is not possible to be lost in this forest, of course, for it has no track or direction. It has no exit or beginning. It is a reflection of life, and it truly is unending and total. Marcus was looking at me. The crudeness of his gaze cuts through the new strata of knowledge that lie over me. To him I am meat, a gross thing to be possessed. I saw him butcher that deer, and I witnessed in his hands my own flesh to be devoured. The professor is conceited and ignorant, tiresome, but no danger. Marcus, I see, is everything life hates. He consumes. He despoils. His mask of stupidity and unimportance conceals what he really is. And I thank the will of the land that I see through it now. In the world I used to perceive, we stopped again to eat and sleep. The men are weary and miserable. They cannot understand why they have not reached their destination, as if such a thing even exists anymore. They are bedding down to sleep in the heat of the fire. I do not sleep. I will never sleep again. Faye. 7. Journal of Professor Milton Douglas Fitzwilliam. Date: September 29th, 1933. Such are the events of the recent past, I can scarcely undertake to write them down here. I shall simply tell the facts as I saw and underwent them, for to illuminate my thoughts and inferences would fill many volumes. Perhaps I shall write exactly that when I am returned to Columbia. Not that I am likely to be believed, unless material evidence is recovered from the depths of that infernal forest. I awoke cold and miserable, for the evening had been damp and the fire had gone out. Dawn had not yet fully broken. Not that much sunlight would have made it through the dense foliage surrounding our makeshift camp. I called out for Marcus, expecting him to have awoken before me, but there was no reply. Faye, similarly, did not answer. I extricated myself from my sodden bedroll, and saw neither were in the camp. Hearing a sound like footsteps over fallen branches nearby, I headed towards the sound, sure it was one or both of them about some business of the morning, such as gathering firewood or seeking fresh water. I saw Marcus's revolver glinting on the ground. It had been thrown haphazardly to land at the foot of a tree. Then I heard the cracking or snapping sound louder and closer, and turned ready to admonish Marcus for carelessly dropping the gun. I saw Faye and Marcus. He was on the ground, reaching up at her. She stood over him. She was eating him. With one hand, Marcus groped up at her in a feeble attempt to fend her off. The other arm was in Faye's grip, and she was pulling her head back with a mouthful of the skin and muscle of the forearm. The flesh parted from the bone as I watched, and with a bestial toss of her head, she ripped the chunk free, wolfing it down without chewing like a predator, forcing down a still kicking prey. What I had thought to be the breaking of sticks underfoot was the gristle and bone of Marcus's hand crunching, as Faye wrenched him asunder. The remaining fingers on the half-devoured arm were splayed and broken. Many more chunks had been torn from the limb, and blood and gore covered the front of Faye's shirt and clotted her mouth and chin. It clung to her fair hair and glistened on the pine needles around her feet. In my utter bemusement, and the absurdity of thought it brought about, and wondered how it was that Marcus had not cried out to be so horribly mutilated. Then I saw his throat was mauled and bloody, with strips of skin hanging around his blood-soaked collar. Faye had first attacked there, ravaging his neck in such a way to destroy the larynx and rob him of his voice. The only sound he could make was a thin, strained wheeze, and the foaming of the blood around his neck told me his windpipe was ruined in that first assault. Now Faye took the man's forearm in her mouth and bit down, wrenching at the limb and whipping her head to the side so the bone cracked. She gulped down chunks of meat and gobbets of blood as she gnawed at the savaged arm. Some part of me remained conscious of the reality of the situation. That part of me caused me to stoop and pick up the fallen revolver. Too late, as I felt the hammer click down on the empty chamber. I remembered that Marcus had unloaded into the deformed deer the day before. The sound of the empty gun caused Faye to register my presence, and she looked up at me with bloodshot eyes. The arms still clamped in her jaws. She began to pant like a dog in the sun, a feral sound that proved to me the humanity in her was gone. I turned and ran. It changed me a little to think of it, but I do not believe any sound-minded soul would have been capable of anything else. I cannot say how long I ran for. I think I must have collapsed, or suffered some oblivion of the senses, as my subconscious gave me respite from the horror I had seen. When I next had comprehension of my surroundings, I was lying on a straw-stuffed mattress, beneath several blankets, and above me was not the unyielding boughs of the forest trees, but the roof of a wooden cabin. I emerged blinking into a cleared area of the forest. A mountain's lower slopes rose behind a large wooden building, with more cabins around it, along with some tents and a fire pit. Piles of cut logs stood around, tied or chained together, with a number of carts and a few horses tethered. And for the first time, in what felt like forever, there were people around. Men, all of them rugged and weathered, with skin like battered leather, and scarred hands like those of a sailor. I realized I had reached my goal. This was the Shibbett's Bale logging camp. 24 men were going about their business, hauling cartfuls of the logs into the large building that I quickly surmised was a sawmill. The high whine of the huge saw was like a delicate symphony to my ears, and every one of those bearded toughs seemed like a gracious angel to me. They were, after all, my salvation. A man named Leon, who had the air of a leader among them, saw I had awoken, and bade me eat with them, and take some whiskey for my strength. I did so in something of a daze. He explained to me they were returning to camp with cartloads of logs, when one of the men spotted me shambling through the forest. I had collapsed into the arms of the first man to reach me, and been transported there unconscious. For possessions I had only my journal, and the filthy tatters of my clothes. I asked after Faye and Marcus, though of course I could not readily believe the latter was alive, and also Elijah, in case he had headed to the camp after abandoning us. None of them had been seen. Of the expedition, only I had reached my goal. Night drew on, for I had been unconscious for the better part of the day. I ate some thick, hearty broth, and, not wishing to be impolite, took another nip of whiskey, which I admit brought some much-needed warmth to my belly. Around the largest fire, the logging men sat, and Leon spoke to them like a preacher at a sermon, or a schoolmaster instructing his students. I realized I was witness to the folkloric activity I had come to Shibbett's Bale to document, and to banish from my mind the horrors of that morning, I took notes on what I heard. It was a familiar feeling, and a welcome one, to put pen to page in the name of knowledge once more. Leon told a tale of a goddess of nature, fertility and childbirth, whose realm is the forest. I am reminded of both animistic Proto-Roman beliefs, and the many Sylvan deities, such as the Greek Artemis, the Hindu Arinyani, and the many variations of the Green Men and Green Woman. In description, she most closely resembles Makash, mother goddess and deity of nature to the ancient Slavs. Her name, which was in a tongue other than English, even resembled the name Mokosh in its sound. Could the worship of this deity have crossed from Siberia to North America, and somehow found its way to the ears of these simple men? Leon's story told of her long flight from a land to the east, and how, exhausted, she paused in the morning cloaks to rest. It could be this an allegory for the displacement of the Slavic religion by the encroachment of Christianity. Even given the terrible events I have seen so recently, I feel a pang of joy at the potential such a connection would bring to myself and others, who see a syncretic pattern in the world's folklore. This Mokosh figure created a labyrinth of the forest, and therein sent animals and people to negotiate it. Those who made it out had shown their greater value to the goddess, and so were made a sacrifice to her. In this way, sacrifices were rare, because so few passed the labyrinthian trial. The Labyrinth of Minos, perhaps combined with the Slavic myth of Makash, or merely a just-so story to explain why this folklore demands sacrifices only rarely, or not at all? Leon spoke of folk being healed after accidents while felling trees, or who were lost in the woods and led back by a creature sent by Mokash. Some even came back to life after dying in her forest. I regret that my exhaustion and the battered state of my mind mean I have not taken such extensive notes as I would prefer, and I am retiring before Leon is done with his sermon. I sleep now. I encourage Leon to explain in greater detail in the morning. MDF. 8. Journal of Professor Milton Douglas Fitzwilliam. Date: September 30th, 1933. Before dawn. I have been a most terrible fool. Unsigned Journal. Classified 5/Serapis. Galileo. The following was written after the final entry in Professor Fitzwilliam's journal. It is in different handwriting to Fitzwilliam, or Weaver. This entry is unsigned, and the author is unknown. You will send your people to find him, but you will not, so do not bother. It is better for all of us if no one looks. Anyone you send will vanish into the forest like they did. The professor was curious, but there is nothing strange about us. We learn about what is around us, which is the forest. We rely on the forest for our livelihood, and we fear it because it can kill us if it wants. So we listen to it, and when it tells us what to do, we obey. If we do not appease the forest, it will kill us. The forest voice is a woman's. She sleeps below the ground. One day she will wake up and rule everything, the way she rules Shibbett's Vale. Her name is Makash, and she comes from far away, but this is her home now. When we eat the fruit that grows in her garden, we see her future, and sometimes we are permitted to see her too. Her flesh is the wood from the heart of the tree. She is crowned, and clothed in green. She is protected while she sleeps, in a cocoon she wove, and it takes the form of a beast that devours all who threaten her. It takes a lot to make her stir in her sleep, but when she does, the forest changes to her will. We give her what she demands, and she lets us live and thrive. She demanded the two things she desires. The first is a handmaiden to serve her, for she came to this land alone. The second is a sacrifice, for she hungers, and she must be sustained. The first she took for herself, the second we gave her. The professor realized in the last moments why we had brought him there. He did not try to run or struggle. To his credit, he did not cry out until right at the very end. I can't read thoughts, but I know the last thing that went through the professor's head. It was the blade of the saw. Commentary: Dr. Galileo, Shibbett's Vale Expeditionary Journals. Classified 5/Serapis. The structure of the sawmill remains in Shibbett's Vale, but little other evidence of the logging camp can be found. The loggers were gone by the time the U.S. Air Force built Camp Whitetail, close to the site of the camp. The logging industry did not return to Shibbett's Vale. Aside from the documents sent anonymously to Professor Fitzwilliam's widow, no sign of Faye Weaver or the professor have been found. The men named as Marcus and Elijah have not been conclusively identified, so it is not possible to know if they ever returned from the expedition. If Professor Fitzwilliam's journal is accurate, at least one of them definitely did not. Fitzwilliam's identification of Mokash as the deity of Shibbett's Vale matches all the data that Project Serapis has gathered. The goddess description and the narrative of fleeing from the east are consistent throughout the region's history. The living cocoon in which the deity sleeps, could also be the same entity as SCP-6881. Mokosh itself may therefore be designated SCP-6881-2, but more information is needed before these conclusions can be reached. I note that Faye Weaver was not bound, but was last seen by Professor Fitzwilliam. The same is true of several other individuals involved in anomalous events at Shibbet's Vale, who were not bound, but have also never been confirmed dead. Faye Weaver is one of them. The 4 girls in Camp Apisawa in 1974. Rebecca Valenti in 1986. Too little data exists to confirm a pattern, but I see one developing. Though the entity under Shibbet's Vale should be properly known by an SCP number, giving a name to it makes me feel I am closer to understanding it, or at least what secrets of Shibbet's Vale the Foundation wants to keep hidden. It may only be a short step to that knowledge, a short distance to the resting place of Mokosh. This concludes my research into the events of Shibbet's Vale in 1933. This information is classified Level 5, O5-2 Eyes Only. Agent Hector Gallio, signing off. This is Agent Hector Gallio. The following is classified Level 5, under Project Serapis. O5 Eyes Only. Research into the history of Shibbet's Vale has entailed me contacting several Foundation assets embedded in the worlds of academia, research, politics, and the intelligence community. The identification of the entity beneath Shibbet's Vale, designated SCP-6881-2, with the Slavic deity Mokosh, prompted me to reach out to Foundation researchers and academics in relevant areas, including Professor Monique St. Clair of Durham University in England. Her work for the Foundation on handling and preserving esoteric text and translating archaic languages is extensive, as are her research skills. She holds Level 2 clearance, and hence is privy to knowledge of the Foundation and its purpose, but not to the specifics of Project Serapis. Professor St. Clair sent the project a number of documents, including facsimiles of original text, and her own notes and conclusions regarding the deity Mokosh, and several folktales and historical recollections drawn from the Bird Whistle collection. This archive of literature concerning the occult and esoteric was donated to the University in the well of St. John Birdwhistle, a wealthy British eccentric who lived in the north of England and died in 1901. Birdwhistle's collection was unorganized and poorly maintained, and cataloging it was a project Professor St. Clair had been working on for several years. While St. Clair was unaware of any events at Shibbet's Vale, her scouring of the Birdwhistle collection proved to have several documents relevant to Project Serapis. St. Clair Research, Classified 5/Serapis. Reference: Project Serapis. From Dr. Monique St. Clair. To Dr. Hector Gallio. Birdwhistle loved to collect what was generally thought to be extinct. His collection originally included examples of vanished species, supposedly captured or killed long after they were believed to have disappeared, and taxidermied to be displayed in his library. These specimens were so imperfectly preserved they no longer exist, for which I am grateful. I don't need these moldering things clogging up the University's rare manuscripts room. Going from their descriptions, they were all fakes. He had a dodo, which was almost certainly cobbled together from several turkeys, with a beak whittled down from the show bills. The rest of the collection is scarcely more trustworthy. Almost nothing has provenance, and even the properly referenced documents tend towards the biased and propagandistic. Many texts were written by Birdwhistle himself, based on recollections or anecdotes he had heard. Their benefit stems from their uniqueness. There are events and people referenced in the collection that are simply not recorded anywhere else. Among Birdwhistle's interests was the pre-Christian mythologies of several peoples worldwide, including the Slavic peoples of the Baltic region. These Western Slavs were Christianized violently in the 12th and 13th centuries, during the so-called Northern Crusades. Their version of Slavic mythology was wiped out, save for the remnants Birdwhistle claimed to have recovered from oblivion. He wrote similarly of the Scottish Picts, including fanciful recreations of their religion, and the Aboriginal Wurundjeri of Australia, both accounts that are easily disproved as fiction, misidentified as fact, or as inventions of Birdwhistle himself. The subset of Slavic myth may be no different. The material is presented with full understanding of this context. Birdwhistle was not a historian. He didn't even claim to be one. He was a collector of strange things, and in this sense, he was very successful indeed. Dr. Monique St. Clair, Professor, University of Durham, Department of History. Birdwhistle Collection 1. Birdwhistle's Commentary. I feel no need to apologize for the supernatural quality of this recollection. I merely repeat, to as best my memory permits, the tale I heard from a veteran of the Ottoman War during a night of heavy drinking in St. Petersburg. Between alternately cursing and toasting Tsar Alexander, the old Russian soldier told me rambling tales of his childhood on the Baltic coast. I never learned his name, having referred to him as Ivan in drunken mocking of his nationality, and never being corrected. For all I am aware, his name really was Ivan. The land of his birth is a complicated one, of Lithuanians, Poles, Latvians, and Finns, all of whom Russia considered Russian, and all of whom seem to call themselves something else. Ivan said he was a Russian by law, a Lithuanian by birth, and a Pomeranian by blood. I confess that in my inebriated state, I neglected to tie down the exact location of his upbringing, or of the particular tale I relate here, save that it was on the shores of that chill and forbidden body we call the Baltic Sea. The story is very old, and was passed down over many generations, though Ivan claimed it was in a stable form that did not change over the years. How he could be so sure of this I do not know, but he claims it was very vividly impressed upon him by his maternal grandmother, and that she, too, knew it word by word, as it was told to her. It concerns a village that survived as part of a pagan enclave, tolerated, but largely avoided by Christian neighbors. The time of the so-called Northern Crusades, when the Christianizing forces of the Holy Roman Empire marched north to convert the pagans of that region by whatever means they deemed fit, saw a force of German soldiers and peasants pass through the region, and naturally, the village presented ample opportunity to spread the word of Christ, whether it involved the sword or not. A monk named Eckhart was accompanied the Crusaders, and visited the village to find a grand wooden temple at its center. This building had 7 sides, each one with the image of a huge face, made from carved timbers. Eckhart entered its place, and found it dark within, though he could see the tables for ritual feasting, and the inner cell, where a wooden statue of a male figure stood twice Eckhart's height. In the temple was a man, whom Eckhart took to be a priest of the pagan religion. The man bade Eckhart sit and eat, for his journey had been long, and though Eckhart was chilled to be in this godless place, he accepted. The man was handsome, with long black hair and violet eyes. His voice was as deep as the drone of a honeybee swarm, and smooth and sweet as her honey. The man knew Eckhart was a Christian, and asked him about his faith. Eckhart told him, omitting the irrelevant details, of the creation of the world, the kings of Israel, and the birth, death, and resurrection of Christ. This took some time, as one can imagine, but the stranger listened intently. Afterwards, he told Eckhart of the pagans' own faith, and of their various gods. This was a form of Slavic folklore, peculiar to the region, and among their gods was Velen, Lord of Thunder, the Mother Goddess Mokash, the five-faced warrior deity Puravit, and Chernobog, Lord of Misfortune. Following the discussion, the pagan priest asked Eckhart if he was going to try to convert him to the faith of Christ. Eckhart replied that he knew there would be no point to this, and he had known since before he entered the temple. In fact, his purpose there was merely to keep the priest deep in conversation, until the soldiers accompanying him could surround the temple and prevent the priest's escape. Sure enough, soldiers were then gathered at the temple doors, armed ready to rush in and kill the pagan priest. The priest, however, was not afraid, and spoke some words of a language the monk did not know. Fearing pagan witchery, he fled for the nearest door and cried out for the soldiers to throw in lighted brands and burn the temple to the ground. Eckhart ran out of the temple. The wooden beam soon caught light, and the building was aflame, with the priest inside. Even as the carved faces of the temple walls seemed to breathe fire, the soldiers could hear the priest's dark words until the roof fell in. As if to echo the crash of the temple's collapse, a thunderclap tore through the sky, and a bolt of lightning connected Eckhart to the heavens for a terrible instant. Then he was dead, falling to the ground with his flesh blackened and smoking. The Crusaders buried Eckhart on the outskirts of the village and moved on, never returning to the place, fearful of what vengeance the pagans would have on them too, if they stayed. Ivan's telling of this tale was punctuated with many aggressive assurances that it was true, and that everyone in the region of his birth knew it. When he was finished, I asked how anyone could know the details of Eckhart and the pagan's conversation if both men were dead, at which Ivan called me a nihilist Bolshevik and attempted to throw me through the window of the drinking establishment. Fortunately, his strength was sapped by the volume of alcohol he had imbibed, and I survived intact enough to commit his story to paper, after 2 days of recovering from the night's excesses. Reference: Project Serapis. From Dr. Monique St. Clair. To Dr. Hector Gallio. The attached document is one bird whistle claimed to have recovered from the personal effects of a Russian aristocrat who fled to Paris with the falling foul of the politics of the Tsar's court. The aristocrat was said to trace his roots back to the early Middle Ages, among the Coronian people of the Baltic. Bird Whistle does not name this aristocrat, but the document is of the appropriate age and appears genuine, even if the contents may be a fiction. Its unnamed narrator, and presumably author, wrote in Old Prussian. The document describes a battle which I have not conclusively identified, but which is likely a part of the Livonian and Teutonic Orders campaigns of the 1260s. Dr. Monique St. Clair, Professor, University of Durham, Department of History. Bird Whistle Collection. 2. Coronian Girl Document. The Christians reached us in the early morning, before the sun was up. Freezing fog rolled in off the sea, and the land was under a cold gray blanket. Our people were on the higher ground, outside the town. 200 of them, with all the weapons they could put to hand. We are warriors and pirates. Our neighbors fear us, and even the men across the sea know better than to send their longboats to our shores. We were not afraid. I was on the edge of town, watching with most of the other women. I saw the Christians emerge from the forest where they had been camped. Most of them were spearmen, drawn from the peasants of the lords who command the Christians. But at their heart were men they called the Teutonic Knights. They were encased in steel, and wore white with a black cross, the sign of their god. 300 men and 50 knights faced us, but still we were not afraid. As the Christians crossed the sodden ground, they had to abandon their horses and move on foot. Our people held firm, and as the first arrows fell, Puravit appeared at the front of our ranks. The Christians knew Puravit only as the name of our god, and thought him nothing but a figure in our images and prayers. What they saw was real. Porobit towered over any men, and the rising sun cast its shadow long across the battlefield. He glared down at the enemy with his 5 bases. His hands reached down, and they plucked 2 men from the Christian army, 1 spearman and 1 armored knight. Though Porobit was still a whole bowshot from their lines. The Christians cried out to see things that were impossible to them. To Porobit, a great distance is only an arm's length, and his 5 bases can look in all directions at once. Some Christians quailed and sought to flee, but were forced forward by the men behind them. The knights prayed aloud, calling upon their god to strike down Porobit. But they have only one god, while we have many, and theirs dared not show his face. Porobit led our people down off the heights, towards the Christians. They had expected our people to remain on the heights and defend it, and they were caught flat-footed by the charge. Porobit was in the floor, as he laid all about him with his bare hands, for he needed no weapons. Our axes and swords fell among them, and the ground became black with blood. A great tumult rose from the throng, of men screaming in pain, the clash of metal on metal, and the sound of men crushed by Porobit's hands. Our god's 5 faces transfixed men with 5 glares full of anger. The Christians who froze as Porobit glared at them were struck down and broken by his fists. Around him, our people rushed into the middle of the Christians as they tried to flee from Porobit, and killed them in their dozens. Only the Teutonic Knights sought to hold firm, but at a great cost of blood they were surrounded and pulled down, and butchered down in the blood-soaked mud. We watched and cheered, and sang, and wailed when we saw one of our men killed. My father fell, but I held back my tears, for it was bravely, beneath the sword of a Teutonic Knight. The killing lasted until the mist receded, and the sun was finally up, glittering on the ocean. Less than half the Christians fled into the forest. The women rushed onto the bloody field to finish off the wounded of the enemy, and also those of our men who were wounded too gravely to survive. Porobit stood in the center of the carnage, exulting in his victory. Blood ran down his 5 faces, and it rose in red streams from the ground into his 5 mouths. He drank deep of the destruction he had wrought. His eyes closed in satisfaction at the pain and violence he tasted. I walked close to him and took a sword from the ground. He was not Porobit. Our god was old, far older than the creature that took his name. He came to our lands generations ago, but we remembered and told the story even as he begun using Porobit's name, and fashioned itself into his image. He demanded sacrifices of us. He sustained himself on our blood and our fear. He saw fear in our faces when we bowed in worship, but in truth, we were filled not with fear, but with hatred. We swore we would rid ourselves of him, but his 10 eyes never closed. All who challenged him, he killed. His reach was leagues long, and his strength was not that of a man. So we passed down the oath from one generation to the next, mother to daughter, and father to son, even as he gave up our best and most beautiful to him, for him to feast upon. Now, sated with Christian blood, he was oblivious for a moment to all around him. Our people watched me, realizing this was the only chance in many generations. I gripped the sword tight. We are warriors, women and men. And though the men do not let us risk our skins in battle, we will find a way to fight. I felt the bone scraping on the blade as it passed between his ribs. I heard 5 mouths gasping in shock and pain. I twisted the sword, and I felt muscle tearing, and the hiss of the air from his punctured lungs. Porobit fell to his knees. His 5 mouths fell open. His 10 eyes rolled back. The women and the surviving men saw him fall. I felt their relief, though they were silent. I dropped the sword. The blood was hot in my hand. Pour of it fell into the mud and gore, and he was dead. We gathered, and stood over the body. No one said anything. We were watching to see if he was really dead. For whatever he really was, he was not a normal man. But he did not move. His body turned cold, and 10 eyes glazed over, like those of a long-dead fish. Together we cut into the sodden earth, to dig a grave for our god. Reference: Project Serapis. From Dr. Monique St. Clair. To Dr. Hector Gallio. Pour of it is described as possessing 5 faces and a few other sources that mention him. The images made of him carry no weapons, though it is speculated from the root words in his name that he was a deity of war or strength. The story in Bird Whistle's story is not referenced in any other studies, and is presumably the only copy I have included, as, like the tale of Eckhart the Monk, it suggests a physical manifestation of the pagan Slavic deities. It is of interest that the Coronian girl believed Pour of it to be an imposter, and evidently a anomalous entity, using the name and legend of Pour of it to attain authority among the Baltic peoples. Another document in Middle High German appears to have been copied from an original, around 2 centuries after the original was written. It consists of pages cut out from a larger volume. The borders of the pages are illuminated with leafy vines that wrap around the bodies of various fanciful creatures, including mermaids and unicorns, along with less common figures, such as winged fish and storks with human heads. As a later copy, and with no known provenance, its authenticity is impossible to verify, and, as with the story of the Coronian girl, was valued by Bird Whistle purely as an example of the exotic and supernatural. Nevertheless, it fits the criteria specified by your information request, and I have included it here. From the context, it was purportedly written by a German mercenary employed in one of the campaigns of the Northern Crusade, though the exact date is impossible to pin down. Dr. Monique St. Clair, Professor, University of Durham, Department of History. Bird Whistle Collection 3. German Mercenary Document. We have come so far. We are no longer in the lands we know. To the south are the Mongols. To the north, a frozen expanse that never ends. To the east I cannot say. For there no Christian, I believe, has ever been. In the pursuit of our quarry, we have walked into the jaws of the great predator that is this cold and unfriendly land. Westwards are the lands of Novgorod, which seem so harsh and strange, but which I remember now as fondly as the hearth of the home where I was born. I write these words because, should I never reach shelter and comfort before I fall, I do not wish what I have seen to go unremembered. Perhaps I have handed these pages to the Bishop of Lubeck, and suffered his disbelieving scorn to bring such an outlandish story to his notice. Perhaps they were torn from my frozen fingers, my life having been spent attempting to walk back westwards. I pray only that someone will read them. After so long following the prey, we were low on the provisions we had secured from the native peoples, and were seeking more. The onset of winter meant there was little to be found, save what we could hunt, and the berries that were not too bitter to eat. Reinhold had resisted my arguments that we should abandon the pursuit, and return towards Novgorod. But instead, the quarry was worth the risking of our lives. Knowing my chances were better with him rather than alone, I had carried on. We had spoken with some natives, who indicated our prey had passed through a certain valley a few days before, and now we had reached a place where the valley opened into an endless swath of snowbound forest. It was as we trudged towards the end of the day through this woodland, hoping to see some sign our hunt was not ended, that I glimpsed a more vivid green between the dark branches all about me. I pointed it out to Reinhold, and we clambered through the undergrowth towards what seemed more and more a strange spot of brightness in the gloom. We emerged into a glade of astonishing lushness and vitality, In place of the dark conifers were soaring trees with bright green foliage, hung with clusters of plump white fruit. Bushes covered the ground to the height of my waist, and their flowers were of every color. Birds fluttered everywhere with plumage of purple and yellow, and sang from their roosts among the branches. I saw beetles bright as jewels, and dragonflies around pools of water thick with reeds. Even the sun seemed brighter in that glade, shining down from the sky that was so miserably elsewhere. The perfume of the flowers was so strong it made me lightheaded. Reinhold bade me wait a while before venturing into the glade, for fear it was some form of shared madness. Perhaps, said he, we were dead, and this was the first glimpse afforded us of paradise. Why then, I said, should we halt at its threshold? But so overwhelming was the sight, I, too, paused to take in the sight before walking through the abundance of flowers. We made camp in the verdant glade, though we scarcely needed shelter in its balmy air. I had to clear a place in the long grass and shrubs for a fire. Our rations were meager, so Reinhold and I scavenged for food, with Reinhold climbing some of the trees to gather an armful of the white fruit. I cautioned him that it resembled no plant I knew of, and that eating any great amount of it was unwise without first ascertaining its effects on our digestion. I snared a couple of the brightly colored birds with wire loops on a branch where they settled, but after plucking each one, yielded scarcely a mouthful of meat. The heady scent of nectar must have dulled my mind, for I fell asleep, though my stomach still grumbled. I dreamed, as if in a fever. I saw the spires of Lübeck, as they were rapidly unmade, and sank into the ground. The people of the town where I was born lay in a mass in the streets, and writhed, tangled together like the tails of rats. As I walked, my body came apart, my feet and ankles, then my legs, and when I reached up to my face, I felt my teeth come out of my jaw in a glistening chunk of blood and bone. I lay in the gutter with the other people of Lübeck, and watched the sky as the sun passed across it and set. Then the next day dawned, and then next, the sun hurtling ever faster across the sky, until the flashes of day and night made my head whirl. The stars span in a ballet, and changed form, becoming all colors and shapes, as if the light of the heavens were bleeding through the veil of night. Though I remained helpless in the gutter, somehow, I saw all the world around me as its trees rose and smothered the cities of man, and the farmlands becoming untamed swaths of forest. Rain fell that was green and like congealed fat in thickness, and where it fell, more life sprouted up. Strange creatures of feather, fur, and scale, multitudes of legs and misshapen wings that yet gave them flight. Insects that towered higher than a man, beetles with backs like coverings of silver, and spiders that dragged fat bellies full of young. I remember it all in such vividness. I seemed to see those colors when I closed my eyes. I could recall to you every leaf, every feather and fang, if I had but the means to communicate them. Had I skill with the visual arts, and consigned these things to canvas or vellum, I would be dubbed a madman, and my works burned by the Church for their strangeness. It is bad enough they exist in my head. They were beautiful and terrible, the sight of the world denuded of men, and horrible to me as the vision of them contorted and screaming in the streets. When I awoke, it was to see shafts of glittering moonlight falling between the laden branches of the glade. I wondered that I did not shiver with the cold, but that wonder soon died away when I heard a scream from nearby, and realized that Reinhold was not beside me. I drew my sword and sought the direction of the sound. I heard again the same voice, this time letting out a cry that was cut off, as if by a strangling hand around the throat. In the moonlight I saw Reinhold. His blood was glistening black in the silver moonlight. He had stripped to the waist, revealing his torso emaciated with the journey's privation. Vines were woven in and out of his skin. Thorns punctured his flesh as they wound around his arms. Flowers bloomed from his chest, and the skin there hung in tatters where they had burst through. His face was disfigured with blisters the size of a man's fist, like the extreme deformity of some awful disease. Shapes wriggled in those blisters, and I was reminded with a lurch to my stomach of tadpoles and frog spawn ready to hatch. I could not see my companion's eyes. He spoke, and his voice was a dry rasp. He said the fruit was delicious, and he had never tasted better, and that he would stay in that glade for good, drinking the nectar of his goddess, and revel in the embraces of her young. I ran from the sight of my companion. I am not ashamed to admit I was gripped in a terror so complete, I fled headlong through the foliage of the glade, and cut and tore myself in 100 places, without noticing the pain. I heard Reinhold laughing after me, and entreating me to stay with him, where I could partake in the same delights as he. I turned back just once, a few steps from the edges of the glade. I saw Reinhold loping after me, shambling and slow, for his limbs were torn and bleeding, and behind him, framed in the moonlight as if inlaid with silver, the figure of a tall and finely proportioned woman. Her long hair was like the leaves of a fern, and birds with long plumage flocked around her. It was our quarry, the one we had journeyed so long to hunt, the one the pagans called Makash, a god of the forest, but also a real being in flesh. We had found her, but she had found us first. I ran from that glade, into the chill forest, stumbling I hope westwards. The hunt was finished, and the prey was taken, for I fancied Reinhold and I were the prey all along. I have been wandering for many days. I have not seen any natives of this land, nor seen any settlements or landmarks for which I might find my way. I have eaten frozen berries, and thorn bushes, and bark peeled from the trees. Perhaps I shall die, but if I breathe my last without suffering the fate of Reinhold, I shall think I am the more blessed of us two. My belly is empty, but I would rather that than be full of the bounty of Mokash. Reference: Project Serapis. From Dr. Monique St. Clair to Dr. Hector Gallio. Aside from the documents themselves, I have also researched the materials pertaining to the use of Bird Whistle's archives. Following his death, his executors took over maintenance of the archive, and appointed their own experts in an attempt to organize and catalog it. This included keeping records of who was granted access to the archive, and the material they viewed. Though as inconsistent as the rest of the archive, this effort did result in evidence I feel is relevant to the research area. The documents I have included, along with some others tangentially related, were all checked out of the archive over a period of 2 months in 1922. They were reviewed on-site by someone signing themselves Professor J. A. Stockley. This name is familiar to me. He was an academic and doctor who worked as what was then known as an alienist, something akin to a modern-day psychiatrist. He was based in London and died in 1936. I am familiar with him because he was one of my predecessors. Us academics tend to move in small circles, and the number of those involved with the SCP Foundation's work are smaller still. Like myself, Professor Stockley advised the Foundation on matters pertaining to his academic specialty, and was granted security level to assist in his work. My research was not the first time the Foundation sought information on Mokash and associated deities from Bird Whistle's archive. The subject and the material are obscure and specific enough. It is impossible this is a coincidence. I include this information as I believe it may be relevant. Dr. Monique St. Clair, Professor, University of Durham, Department of History. Commentary: Dr. Gallio, St. Clair Research, Classified 5/Serapis. What ended at Shibbett's Vale did not begin there. A workable hypothesis sees the entity beneath Shibbett's Vale originating in the Baltic region and fleeing from the Christianization of the Northern Crusades. It passed across Siberia, during which time it was pursued by the German mercenary and his companion. Once at the easternmost extent of the Asian continent, it crossed the Bering Straits into what would later be known as North America and reached southern Montana before ceasing its flight. If the Coronian girl's statements are correct, Mokash and her fellow Slavic deities were not figures of myth at all, but entities of an unknown kind that adopted the names and attributes of those figures to gain authority and security among the Baltic peoples. It is also possible, again depending on the reliability of these sources, that some of them died during the Northern Crusades. Mokash escaped, but others did not. Perhaps Mokash is the last one left. It is impossible to say what Mokash truly is. Its origin is lost in the intersection of history and myth. It may be an anomalous human, an extraterrestrial, a cross-dimensional entity, or any one of 1,000 possible categories of anomaly. It is likely impossible to tell without acquiring and containing it. Of more immediate concern is the fact the Foundation may have known all this already. The purpose of Project Serapis was to ascertain if the history of Shibbett's Vale could be dug up by a determined and well-resourced researcher. This in turn implied there was something about the anomaly there the Foundation wanted to keep hidden. I feel I am on the cusp of discovering what that is. What happened in the 1920s, the O5 Council still fears coming to light. I am very close to shining that light on Shibbett's Vale. I think perhaps it would be better to leave it in the dark, even as I know I cannot. This is Agent Hector Gallio. The following is classified Level 5 under Project Serapis, O5 Eyes Only. The hypothesis that SCP-6881 is the same as the entity known as Mokash, a powerful being masquerading as a Slavic nature deity, has yielded more than historical context. It is now known that research into Mokash and its anomalous qualities were conducted by Professor J. A. Stockley, a Foundation allied academic, in the 1920s. This fact has provided the link between the Foundation and SCP-6881, and allowed me to close in on the secret the Foundation has been hiding about the entity, and the region of Shibbett's Vale where it sleeps. The evidence gathered by Stockley concerning Shibbett's Vale was in the Foundation's own archives all along. Previously, it had been impossible to find without Stockley's name and an approximate date to work with. But furnished with this information, I located a box file that had been kept in long-term archival storage at Site Redacted for 100 years. Stockley was employed by an early incarnation of the SCP Foundation to advise on psychological matters, and in this capacity was included in a task force sent to Shibbett's Vale in the spring of 1923. The deployment of this task force was prompted by the Foundation coming into possession of evidence in the form of a film reel, which was recovered from among Stockley's archived evidence. This reel was shot on the then newly released Kodak hand-cranked 16mm camera. It was being used by Connor Hearens, a naturalist attempting to get footage of the black bears, which are native to the region. The film has no sound, but the image is clear, if grainy, and responded well to being digitally enhanced. Stockley's notes in the film also remain. Example 1. Hearens Film. Audio log. Concomitant flickering sounds of a vintage projector spinning into operation. Stockley, voiceover. The film begins with a shot of coniferous forest, slowly moving through the trees towards a source of light and moving ahead. The camera reaches a view of a clearing and stops, with foliage near the lens suggesting the user of the camera is attempting to remain out of sight. In the clearing are 8 people, 3 men and 5 women, wearing simple white clothing. They are barefoot. Two of them carry lit torches. I am reminded of certain rites performed by adherents of pre-Christian religions in parts of Scandinavia, Germany, and Russia, which, though they have been revived imperfectly from incomplete historical evidence, still remain some genuine elements of past worship. Suspended in a harness of ropes tied to the branches of the surrounding trees is a naked man, hung upside down. Two of the participants dig a hole underneath the hanging man with spades, during which the man's struggles show he is alive. This part of proceedings is unfamiliar to me, though the concept of feeding the earth, such as with sacrifices of grain or a portion of other produce, is itself not uncommon. One of the men draws a knife with a long, thin blade. He cuts a series of lines into the man's chest. Though the hanging man's thrashing threatens to loosen the ropes around him, other observers step forward to hold him still. The symbol, when completed, resembles 4 squares in a diamond formation. One of the women then draws another symbol in each of the squares in the man's blood. This symbol is that of the Slavic forest goddess Mokash, evidence from the remains of temples in the Baltic region, where Mokash and the rest of the pantheon were primarily worshipped. The secondary symbols render it more complex than the more common versions of her symbol, but are themselves common on the carved wooden post used to mark the sacred boundaries of the pantheon's temples. Together, they form a constellation of meaning encompassing nature, birth, fertility, motherhood, protection, and the passage between the plane of the living and the plane of the dead. The man with the knife then cuts the throat of the hanging man. Blood sprays from the wound into the hole dug beneath him. From the earth grow, at supernatural speed, winding and thorny vines that wrap around the man until only his hands and feet are still visible. Bunches of white fruit, about the size and shape of pears, appear among the vines, and the 8 participants each pick one. They begin to eat these fruit, as the view is obscured by out-of-focus foliage. The holder of the camera moves away from the clearing, and walks more briskly through the trees from the clearing, until the film ends with a view of the dense coniferous forest. Galio, Aaron's film, came to the attention of the Foundation through the Scarslow Police Department. The dead man was identified as Walter Weldon, a worker in the town's textile mill who had gone missing 4 days prior to his death. None of the ritualists could be identified from the film. The dead man was identified as Walter Weldon, a worker in the town's textile mill who had gone missing 4 days prior to his death. None of the ritualists could be identified from the film. Stockley combined his own research into Mokash with the investigation into Weldon's death, and generated a hypothesis that a cult, dedicated to Mokash, was operating in Shibbett's Vale. This was prior to the Foundation's use of dedicated mobile task forces, so a mission was assembled with a Foundation agent in charge, and Professor Stockley consulting. The troops were drawn from the 170th Infantry Regiment of the United States Army, led by Captain Van Hassel. Most of these men were veterans of what was then known as the Great War, and had seen action at the Battle of the Marne. Along with a company of troops, the force had a pair of tractor-towed 6-inch howitzers. The mission records together with Stockley's after-action reports give a thorough understanding of events. Example 2. Mission of March 3rd. Annotated video logs. Date: March 3rd, 1923. Note: portions of the transcript, highlighted in yellow, are after-action voice-over annotations by Professor Stockley. Preamble: the force arrived via truck at Shibbett's Vale at 1 AM, MST. After setting up the howitzers, the force was mustered ready to advance into the forest at dawn. Begin log. Quiet. Only the swaying of tree branches is audible. Van Hassel: we move at 0600 hours. We had the best chance of catching them unawares, with enough light to fight by. If I may, Captain Van Hassel, it may be advantageous for the men to don their protective gear before then. You're expecting to use the guns, Agent? I don't expect anything, Captain, but I am used to the strangest outcomes, and in being prepared for them. Anything to add, Professor? Stockley, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. You will be our Foundation friend, is that correct? The name's Agent Johnson. Of course it is. Well, Agent, in my experience, members of esoteric religious movements tend towards the delusional and paranoid. They typically believe they are uniquely knowledgeable about the world, and that they are under threat from malevolent forces. Van Hassel, I dare say they're right about the second part. Stockley, be that as it may, they would not be forewarned about our presence. But they will still be expecting enemies to assail them. They might even believe we are a form of supernatural foe. In short, they will fight to the death. Van Hassel, rather extreme an assessment, considering we're on U.S. soil. My men are not used to firing in anger on their fellow countrymen. Stockley, were you witness to the aftermath of the mass suicide at Devil's Hook? A force of armed police marched on 50 devotees of the Red King. They burned their compound, and ran among the police on fire, setting them ablaze in turn. Or the 12 souls, who polluted the waters of Daresford with their own bodies, and poisoned 200 men, women, and children. Should I go on? Johnson, you don't know the kind of enemy we're facing, Captain. We do. They will die before they surrender, and they always try to take you with them. Van Hassel, very well. But rules of engagement will apply. Stockley, you'll be with me behind the action. I need you on the spot, but not in the front line. Agent, I understand this is your show, but these men are under my command. Johnson, you know the Foundation objectives. As long as you pursue them, do it your way. Van Hassel, good. But if it goes south, I reserve the right to make a decision. That includes using the big guns, and the gas shells, if need be. Not while we have men who can fight, Agent. If people have to die, so be it, but I will not be a party to that barbarism. That is the Foundation's call alone. We know what is at risk if your men cannot get it done. The Germans used gas on us, at Chemin des Dames. Not everyone got their gas mask on in time. It burned them. Burned their eyes, blinded them. Their lungs blistered up. Agent, you cannot understand what that means until you see it. Hear it. If your men do their jobs, Captain, I won't have to. Galio. The assault began at 6:15 a.m. After approximately 20 minutes of moving through the heavily wooded ground, a squad led by Staff Sergeant Thorpe made contact with the enemy. Professor Stockley was some way behind the advance, but witnessed the initial contact at a distance. Boots of soldiers in the brush. Thorpe. U.S. Army. Come out into the open. Keep your hands where I can see them. Do it! Bone Tree Warrior. There is no war here, soldier. Natural gas leak. We're getting everyone out of the area. Leave your possessions and come with us. No gas lines either. I said come out into the open. Everyone. How many are you? Washburn. Gee, Sarge. What's with this guy's face? Thorpe. Can it, Wash? His skin looks like it's coming off in handfuls. These must be our guys. Bone Tree Warrior. I am no danger to you, but leave our land, or that will change. Thorpe. Army doesn't take real well to threats. Last warning. Okay. Washburn, Ames, cuff this bozo. The rest of you, bend out and bring the rest at gunpoint. Washburn. I get all the dirty jobs. Thorpe. Follow orders, or I'll cook up a few more. Get to it. Hey, you. We're gonna slap these on you, and if you struggle, it ain't gonna end well. Low-pitched creaking, as though a tree is being uprooted. Washburn continues. Is that a knife? Guy's got a knife, Sarge. What do we… Wood erupts into motion. Washburn yells, unable to fire in time. A sharpened, narrow shaft pierces straight through his torso. Thorpe, wash! Wash! Screams erupt from one side, and gunfire from the other. Bone Tree Warrior. Brothers and sisters, the ground gives back. The garden sustains us. It's the trees! Get away from the trees! Stockley, voiceover. It was far away, but I heard his words clearly. Get away from the trees. They were in the middle of the forest. How were they supposed to do that? Washburn, I understand, was the first man to die. The rest of his squad, the survivors, saw it happen more clearly than I could. Some said it was a tree root, others a branch. Either way, it tore right through him, ripped him wide open. Thorpe, to his credit, didn't just run. He tried to retreat his squad in decent order, as the trees picked up more of his men, and pulled them apart, or dashed them against the ground. I saw the bone tree between the trees. Their skin was ivory white, and they were misshapen. There was a lack of the essential symmetry of the human form. They were humanoid in shape, arms and legs and a head, but with a distortion that rendered them utterly inhuman. The one who spoke had black eyes, and a mouth that took up most of its face. I saw it for just a second through the field glasses, but I cannot forget. Lined with teeth, like a shark's. The eyes wide, raw pits lined with ragged skin, as if they were just holes drilled into the front of the skull. There were others in the trees. Some were skinny as ghosts. One was huge and lumbering like a pale two-legged cow. It was dark beneath the boughs, with the dawn only just breaking, and I thought I saw men with 3 arms, men with no legs, and the lower body of a snake dragging themselves through the mulch, men up in the tree with bows and spears. I do not know what was real, except that men were dying in front of me. I did not fight in the Great War. I was too old, and besides, the Foundation saw to my remaining in England to do my work on their behalf. I had read of awful things, of course. I had seen the aftermath of a few, and they had stayed with me. But this was the first time I saw it unfold in front of me. Red, bleeding chunks hanging from the branches that used to be men. One soldier leaning on another, because he had lost a leg to the tree roots, ripping out of the ground. 3 or 4 of the pallid forestmen leaping on a soldier, and a spray of red against their white skin. Captain Van Hassel was nearby. One of his men had laid a field telephone cable behind us, and he used it now. I heard him relaying the situation to Agent Johnson. I cannot recall his exact words. He said the enemy was ready for them in force, and they had what he called an environmental advantage. Words to the effect he was trying to fall back in order and regroup. The gunfire was everywhere. Bullets buzzed past my head. Bits of shattered bark pattered against the protective smock I wore over my clothes. The captain yelled for the guns. The absurd thought occurred to me that I had been so wrong about war and battle until that moment. I had thought of regiments of men moving in disciplined squares, and generals surveying the battlefield, as if with the eye of a god. Now I understood what any fool should have known all along. That battle was chaos. Utter cruel and random bedlam. And there is no more plan or discipline there than in the throes of insanity. Gunshots, and the occasional splintering of wood. Van Hassel. Our position is A7 to A9. Target to our front. Stockley. Captain. Should we fall back? Van Hassel. Stay put, Professor. By me. Agent. Target to our front. Fire. Firing howitzers nearby rocked the forest with explosions, and again with thumping as shells hit. There was a pause in the chaos. Stockley. Did it work? Did it get them? I can't see through the smoke. That's not smoke. That bastard used the gas. Masks! Mask, everyone! We put them on when we set out, Captain. Some fool always takes his off. Thorpe. Captain! Good God, Thorpe, you're alive! Shells came down right on top of them, sir. I can't see a damn thing now, but that gas is rolling right over the enemy. Then advance. Forward. Advance. Keep order. Stockley, stay by me. A Bone Tree warrior scampers near, choking. Stay back. Stockley, this one's still alive. My god. Just like Command de Doms. What did we do, sir? Prisoners? I don't know. Gunshot. The Bone Tree gurgles in a death rattle. Silence. He was coming right at me, sir. Yes, Sergeant. Of course. Very good. Trees change up ahead, sir. They're like, God, I don't know what. Take the right, Thorpe. Sergeant Morse, on the left. Stay in sight, in good order. Stockley, voiceover. The ground was littered with the people of the forest. I had no other name for them but that. Followers of Mokash, perhaps. The gas was lewisite. I learned later, a replacement in the armories for mustard gas. But the effects were as awful. They writhed in the yellowish haze, their eyes streaming, vomiting, or drooling as they hacked up the fluids filling their lungs. It burned on the inside, and the outside. We had full protective clothing and masks. They were practically naked in comparison. I saw the deformities up close in. Their skin was like wet white clay. Their bodies and limbs were lumpen and asymmetrical. Some had 3 arms, or 1 arm withered away. I saw one with a black eye in the middle of its forehead, and no nose, but a lipless slash of a mouth. Some had bundles of bat-white growths, like clusters of strange pale buboes, blistered up from their flesh, and they looked for all the world like clusters of fruit growing in their bodies. I have never seen the likes of those people, and even in my work for the Foundation, I have heard of nothing so appalling to any soul who celebrates the natural or the pure. The soldiers shot them dead as they sought to breathe, and, God forgive me, I can find no condemnation in my heart for their actions. The trees were like enormous fungal growths. The ground underfoot was spongy and rubbery masses like the caps of huge mushrooms. White particles, spores perhaps, fell in drifts from the altered flora, mixing with the awful fog of the gas. The remains of wooden buildings were scattered around here, with a few partially made of stone. Most were collapsed, or had been broken through by the enormous fungi. Overhead were bundles of fruit, like clusters of white, vastly oversized grapes. And I realized, with a lurch, that the growths on the followers might be fruit after all. But that was not all the Garden of Mokash had to show us. Soldiers paced noisily through muck. Thorpe, Captain, are you seeing the same thing I am? Van Hassel, I wish I wasn't. Are they captives? Have to get up close to tell. Professor, have you seen anything like this? Stockley, I'll take a look. Watch out for… well, just watch out. Van Hassel, hold here. Keep him covered. Stockley, I can't make out much through this damn mask. I don't think it's a captive. It looks like one of their own. The tree has grown up right through his body, going in through the thigh, and out through the shoulder, branches through the torso. The stomach is distended. I'm not a doctor, but there's something inside that shouldn't be. Good God, it's moving. I can see it through the skin. Thorpe, what is it? I don't know, it's like an eel. It has a spine. I see a brain. Vestigial limbs. God in heaven. Thorpe, there must be 20 of the poor bastards. 30. The Krauts had flamethrowers in the war. We could do with a couple now. Captain, what did we do with them? Van Hassel, we'll decide later, once we secure this place. We don't even know how far it goes. Distant soldiers fire, shouting. Thorpe, that's Morse's squad. Van Hassel, get back, Professor. Thorpe, find out what the hell's going on. Repeatedly, trees shatter and break, killing their prey. accompanied by blood-curdling screams and more gunshots. Thorpe, you, with me. The rest of you hold here. Stockley, did some of them survive the gas? Van Hassel, I hope so. Otherwise it's something else. A woman sings in a blowing soprano, as though from all directions, echoing through the brush. Stockley, that sounds like something else. Van Hassel, see that? Drifting through the trees? Men, to our front left, open fire. Shoot it down, shoot it down! Singing continues, becoming momentarily shrill. Stockley, it's still coming. Van Hassel, fall back! Fall back! Thorpe, Morse, fall back and regroup. Mokash, you bring poison to my garden, my people, my children. Stockley, voiceover. The moment the mist rolled back, and I saw her properly, I knew it was her. From above us, among the boughs of the trees, it was difficult to judge her height, but I believed she was not much less than twice the height of a man. She was naked, save for the flowering vines wrapped around her body. Her flesh was pale green, with dark veins running through it. The dawning sun made a halo around her, as it shone through the clouds of spores and gas trailing behind her. The plants around her flowered, wilted, and budded anew as I watched. Petals and leaves fell from her, and those fat white fruit dropped from the vines. The sound that came with her was something like music, something like the awful droning of a swarm of insects, or the ringing of one's ears. I knew it was Mokash. In ages past, her worshippers had depicted her crowned with flowers, sometimes with a ball of thread, or a spinning wheel in her hands, or a bird on each shoulder. Her images could have both female and male characteristics. She could be old or young, or have the swollen belly of an expectant mother. But in spite of all this variation, I knew I was looking at her then. The being I had studied, and came to fear, might be a flesh-and-blood entity, rather than a myth long since destroyed by the spread of Christianity. She looked down at us from on high, and I swear to God, she saw right through the dread in my heart. Mokash's droning song fills the forest. Mokash, Captain Van Hassel, I forgive you. I see so much pain in you. You are afraid. It suffuses you. There is no room for anything else. But I am a compassionate God. I will banish your fear. All you have to do, Captain Van Hassel, is breathe. Stockley, Captain! Captain! What are you doing? Thorpe, keep your mask on, Captain. It's the spores. She wants you to breathe in the spores. Van Hassel inhales harshly, tearing off his gas mask. It hits the ground. He chokes, heaving. Mokash, do you see? Now there is no room for fear. Van Hassel makes a low, wet sound. He collapses, dead. Thorpe, Professor, where's the field telephone? Stockley, Captain? Captain, can you hear me? He's gone. The field phone, where is it? Here, he left it by me. Thorpe, Agent, no. This is Sergeant Thorpe. The captain's down. We need a salvo on this position. Oh my God, he's getting up. His face is gone. Mokash, there will be no more fear. Breathe deep. You are all my children now. Thorpe, Grid B8, no, now, right now. Not the gas. Blow it all to hell. The body of Van Hassel locomotes. A long moan-like noise escapes his throat. Stockley, they're all getting up. All the dead ones. Thorpe, fall back. Everyone fall back. The captain's down. Everyone retreat. From all sides, whines of the newly deceased intensify. The remaining soldiers scramble away in desperation. Shells shoot overhead, whistling, breaking foliage. Great explosions mark the impact. Stockley, voiceover. The last I saw of that battlefield was Captain Van Hassel on his feet again, His face had imploded, leaving just a huge dark hole. The flesh inside was bubbling up, and sprouting into wriggling red vines. He stumbled towards me with his gun still in his hand. Sergeant Thorpe grabbed me by the arm, and dragged me after him as he ran. The rest of the men, still alive and sensible, followed, as the shells fell overhead. The thunder of those guns deafened me in an instant. I know now why so many men came back from the war shell-shocked. It is more than a noise. It is a wall of force hammering against one's soul. I could not even think, just plunged needlessly forward, without even knowing where I was headed. It was Providence alone that kept me heading away from that cauldron of fire, and not shambling blindly back into it. I recall little of our return to the location of the guns, where Agent Johnson was already limbering the guns ready to depart Shibbett's Vale. Of the 80 men who went into the forest, a little more than 50 returned. I have no doubt several of those lost souls were caught in the barrage that fell in the very place we had been standing a few moments before. And though the thought sickened me, in Sergeant Thorpe's place, I could not have countenanced any other decision. We were silent in the trucks that carried us back through Scarslow. We did not look back. We left many men in that forest, and not a little part of ourselves. I have sought knowledge all my life, but that day I learned what war truly was, and on that subject I would give anything to remain in ignorance. End log. Galio. The Foundation had yet to fully develop its modern-day creed to secure, contain, and protect. Destruction was an acceptable outcome for an anomaly on the scale Stockley witnessed. Nevertheless, the after-action reports included in the archives show that Agent Johnson, there referred to by his real name of Senior Field Agent David Carlson, was severely disciplined upon return to his home site. Deploying Lewis site on an unsecured location was considered an overstepping of his authority. He was transferred out of fieldwork and into site security. Information security was also laxer in that earlier incarnation of the Foundation. There is no record of amnestics or other measures being employed to keep the U.S. Army soldiers from communicating what they had witnessed at Shibbett's Vale. Professor Stockley was evidently left free to write of his experiences. Compared to the current level of procedural oversight, there was a definite lack of… Come in? Good evening, Agent Galio. Working late? Almost finished. I take it you're representing the O5 Council today? You are correct, and fortunately for you, I am from the faction that approves of your research project here. I understand you have chased a trail back to an old operation in the 1920s. You keep a close watch on me. Did you expect anything less? We were hoping you could share your conclusions. There's not much more to sift through here. I'll have it for you soon. How about a sneak preview? The Council is not renowned for its patience. This is it. The reason for Project Serapis. This is what half the O5 Council is scared of. Mokash was already under Shibbett's Vale. It had been there since the 12th century, but the 1923 operation is what the Council members are covering up. So what is your smoking gun, Agent? Agent Johnson, or Carlson, whatever we call him. He sent a salvo of artillery shells onto the target, and then got out of there. He committed a pretty serious breach of protocol, and using poison gas. He must have been worried of causing any more havoc there than he already had. That's when he made his mistake. Which was, he didn't confirm the kill. Mokash had survived the Northern Crusades, and made it across the Barren Straits. It had survived for the best part of 7 centuries. One artillery salvo wasn't enough to be sure it was dead, but Johnson didn't turn back, didn't get eyes on the body, so it sunk into the ground again and healed up, getting stronger and stronger, until today's Foundation kicked in its front door. Quite the cover-up for a single agent's mistake. Agents get it wrong every day. What is special about Johnson's screw-up? Nothing. It's about Johnson himself. After Shibbett's Vale, he was transferred to site security. That's not much of a glamour posting, but it's long-term and safe. But there's no record of him being promoted or transferred. Nothing on him dying or being compromised. I think his history was scrubbed. The mission details were all that remained. Which means Johnson's 05. Maybe he's died off since, maybe he's still alive. Either way, a member of the 05 Council was responsible for a monumental foul-up that left an active anomaly to recuperate and corrupt the area like it had always been. Whoever knew about it would have a hell of a bargaining chip in the politics within the Council. I don't know much about the members, but I do know they don't like being vulnerable. Whoever Johnson became, whoever counts him as part of their legacy, they want the Shibbett's Vale mission kept hidden. I see. That does give us a great deal to think about, Agent. Certain elements of Council politicking could make a great deal more sense in the light of your theory. I thought that might be the case. Like I said, I'm almost finished here. Just need to put the rubber stamp on it and call Project Serapis complete. As much as I hate to fill your inbox, there is another reason the Council sent me. This was just recovered from the site of the Mobile Task Force mission at Lake Apisawa. Iota 28's operation? That's what started all this off. Did the cleanup crew bring it in? No cleanup crew. Not until a containment procedure for SCP-6881 can be developed. We suspect this was left there deliberately, for our attention, and now, for yours. One final entry in Project Serapis. I hope it won't make this too late at night for you. I didn't stick with the Foundation for the regular hours. I'll go through it and get it logged. Then I am done here, for the time being. The O5 Council thanks you for your exemplary research work, Agent Galio. Some of them, at least. Good to know. We'll be seeing you. Example 3. Lake Apisawa recovered footage. Galio. The item recovered from Lake Apisawa is a video cassette tape of a design common in the early to mid-1980s. It was found on the lake shore, close to the poured concrete plug blocking the entrance to the cave complex used by MTF Iota 28. The plug was placed there after contact with Iota 28 was lost, with the intention of keeping any anomalies inside from reaching the surface. If the tape originated from inside the caves, this containment measure was ineffective. The tape shows the image of a cave, with the ceiling an estimated 4 to 5 meters high. The cave is full of vegetation, resembling oversized mushrooms and small fruiting trees, which are not consistent with naturally occurring underground biomes. The image pans across to show a lone figure walking into the cave, carrying a flare which is the scene's only light source. Analysis confirmed this figure to be I-28 Abbott, the last member of MTF Iota 28 known to be alive. The light falls on an enormous worm-like creature in the cave, 3 meters high and at least 40 to 50 long, with a segmented body of dark brown chitin, and 8 or more eyes arranged around the circle of its mouth. Matching the audio with Iota 28 Abbott's last transmission confirms this creature is SCP-6881. Oh my god, it's a worm! It's the size of the goddamn Red October! It has so many eyes. So many eyes. There is a deep rumbling, just the beginning of a large organism moving. Its mouth is opening. Galio. The worm-like entity opens its mouth, revealing a ring of teeth around a central passageway, in which can be glimpsed a group of humanoid figures. They are poorly lit by the flare, but as they walk out of the worm's interior, they become more distinct. The central figure is approximately 3.5 meters tall, and resembles a human woman. It has pale green skin, with darker colored veins, and long fern-like leaves in place of hair. Flowering vines are wound around its otherwise unclothed body. This entity is consistent with Professor Stockley's description of the being he called Mokash. This entity has been given the provisional designation SCP-6881-2. Abbott. Who the hell are you? Galio. The rest of the figures emerge from the worm. 4 of them appear to be preteen human females, and are wearing sweatpants and t-shirts that read Camp Apisawa. They match the description of Sally Aspinall, Roberta Little, Pearl Krause, and Margaret Pendlemore, the 4 girls who went missing from Camp Apisawa in 1974. If they are the same girls, they have not aged since the time of their disappearance. They have been given the provisional designations of SCP-6881-3, 4, 5, and 6, respectively. Another figure resembles the corpse of a human female, moving via animated growths, resembling the roots of trees, emerging from its torso. It has a slender build, and appears to be in its late teens. It has long blonde hair, and wears the remains of a white dress, tattered and bloodstained. This figure is identical to the last appearance of Polly Posniak, from the events filmed at the Children of the New Dawn compound in 1968. This entity has been given the designation SCP-6881-7. The final figure appears to be a human female wearing breeches and a checked shirt. It has short red-brown hair and appears to be in its 20s, though the age is difficult to determine because the face and upper chest are covered in blood. Though very few photographs or physical description exist of Faye Weaver, the clothing and evidence of violence match the events described in the journals of Professor Milton Douglas Fitzwilliam in 1933. This entity is designated SCP-6881-8. The camera moves, further suggesting it is a video camcorder. It is placed on a rock to give a better view of I-28 Abbott, who appears transfixed by the entity in front of him. The person carrying the camera now walks in the frame. It appears to be a human female with long brown hair, wearing a plaid skirt and a cardigan. Though it is seen primarily from behind, this figure closely matches photographs and film of Rebecca Valenti at the time of her disappearance in 1986. This entity has been designated SCP-6881-9. As with SCP-6881-3 through 8, none of the other entities appear to have aged, or changed at all, since the time of their disappearance. SCP-6881-2 speaks. I am she you banished from one land, and tried to murder in this one. You killed those who followed me, and drove me out, and beneath the ground I slipped to recover. You dropped fire on me, but I wove this cocoon to give me shelter, and healed once more. Now you come to kill me again, and this time I was ready. Abbott, wait. We didn't know what was down here. All the stuff that's happened up there in Shibbet Vale, we had to find out what was causing it. All the deaths and disappearances. All the crazy shit. We had to find out why. You can't blame us for coming down here. Our people died too. And what do I care about your people? I am not one of them. I am far older, from very far away. You to me are as insects are to you, until I bring them to my bosom, and make them my children. It is my children who have suffered most of all. You have exterminated them again and again, but they always come back. My daughters, my handmaidens. In me they found a mother, and a god. Okay, we treated you bad, I get that. But it doesn't have to go on. The people I work for, the Foundation, they just want to be safe. We can both be safe, yours and mine. But I do not want you to be safe. Then what do you want? What else could I desire? For my fellow gods who fell, for my children who were butchered, for my world denied my embrace, I want revenge. Stalagmitic trees rupture and lurch forward, bursting as they enter Abbott's body, who screams a prolonged wail. His voice echoes throughout the cave. Galio. I-28 Abbott is torn apart from the inside by rapidly expanding plant growth. A tree festooned with torn flesh erupts from his body, and white fruits blossom on its branches. The image declines rapidly in quality, and the tape ends. Galio. This concludes the research and analysis of information on anomalous events at Shibbet Vale, gathered under Project Serapis. This information is classified Level 5, for O5 eyes only. Project Serapis is now sealed. Agent Hector Gallio, signing off.